This is Audible.
Exited the bathroom and saw Lainey sitting on the side of his bed, her back to him, putting on her bra. "What the fuck you doing?" he growled, and shit, that was it. He couldn't deny it. Even he heard it. He growled. She twisted, and he felt her eyes on him in the dark. "Tie and tack her down the hall. They won't come up for air until the morning, but it's almost morning, so I should be gone by then." "You're not going," he informed her, putting a knee to the bed and moving her away. Oof. She puffed as he hooked her at the belly, yanked her back onto the bed, and rolled on top of her. She blinked up at him through the dark and finished, "Not?" "Not done with you," he informed her. "You're—" again with the breathy voice, something he felt in his gut, chest, and dick. "Not?" And again with the disbelieving. Totally disbelieving. "I'm not," Hop confirmed. "Is that even—" A pause, then, "Possible?" "Is what possible?" he asked. "3 times in a night?" Obviously, Belova wasn't only messed up, fucked up, and stupid. He'd clearly had no stamina, which was fucking insane. A 90-year-old man had a shot at that beauty, he'd find a way to get it up and do it repeatedly, even if it killed him. "Yeah, it's possible." Hop watched her head tilt on the pillow. No offense, Hop, but I don't believe you." "Fucking excellent." He slid his hands up her sides as he dropped his mouth to hers. "Right. Good then, babe. I get to prove it to you." Close up, he watched her eyes get wide. "Wow," she whispered against his lips. "Don't say that now," he ordered. "You can say that later, like you did after I did that thing with my fingers the second time." Her body shifted under his, her chest pressing up. She remembered something he knew she wouldn't soon forget, and she repeated a whispered, "Wow." He grinned against her mouth and promised, "I'll give you wow." "You've already given me 3 wows," she reminded him. 4, he corrected. "Oh yeah," she murmured, her hands moving lightly down the skin of his back. "I forgot that one because it came so close on the heels of that other one." Her hands made it to his ass. So he decided their conversation was over, and to communicate that to Lainey, he asked, "Are we gonna keep talking, or do you want wow?" She moved her head, sliding her lips from his, down his cheek to his jaw, and finally his ear. Once they were there, she murmured, "Give me wow." With his mouth at her neck, he trailed it down to her collarbone, then engaged his tongue, and after taking his time and a lot of it, he gave her wow 5 and 6. Hop came out of the bathroom to see Lainey on her feet on the other side of the bed, panties on, hands twisted behind her back, putting her bra on again. He didn't say a word. He prowled to her, reached out an arm the second he was close, yanked her to him and fell to his back in the bed, taking her down with him. "Hop!" she started, pushing her weight against his arms, but he slid her off him, then wasted no time rolling over her and pinning her to his bed. "Sleep," he ordered when he caught her eyes in the weak dawn. "After rest, I'll get coffee, we'll juice up, then round 4. She blinked and breathed. 4? "Got lots more I want to do to you," he informed her, and watched her eyes go soft, sexier. Then her teeth came out to graze her lush lower lip. Also fucking sexy. and her arms slid around him. But she asked, "What about tack and tie-tie?" "I'll make sure the coast is clear," he told her. "But they'll see my car," she told him. "I'll move it," he offered. Her hand slid up his back, around his shoulder, and then to his neck where her thumb moved to stroke him. Her touch was light, but fuck, it felt good. He'd never had a woman touch him in an unconscious way like that. Just a touch, a stroke, giving something that meant nothing at the same time doing it without thinking about it, meant everything. Shit. Complicated. "This is just supposed to be one night," she reminded him quietly, but he saw it in her eyes. She didn't even try to hide it. She'd bitten off more than she could chew. He had too, and he was nowhere near done eating. She was cute. She was sweet. She was hot. She was better than he expected, and he'd expected her to be pretty fucking good. All that wrapped in a package that gorgeous? Yeah, he was nowhere near done eating. Change of plans. A night and a morning and maybe an afternoon and possibly another night, he amended. And her eyes got softer as her hand slid up to cup his jaw. "I have to work," she told him. "Call off," he told her. "I can't, I own the joint." She explained something he knew, that she ran her own advertising agency, and things are a bit crazy. Things were always crazy for Lainey. The woman lived crazy. She thrived on it. If there wasn't crazy, she stirred it up because she couldn't breathe without it. "Babe," he pressed his body into hers. "Told ya. Got more I want to do to you." He felt her shiver, but her lips whispered, "Hop, I don't." He cut her off with a quick kiss, then lifted his head and asked, "Where are your keys?" "We shouldn't sleep together. Sleeping is bad. Sex is good. Sleeping together is something else," she stated, and she was right. He just didn't care. "Where are your keys?" he asked. "Hop." "Lady, we're not sleeping. We're resting. Then we're fucking some more. Last time I'll say it. Not done with you? Got things I want to do to you, and I'm doing them. Now where are your keys?" She stared up at him, her gaze hot, her body bothered, shifting under his, and she whispered, "Jean's pocket." Stretching out to reach a hand to the floor, he grabbed her jeans, got on the pocket, and yanked out her keys. Once he had them in hand, he went back to her and kissed her. He took his time, and it was wet, deep, and fucking brilliant. When she was holding on tight and kissing him back like she never wanted it to end, he ended it. Lifting his lips to her forehead, he touched them there, then dipped his chin and looked into her eyes. "Rest, honey. I'll move your car and be back." "Okay," she agreed quietly. He touched his mouth to hers, rolled off, grabbed his jeans, a tee, pulled on socks and his boots, and made his way to the door. He turned back before he slid through the still mostly closed door. She was curled in an S in his bed, pillow to her chest, cheek resting on it, arms around it, hair everywhere. Her bare back was exposed, and he could see one leg and her ass in red lace panties, eyes on him. Fucking gorgeous every inch, and she tasted and felt as good as she looked. She grinned. Gorgeous. He returned her grin, slid through the door, and went after her car. When he got back, she was dead to the world. He took off his clothes, dropped them to the floor, and slid into bed beside her. Carefully, he turned her into his arms. She didn't wake. She just cuddled closer, her arms snaking across his stomach, then holding tight, her torso pressing into his, her knee cocked and resting on his thigh. This felt good, too. She was right. They shouldn't sleep together. Sleeping suggested something more, a kind of togetherness neither of them wanted. Sleeping like this with her, it feeling so good. It was, with everything else, enough to make you want a fuck of a lot more. So it was good, Hop thought, that they weren't sleeping, they were just resting. On that thought, he fell asleep. Lainey curved close and held tight in his arm, her perfume all over his sheets. 3 hours later, Hop woke. Lainey's perfume was still all over his sheets. Lainey just wasn't in them. That night, Hop was stretched out on the fluffy cushion on the lounge chair in her courtyard, feet crossed at the ankles, eyes trained to the back door of the garage. He had no idea how late it was. He just knew it was dark and he'd been there a really fucking long time. Too long. Long enough for him to get pissed. Or more pissed. He heard her garage door go up and didn't move when he heard its grind or when he heard the purr of her sweet ride moving into it. A pearl red Lexus LFA, according to word on Chaos, her father had bought it for her. High class ran in the family. So did money. He only moved off the chair when he heard the garage door going down. He was on his feet when the outside lights of the courtyard that separated her brownstone from the garage came on, but he didn't move from his spot, even as the door to the courtyard opened. She strode out, sex on stilettos, tight skirt, tailored blazer that was unbelievably feminine, hair out to there, slim, shiny, expensive briefcase in her hand, trim, small designer purse over her shoulder, a Cosmo girl tricked out in business gear. "Yo," he called when she shut the door. He watched her jump and swing around to him, face pale, eyes huge. "Oh my God, Hop! You scared me half to death." He didn't reply. When he remained silent, her face lost its pallor. Her head tipped to the side and her brows knitted as she asked, "What are you doing here?" "Told you I wasn't done with you," he answered, and her head immediately righted with a snap. "Hop!" she started. "Told you that." He cut her off. "Still, you snuck out of my bed and slunk away." She took one step toward him, her body moving like she was going to take more, but she suddenly stopped. "I said just one night," she reminded him. "And I said I wasn't done with you," he fired back. She began, but he interrupted her again. "You had dinner?" Her head jerked in surprise, then she answered, "Yes, a business dinner. New client." "Good," he grunted. "Upstairs. Naked. Now." He felt it coming off her in waves. She wanted that. Bad. Then her head moved again like she was forcing herself to do it, shaking it side to side. "We agreed 1 night." "I think we also agreed, though the words weren't spoken. 1 night's not enough." "This can't get complicated," she reminded him. "You keep your mouth shut. I keep my mouth shut. We're smart. We contain it. No one finds out, and we stick to the boundaries. It won't." "I don't think—" "Lainey, upstairs. Naked. Now." He saw her breath come fast, her chest moving with it, and Jesus, fuck him, he could taste her excitement and he was 5 feet away. "We shouldn't." "Fucked you on your back. Like to look in your eyes when I'm inside you. Done that. Now I want you on your knees, gonna fuck your face and your cunt, and I can't do that in the courtyard. It'd shock the shit out of me, class act like you gets into that, but if I get you naked, you're all mine. I don't share with the neighbors." She stood stock still, her eyes riveted to him. The only thing moving on her body was her chest, rising and falling with quick breaths. "Lainey," he leaned in. "Upstairs. Naked. Right fucking now. She took off toward her sliding glass door. Hop didn't move, but he did smile when she dropped her keys, cursed under her breath, and crouched in that tight skirt to get them. Second go, she got in and left the door open as she hurried inside. Hop stared at the door before taking a deep breath and walking to it. He got inside and saw it was a big kitchen, living dining area. He saw the clock on the microwave, said it was 10:42. He took no more in. To make sure something that could get complicated didn't, he understood that this wasn't what he was going to take or what she could give. He didn't get to look at her shit, check out pictures and frames, see if she was clean or messy, read what he could in how she decorated. He didn't get that. He got what was upstairs, naked in her bed. He turned slowly and slid the door closed. He locked it. Then he moved through the dark space. He found the blazer on the carpet of the stairs, a camisole on the landing, her skirt on the next flight, panties, bra, and shoes, leading him to a room where dim light was shining. He was hard by the time he made it to her room. He didn't look around there either, not because it wasn't what he got from her, but because she was on her ass in her bed, knees to her chest, chin to her knees, arms wrapped around her calves, ankles crossed at her ass, hiding everything, but still cute as all fuck. His dick started throbbing. "Fuck me, I'm gonna come just standing here looking at you," he muttered, and watched her eyes close slowly, something moving over her face, making beauty so beautiful it was almost impossible to take it in, like staring at the sun. If he saw that look on her face for another second, he'd go blind. She opened her eyes, pushed out of her pose, and gracefully moved to the edge of the bed, feet to the floor, naked, her eyes to his going everywhere that was her. She moved to him and stopped so close he could smell her perfume. Instantly her hands went to his tea and she yanked up. Hop lifted his arms. She pulled the shirt away and dropped it. Then her mouth went to his chest. Her hands followed, moving, licking, sucking, touching, then down. On her knees, she unbuckled his belt, pulled it open, unbuttoned his jeans, not looking at him through this. He got nothing but the gleaming hair on top of her head. He knew why when she reached right in, found him, pulled him free and slid him deep inside her mouth. She had something she wanted, and she was concentrating on getting it. Fuck. Fuck. His head dropped back, his fingers slid into her hair, and his voice was hoarse when he ordered, "Baby, up. Woman like you does not get on her knees." She wrapped a fist around him, slid him out, and he looked down just in time to see her tip her head back. Those eyes, those fucking eyes, hooded and turned on, looking up at him. "I like it, honey." "Suck me off in bed, not on your knees. Class doesn't hit her knees." "Hop." "Up, Laney. Get in bed." "But—" He jerked his hips back. She lost purchase on his dick, and he planted his hands under her arms. He pulled her up and then swung her into his arms. He took 4 strides and tossed her on the bed. He bent, yanked off his boots, his socks, his jeans, and he joined her there. He pulled her into his arms, rolled to his back, rolling her on top. "Right now you can suck me off," he told her. "I get to go back to what I was doing later," she told him, and he grinned at the look on her face. She still looked turned on. She also looked miffed. Cute. Adorable, actually. Fuck. It was going to take a serious amount of work for this not to get complicated. "Maybe," he lied. "Now back to work." "Tai told me you guys take bossy to extremes and do whatever it takes to get your way. That was why I snuck out of your bed this morning. I told you we shouldn't sleep together. It seemed you weren't going to take no for an answer, so I had to get creative." She shared, and there it was, cherry black. "I think I'm done staring at you," she announced. "So you're gonna get busy?" She'd lied. She wasn't done staring at him. He knew this because she kept staring for a beat before she lifted her head and touched her mouth to his. "Yeah," she whispered. He grinned against her mouth before he kissed her, rolling her with him as he turned onto his back. When he broke the kiss, she got busy and sucked him off in bed. Like class. Like a lady. Dressed and sitting on the side of her bed, Hop shifted the soft, heavy hair off Laney's neck, leaned in, and put his lips there. "Tickles," she murmured. He lifted his head and caught her eyes. "In a good way," she finished. "Good," he murmured back, and dipped his already close face closer. "Sun's up, honey." "Yeah," she whispered. "Later," he said. "Yeah." She drew in breath, then asked, "Tonight?" "You want that?" She nodded her head on the pillow. Excellent. He did, too. He lifted his lips to her temple, kissed her there, moved them to her ear, and said softly, "You got it." Then, without another look at her in her bed, sleepy, sexy, and sated, something he knew he couldn't walk away from, he walked away from her, through her house and out the sliding glass door, putting Laney Heron out of his mind. Until tonight. Chapter 1. Cheese Whiz. I was on a hand and my knees. My other arm was straight out, hand flat against my cream linen padded headboard, Hop behind me, fucking me. Hard. I was close. This was good. The best. The best I ever had. Then he did what I knew he'd do. 4 nights, no matter how many times we did it, he always ended it the same way. He pulled out and my head jerked around. My eyes went to him and I pleaded, "Hop, please don't, I'm close." He dropped to a hip at my side and pulled me over him, head to my pillows, and God, he looked hot. All that messy hair, that biker tash. His badass gorgeousness framed by my pale pink pillowcase. "Ride me, lady," he muttered, and I didn't make him ask twice. I lifted up to straddle him, wrapped my hand around his cock, guided the tip inside, and slid down until he filled me. My head dropped back. I loved this. I missed it. He'd been pounding inside me not 10 seconds before, but having him back, it felt like I hadn't had him in years. Hop shifted, then I felt his fingers slide into my hair so his hand could cup the back of my head. He tilted it down. I opened my eyes to see he'd knifed up, so I was staring into his, close. His eyes were intense, always around my nudity, and yanked a pillow down to shove it under me, right before he bent deep and kissed the hair at the side of my head. "Damn," I struggled. It was hard not to let his sweet actions penetrate, and every night, every time he did something like that, it got harder. "Do not process, Laney." Curled around the pillow, my leg tangling in the sheets and comforter, straddling them, I managed to shove how I felt out of my head. Instead, I watched him walk to the bathroom, thinking that I liked how tall he was. Elliot hadn't been taller than me. I'd towered over him in heels. I told myself I didn't mind this, and when he was alive and sweet and always being Elliot, I didn't. But having a tall man was fabulous, and Hop's sculpted ass made it all the more fabulous. He hit the bathroom, the light went on, and he disappeared. I closed my eyes. It was Saturday night. We'd started this at the hog roast on Wednesday. Only bikers would have a blowout hog roast on a Wednesday night, but then again, most of them had jobs where it didn't matter that they showed up late and or hung over. And their hangers-on had jobs in bars or strip clubs. Their shifts didn't start until late, so they had time to recuperate. As for me, I came back to Denver and was greeted warmly, and in some cases with relief, by a number of old clients, so I made the mammoth decision to be my own boss. That was the boss of an advertising agency, which was not conducive to having sex all night long and dragging into work the next morning. And Hop and I had been going at each other all night long, from dark to dawn, every night for 4 nights. I was exhausted. Still, I wanted him to come back so I could have more. I was just going to have to inform him that he needed to do all the work. He would not quibble. Unlike Elliot, Hop had staying power. He actually liked taking over, dominating, doing the hard work. Sure, I rode him on occasion, but he didn't lie back and enjoy it. He participated fully, like just now. Elliot could start giving it to me, but then he'd stop, panting and grunting, and ask me to take over. And I always did. I didn't mind. I liked the top. Then again, I'd been in love with Elliot. You do stuff like that when you're in love. You shove to the back of your head little things that bother you, things you had before that you missed. Things like having a man who was all man fucking you until you ached, but ached in a good way. In my experience, which wasn't vast, but it also wasn't limited, a man who was all man was usually a total jerk and an asshole, and took both of these to extremes. I felt Hop's presence, opened my eyes, and watched him walk back into my bedroom. The back view, fabulous. The front, God, staggering. Never, not ever in my life would the man I was staring at right then be a man I would expect to be in my bed. But he was, and he was, for the first time in my life, in my bed on my own damned terms. When I met Hop years ago, I'd been in a drama because I'd just learned my fiancé was whacked. Even so, Hopper was the kind of guy that his looks, his charisma, all that was him, and there was a lot, could cut through anything. I was engaged to be married and in the throes of a crazy situation that only got crazier. So my mind didn't go there, but it did process all that was him. It was impossible for it not to. When I got back from Connecticut with Elliot gone but Hop alive, breathing, and so freaking good-looking, my mind went there. Again, and again, and again. Thick, black, unruly hair that was long in front, often fell into his face, and had little flips and waves all through it, but especially around his neck. Gray eyes with lines radiating out the sides that stated not only did he not have a desk job, but that he lived his life. Didn't exist through it. Whether those lines were from squinting, laughter, or frowning, they were intriguing and took your attention to the gray that was a pure gray. Not slightly blue, not dark to black, just a startling gray. His mustache, facial hair something else I didn't like on a guy, was the epitome of biker cool. Thick along his upper lip and down the sides, bushier at either side of his chin. He had no body fat in evidence at all. He was tall, lean. There wasn't bulk to his muscle, but the definition stated without doubt there was power in his frame, and that power wasn't insignificant. A dusting of black chest hair, not a thick mat. Short, rough, sparse, but not meager, arrayed across his pecs and ribs, hair that felt crazy good against my skin. The best part, defined the center ridge in his six-pack, where the hair got thicker, darker, leading in a thin line from the valley of his pecs to his navel, then got thinner as it led down to one of the best parts of him. I loved his chest hair. I loved his height. I loved the power behind his body. And if I was honest, I loved the beauty of his cock. Perfectly formed, both thick and long, and it helped a whole lot that he knew what to do with it. I also found that I loved his tats, something on other men I wouldn't like, the chaos emblem on his back. Another one all the men had that Hop had inked into the inside of his right bicep was a set of unbalanced scales with reapers, scythes, and the words, "Never forget," at the bottom. There were also black, yellow, and red flames dancing from wrist to elbow on both of his forearms. Badass. Hot. Fantastic. And last, Hop was the only man I'd ever had who wore jewelry. He wore a lot of it, and as with everything else, he looked good in it. Bulky silver rings on his fingers, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes 5 or 6. Leather bands or silver bracelets at his wrists. A tangle of chains with medallions at his neck. Stud earrings in both ears, the same every day. A small silver cross in one, a tiny silver profile of a skull, the back of its head a set of flames, all this set in black in the other. No man looked good in jewelry. No man except a biker in a motorcycle club that had great chest hair, 0 body fat, and flame tattoos up his arms could carry off that jewelry. The man in my bed. I watched as he came toward that bed, then stopped, bent and tagged his jeans. At that, my belly hollowed out. He never left, not until dawn. Now it appeared he was preparing to leave. I didn't lift my cheek from the pillow I was cradling when I asked, "What are you doing?" His gaze came to me even as he tugged up his jeans. "Chaos business, babe." I tipped just my eyes to the clock on my nightstand, 11:36. It was late, and I could use some sleep. I still didn't want him to leave. Damn. Do not process, Lainey. I didn't process, and therefore said nothing. Hop dressed, yanking his black tee over his head, pulling it down, and I watched with some fascination as it sculpted itself to his torso as if by magic. Nice. Unbelievably nice. He nabbed his boots and socks and sat on the side of my bed. I didn't move. He tugged them on, then turned to me and bent in, his hand shifting the hair off my neck, his face coming close. I wanted to ask if he was coming back the next night, maybe the next morning, whenever. I didn't care. I just wanted him to know whenever he showed I'd be there. I didn't say this. I couldn't say this. I wouldn't allow myself to say this. It would expose too much. It would give too much. I didn't have it in me. I had nothing left to give. Whatever I'd once had leaked out of my body in the form of blood on a floor in Kansas City, while my eyes stared into the dead ones of my fiancé across the room. So I just tilted my eyeballs up to look at him. His hand moved to my cheek, the pad of his thumb gliding whisper soft on the skin just under my eye as his eyes studied mine, not like he was looking in them, but at them, with an expression on his face that said quite clearly he liked what he saw. This was another thing he did frequently that was something I was trying not to process. I liked that he liked looking at me. I liked that he didn't hide that he liked what he saw. He certainly wasn't the first man to do that. What could I say? I wasn't blind. It wasn't like I didn't know God had been generous with me. It wasn't like I didn't appreciate it. But with every blessing there was also a curse. And my curse was that I was a dick magnet. Handsome men knew they were handsome, and it was my experience this did not skip a single good-looking guy. It was also my experience that they thought the world should throw roses at their feet just because they were hot. They definitely thought their women should bow down or eat shit. If they weren't exactly handsome but still smart, confident, charismatic, and successful, they were worse. Hop was good-looking, smart, confident, and charismatic. What he wasn't was a man who hid that he liked what he saw. He could act the player. He could pretend he could take it or leave it. He could hide his attraction to me in order to gain the upper hand. He could even begin to lay the groundwork of tearing me down, making me feel less than I was, trying to make me feel lucky I had in my bed all that was him, and in doing that, embarking on a campaign that was usually scary successful, not to mention swift, to make me feel like I was nothing. He didn't. He liked looking at me, my eyes especially, like just then, but particularly when he was inside me. I never came without my eyes to his and his to mine. Hop made it that way. I'd never had a man look me in the eyes so intently, so steadily, so hungrily as Hopper. I found my hand lifting even as the rest of me didn't move, cupping his jaw, my eyes watching my thumb trail the side of his tash, moving over the thickness of his whiskers at his jaw, and he muttered, "You really like that, don't you?" My gaze went to his, and I kept my hand where it was. Yeah, that was an understatement. It looked good on him. It felt good on my skin. It felt better between my legs. Heaven.
Before you was thinking of shaving it off, growing a patch.
He lifted his hand, touched his middle finger to the indent under his lower lip, and I took in his rings. A plain silver band on his thumb and 3 rings, side by side, index, middle, and ring finger. One that said, "Ride." One that said, "Free." The last said, "Chaos." Bad-ass biker cool.
I'll wait until we burn out before I do that,
He concluded. My eyes cut up to his. I'll wait until we burn out before I do that. His tone was light, his lips surrounded by that tash tipped up. He was teasing. I didn't like it. Teasing I could take. A reminder we would burn out? I couldn't. I didn't tell him this mostly because I refused to process it. Not that you need it, but you have my encouragement to grow the patch, I said instead, then clarified, along with the mustache. His face dipped closer, taking my hand with it, his eyes never leaving mine as he whispered against my lips,
Then I'll grow the patch.
I smiled against his mouth.
Gotta go, honey,
He went on, and there was one good thing in that. He sounded like he didn't want to. Okay,
Okay,
he replied, but didn't move, didn't let go of my eyes. Nothing. When this went on for a while, he prompted,
forgetting something?
I mumbled.
Lady, kiss me.
Lady. I'd been around Hop and all the Chaos Boys for some time. They called women a lot of things, some of them good, some of them not so good. Not one of them, not one, called any woman lady. This was something else he gave me, something gorgeous, something I wouldn't let settle in my soul or I'd be lost, lost again. Not lost to a jerk or an asshole who played games or had to cut me down so he wouldn't feel I overshadowed him. Lost in what I discovered the hard way was worse. Lost to a dangerous man who could not only get me hurt, but who could hurt me worse by getting himself that way. I didn't share any of this either. I tilted my head, lifted it, pressed my lips to his, slid my tongue in his mouth, and I kissed him. Hard as I could, as hard as I knew how, and I did it deep. This lasted for a while, but then it lasted even longer when Hop's arms closed around me. He hauled me out of bed, across his lap, arched me over his arm, and he kissed me, deep and long. When he broke the kiss, he twisted me back in bed, pulled the covers up under my arm, tucking them around my back, something else sweet and gorgeous I tried to forget the minute he did it, though not entirely successfully, alas. And he bent in to kiss my temple.
Later, babe,
He muttered, then pushed to his feet. I bit my tongue so I wouldn't call, tomorrow? I knew it would come out eager or desperate. I wasn't about to be either. Not again. I'd learned that lesson the hard way, too. I just curled back around my pillow and watched him round the bed until he disappeared. Once he did, I waited until I knew he was downstairs before I reached and turned out the light on my bedside table. Then I swung my legs over the side of the bed and got out, yanking hard at the sheet to free it from the end of the bed to take it with me. I wrapped it around my body, tucking it tight, and went to one of the 2 wide double windows that looked out to the courtyard of my house. Carefully, I slid up one side of the plantation shutters and looked out. The courtyard was in darkness. My outside lights were not on, but the space was dimly lit by street lamps in the alley. I saw him move through. I liked the way he moved. Just walking. I liked the way he moved other places better. He went through the back gate and disappeared down the side of my garage. I slapped the shutters closed, leaned my forehead against them, and closed my eyes. "One night," I whispered. "It was supposed to be safe just one night." I pulled in a breath and let it out on a damn. I'd picked Hop because I was attracted to him. I'd picked Hop because he was hot. I also picked Hop because I figured he wouldn't say no, and he'd also say yes to no strings, no complications, and no entanglements. All the boys were good old boys, few rules, and the ones they had were unwritten and pertained mostly to how they treated their bikes and how they treated their brothers. Anything else went. No, from what I could tell, everything else went. It was not lost on me, however, that there were men amongst chaos who fell hard and fast, and not only didn't mind the fall, but also got off on staying down. Tack, Tai-Tai's husband, was one of them. Dog, also a chaos brother, was another. Brick got lost in every to build 3 malls and had been the richest man and the richest family in town. She was still a farmer's daughter, and that didn't do, according to her, in Connecticut. "Good, Mom, it's late. What's up?" I answered. "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to talk to my old girl." "You're talking to her, Mom, but it's nearly midnight here. I'm really tired and I should get some sleep. It's even later there, so you should get some sleep too." "Don't need sleep, but you need some fun, Laney. What you doing home? You should be out on the town, painting it pink or better on a date," Mom told me, a bit of what I thought was the cute countrified twang she'd worked for decades to get rid of, coming out in her voice. This was a constant refrain, even when she wasn't drunk out of her mind. Heck, she'd started in on me about 5 days after I left the hospital, after everything happened with Elliot and the Russian mob. Then again, she'd never liked Elliot. "May be brilliant, darling, but men like him never get very far. Middle ground. My girl, my Laney, looks like yours." She had flicked my hair off my shoulder before she finished by declaring, "Breeding and beauty like yours, darling, you deserve to be on the arm of a star." I shoved this memory down and replied, "I've had a tough week at work." This wasn't a total lie. "So I need a quiet weekend." That wasn't a total lie either. "Okay, quiet is good," Mom returned. "Better than you rubbing elbows with Tyra's family. What she was thinking I will not ever know. Such a pretty girl, too. Total waste. Her parents must be devastated." Suffice it to say, not only the Connecticut banker Mom, but also the Tennessee farmer's daughter Mom, did not approve of the Chaos MC. "They're good people, Mom," I told her for the 450th time. "They're bikers, Laney." She said the word bikers like uttering those 2 syllables spontaneously filled her mouth with acid. "Can we not talk about this?" I asked on a sigh. "Really, it's been a tough week and I'm exhausted." "Okay, what you want to talk about?" I didn't want to talk at all. I didn't want a lot of things, and I hadn't wanted most of them for a long freaking time. I didn't want my fiancé to be dead. I didn't want my fiancé to be dead by having been whacked by the Russian mob. I didn't want to live with the knowledge and the guilt that his antics with the mob got my best friend kidnapped twice, and the second time I got her stabbed, repeatedly. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to be so damned lonely. I didn't want to live like I was living. The nightmares, the fear, something no one would understand, something I had to hide so people I cared about didn't get worried. I didn't want my mom to be wasted again. I didn't want to know she was sitting alone in the big house on all that land, in that exclusive estate where I grew up, close to the country club, every single resident a snob. I didn't want to know she was alone because Dad was either working or on a business trip. I didn't want to know these were his ready and oft-used excuses, otherwise known as flat-out lies, for leaving Mom alone for a night, a weekend, a very long weekend, and all of this so he could be with his mistress of 30 years. I'd seen him with her more than once. He wasn't careful. He was arrogant. He kept up the pretense of the secret, even knowing it wasn't a secret, and had been for decades. He even gave Mom filthy looks when she was drinking, even though she was drinking because the love of her life had two loves of his, and he expected her to share, though he'd never asked if she would. So she'd made the decision to do so because he was the love of her life, but also because without him, there would be no big house close to the country club, and she wouldn't be getting slaughtered on $40 bottles of wine and top-shelf martinis. Mom, how about you call me tomorrow? We'll talk then. Now I really have to get some sleep. This got me nothing, and I knew what that meant. She was pouting. When I was a kid, I wondered if Dad wouldn't have found another woman if Mom hadn't acted like a spoiled brat. It was only later, when I grew up, that I knew it didn't matter if she pouted or was spoiled. You didn't do that to someone you loved. Not ever. Elliot would never have cheated on me. Other boyfriends had, and it hurt. No, it killed. Elliot did not, would not. He didn't even glance at other women when we were out. For Elliot, it was only me. And if I'd had him for the lifetime I was meant to have him, I would have lived that lifetime knowing without a doubt it would always only be me. Okay, baby girl, Mom slurred, bringing my thoughts back to her. I'll call you tomorrow. She didn't sound disappointed. She sounded crushed. She was hurting. She was lonely. She was wondering, as she had been for decades, where she'd gone wrong. So of course I felt daughterly guilt. I should be there for her. I just couldn't help. I'd tried. I'd failed. Taking these phone calls, having gentle discussions, trying to bring her around, talking about what she was drowning in booze. Discussions she always firmly veered in another direction. Sensitive talks about how she might want to lay off the wine a bit. More talks she firmly took in another direction. Years of it. I had nothing left to give. Still, I tried again. We'll have a long chat, Mom. Promise. Okay, baby, she whispered. Love you, Mom, to the moon and stars and beyond. I whispered back what I'd whispered to her since I could remember, since I was little and she tucked me in my pink bed with my pink sheets and pink filmy canopy, my stuffed unicorns all around. Love you, Laney, to the moon and the stars and beyond, she replied quietly, the words she'd taught me to say. Bye, Mom. Bye, baby girl. I sighed, hit the off button, then with my fingers curled around my phone, I put my forehead to my knees. My life stunk, every bit of it. Therefore, I started crying, and did it like I did just about everything. I let it all hang out, and thus got lost in it. This meant, really, couldn't he just let it go? I decided speaking was not going well for me, so I stopped doing it. Hop again held my gaze. Then he looked at the floor while straightening to tower over me, and he did this, muttering, I don't get this from her. Complicated. He didn't get this from me, and I didn't get it from him either. Had I mentioned my life stunk? I held my breath and tipped my head back to look at him. He continued to stare down at me before he shook his head a couple of times, and I watched as he moved to the mess of my clothes he'd thrown on the floor a few hours earlier, after he'd peeled them off me. He kicked some aside with his black motorcycle boot, unearthing his wallet. He bent, nabbed it, shoved it in his back pocket, and came back to me. His hand again wrapped around the back of my neck, and then his face was in mine. Sleep, lady, he ordered, sounding disgruntled, but still it came out gentle. It sounded nice, even the disgruntled part. Damn. Okay, I replied, but didn't move. Hop stood there, hand at my neck, and he didn't move either. Then he prompted, Like now, Laney. I stared at him a second, nodded, my teeth coming out to graze my bottom lip. Something his eyes dropped to watch, that something making me want to kiss him again, but I didn't. I broke from his hold, stretched out, and he flipped the covers over me. Thank God. God. I used everything I had left not to process him tucking them tight all around me. So sweet. Too sweet. Damn. He bent low, kissed the side of my head, and said against my hair, See you tomorrow night, babe. Tomorrow night. Thank God. I tried not to process that I thought that and mumbled, "Okay, Hop." I got another kiss, and my eyes watched him move to the light. He turned it off, plunging the room into darkness. I didn't watch, didn't hear his boots on the carpet, but I still felt him leave. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. I opened my eyes as I let the breath go. Complicated. My lips mouthed without sound. After a few more seconds, I heard a Harley roar. I listened, and I did it hard, until I could hear the roar no more. Only then did I close my eyes. But I did not sleep. Hop. "Repeat it," Dog clipped, and Hop watched as the junkie Dog had pinned against the brick wall with his hand in his chest and the barrel of Dog's gun to the flesh under his chin, swallowed. Then the junkie stammered, I won't ever make a buy on chaos again." "Right now, I'm a little put out," Dog informed the junkie, shoving the gun deeper into his flesh, making him squeak in terror. "I see you on chaos doing anything but helping an old lady cross the street. I'll be unhappy. Heads up, you don't want to make me unhappy." The junkie, eyes enormous, gulped and nodded. Dog let him go, saying, "I know how far chaos would go to keep their patch clean." Hop remembered how brutal it was. That memory was burned in his brain and inked into his skin. The last just like every chaos brother. They didn't need this shit. Dog started talking and Hop turned his eyes to him. They didn't need Benito's shit, but they were ankle deep in it, and it was rising. Hop turned his eyes back to the night, listened to Dog reporting in, and he did this thinking, fuck. After patrol, he wanted to go to Laney's, take off her clothes, lie his body down in her soft sheets, curl her warmth into his, and fall asleep smelling her perfume. He couldn't do that, for a variety of reasons. Instead, he did what he had to do. When Dog finished his call with Tack, they moved to their bikes, threw their legs over, and resumed patrol. And when they were done, Hopper went home and laid his body down in his empty bed. Chapter 2. We've Got Tonight. I was on an upward glide when I heard Hop's voice, low and growly, order, "Enough, lady, come here." I didn't go there. I kept working his cock, lips, tongue, suction, and hand bobbing and stroking, giving it my all. His hands, both cupping my head, moved, his fingers sifting into my hair, and he repeated on a half-groan, half-grunt, "Laney, enough, come here." I ignored him and kept going, pushing it, wanting to give it to him, wanting to drive him wild. It worked. I knew this when his hips drove up, his hands in my hair pressing down, filling my mouth with his cock. I moaned against it even as he groaned, "Fuck." I pulled out all the stops and gave him more. "God damn it," he snarled, his hands moving from my hair to under my arms, and I lost purchase on his cock because Hop hauled me up his body and rolled both of us so I was on my back. He was on top of me, and he kept snarling, but this time in my face, even as he thrust inside, plunging deep, filling me, making me whole. "Come here." I was there, he was there, and incidentally I was coming. My eyes closed and my head shot back, pressing into the pillows, but only for an instant, because his hand drove into my hair, fisting hard. "Look at me," he growled, thrusting deep, so deep I knew tomorrow I was going to ache. Ache in a good way. Ache like I'd ached every day for 13 days. An ache I savored. An ache when it started to fade I craved having back. "Look at me, goddammit," he bit out. And even still coming, getting my fix, feeling the drug that was him course through my veins, I opened my eyes and looked at him. The minute I did, his neck twisted. His hand in my hair yanked my head back. He buried his face in my throat and groaned deep against my skin, as he buried himself to the hilt inside me and gave back what I gave him. My arms were already around him, but as he felt it, I wrapped my legs around him too and tightened both, holding him close as I came.
Shit happens.
I pressed my lips together.
Like tonight,
He went on. My teeth came out to skim my lower lip. His eyes dropped to them like they always did when I did that, but this time his face didn't get soft and gentle or hard and hungry. He looked angrier. Then his eyes came back to mine.
though not as good, which sucks 'cause I liked it even if I'm pissed as all fuck about it.
He finished, turned back to his boot, and tugged it on. All right, maybe that was good news. He liked it. He straightened from the bed, turned and glared down at me.
Later, Laney.
He grunted. He was leaving. As usual, without a word. He stalked out of my room, but not as usual. He didn't pull the covers around me, tuck me in, turn out the light, or kiss me. He was just gone. I looked over my shoulder toward the door, and I stared at it. I did this a long time. Hop didn't come back. I kept staring. Hop still didn't come back. As I stared, I refused to process how much I didn't want him gone. I refused to process how disturbed I was by that scene. I refused to process how upsetting I found it that I made him angry. Refused to process how troubling I found it that he was angry, but he didn't let me speak. And then he stormed out, still not letting me speak. Instead, in order to keep successfully not processing all that, I shifted off the bed and moved to the bathroom to clean up. Making light work of that, I moved out of the bathroom, grabbed a clean pair of panties, pulled them on, and grabbed a short pale pink satin nightie with thick black lace at the bodice and hem, and tugged that on. Still forcing myself to think nothing, I moved to the bed, got in, pulled up my own damned covers, tucked in my own damned self, and turned out the light. I settled in and stared into the darkness. Hop was pissed. Hop was gone. Hop was the kind of man who didn't let you get a word in edgewise when you were somewhat arguing, but you were also somewhat not arguing because he wouldn't let you get a stinking stupid word in edgewise. Hop was the kind of man who got mad at you because you gave head too good. Then he stormed out because you gave fantastic blowjobs that made him so wild he buried himself inside you and forgot to put on a condom. Therefore it was good Hop was gone, because if Hop was there, I would have kicked him out.
So that's it? You got nothing?
My body jerked in the bed as his voice came from the door, and something occurred to me. I was so busy trying not to think. I didn't hear his Harley roar. I switched on the light, got up to my booty in the bed, shoulders to the headboard, and saw him casually leaning against my door jamb. There was nothing casual about the look on his face. Still pissed, but now more.
2 weeks? You got nothing?
He asked. What? I asked back.
So that's it?
He said again, and I stared at him, perplexed. What's it? I queried. He pushed from the door jamb, took one step into the room, stopped, and planted his hands on his hips. Unfortunately, all his hotness heated up significantly, hands on slim hips and a handsome face angry. Fortunately, I was not only perplexed, I was getting angry, so this didn't affect me as it normally would.
Laney, you throw a shit fit when your soda fizz is over. The man you're fucking gets pissed and takes off. You got nothing? You just put on a nightie, turn out the light, and go to sleep?
I felt my eyes get wide as I pointed out, Hopper, you didn't give me the chance to give anything.
You didn't take your chance,
he shot back. Are you serious? I asked, hoping he wasn't.
Do I look serious?
He asked back, and I studied him. He did. In fact, he seriously looked serious. Something else hit me, and I felt my brows shoot together. Was that a test? He shook his head as he took his hands from his hips and crossed his arms on his chest, which was unfortunate because that pose assumed by a badass biker with kick-ass tattoos of flames on his sinewy forearms was even hotter. By a lot.
No, don't play games,
he announced.
Don't want to know what kind of men you've had in your bed before me outside of the one I do know, so since I know about him, you gotta know, I get it. No offense to the dead, but unless he had Superman under all that geek, babe, I know whatever you got from him you liked, but it wasn't what you get from me.
He was not wrong about that. Hop kept going.
But the way I like it, you've had night after night of coming to know. So you knew what you were doing, and you also knew. I said, come here, you come there. You know you'll get your times to play, but you also know I'll fucking give them to you. That's the way I roll. The only way I roll. And last, you know you get off on that, so do not try to bullshit that you don't. So no games. You pulled that shit anyway, knowing I wouldn't be down with it, so I was pissed. Then I sat on my bike, thinking I shouldn't haul ass but come back and work it out. And as I was deciding, I saw your light go out. You didn't phone me. You didn't text me. You didn't even call my fucking name as I walked out. I'm here, I'm gone, all the same to you. So again, I'll ask, that's it?
I wasn't entirely certain I understood his question, but at the same time, scarily, I thought I did. I went with what I thought, but did it gently. Honey, you know we don't have that. I found I was right when his mouth got tight right before it opened to say,
And you know 2 weeks. No cool down fuck. If anything, our fire is blazing brighter. That's bullshit.
oh God, Hop.
Or I thought so until your fucking light went out.
He stared at me. I stared at him. Neither of us spoke. This time, Hop didn't break it, and it went on so long it felt like the silence had become a weight, and it started getting heavy on me, heavy in a way I couldn't breathe. I had to breathe. I had to let something out. Therefore, I had to share. Just a little bit. I don't have anything to give, Hop. His response was immediate.
That's bullshit, too.
I shook my head. He shook his, dropped his arms from his chest, and came farther into the room, stopping at the foot of the bed.
Tyra will get it,
he declared, then added,
eventually, and if she doesn't, who gives a fuck? We do.
I felt my breath catch. We do. He got it. I got it. We got it. We absolutely did. It was a drug for him like it was for me. He was my crack. I was his. He'd just admitted it, but I already knew it. 13 nights, dark until dawn, feeling the hollowing of my belly whenever he left, counting the minutes until he came back. I liked that he got it. I did. God, I did. But I couldn't let myself like it. I also could absolutely not let myself have it. It isn't Tyra, I told him.
You told her about us?
He asked instantly. I shook my head again.
It's Tyra,
he stated, and he was right, but only sort of. It's more, Hop, I informed him.
Share,
he ordered on a clip, leaning in slightly and visibly losing patience. You don't get that, I said softly and carefully.
Fuck me, babe, seriously?
He ground out, then threw a hand toward the bed.
You knocked yourself out to make me wild. You told me your fucking self. Why, Lainey? Why the fuck would you pull out all the fucking stops to make a man already drunk on you drunker?
Oh God, he was drunk on me. Drunk on me. I knew it, but it felt good that he said it right out. No lies, no hiding, no games. My mind screamed, do not process that, Lainey. I was just, I started, scrambling to hold myself together. Hold myself back.
Don't deny it, babe. Remember, you came to me.
For one night, I reminded him. His hands went back to his hips as he bit out.
Jesus, that's bullshit too.
It isn't, Hop. I told you then exactly how it was, I returned.
You lied then and you're lying now.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm not, I snapped, but it didn't sound angry. Stupidly, I didn't control it, and it came out sounding desperate. His head jerked. He heard it. Then he gave it to me.
You're searching for it, same as me. If you haven't found it, fuck, babe, same as anybody.
No, I wasn't searching for it. I was years ago. Then I thought I'd found it. Then I lost it. And I wouldn't even allow myself to think he was searching. I'm not, I denied.
Serious as shit, Lainey, that's bullshit too. Worse than the rest, 'cause you're not only trying to feed me that shit, you're forcing it down your own fucking throat.
This had to stop. I shook my head. What you asked earlier, I'm sorry, honey, but the truth is yes, that's it. I shrugged, hoping for nonchalant. You're gone, lights out. His eyes narrowed in that scary, sexy way, and suddenly he moved, and he did it fast. He was no longer at the foot of the bed, but up it, knee in the mattress, arm around my waist, other hand behind my neck, both hauling me up with such power and speed, my body slammed into his. I made an oof noise, but that was all I got out before his hand at my neck moved, went between us, and my nightgown was yanked up my belly. I felt myself instantly get wet as my body stilled. I stared into his eyes, trying to breathe as his hand at my midriff slid back down, slow, light. I shivered, but he wasn't starting something fabulous, like angry fighting sex that might lead, hopefully much later, to non memorized, his deep voice wrapping around those soft words as I replied, "Okay." My cheek rose as his chest rose to take in a deep breath. My body relaxed as his chest fell when he let it out. I paid attention, and I kept doing it until I fell asleep, and I knew I fell asleep before Hopper did. But I slept deeply. I knew this because hours later when I woke up, he was gone. That night I sat on the couch, heels to the edge, knees to my chest, arms around my calves, chin to my knees, staring at it, staring hard. I didn't ever look at it. I didn't even know why I'd put it there. I didn't know why I didn't hide it away. Pack it up in a box and shove it into the back of a closet so when I moved or when I died and someone went through my stuff, they'd find it and wonder what it was, who it was, and if they knew, they'd wonder why I kept it. I stared hard. Then my feet came out from under me, hitting the floor as I straightened out off the couch, walked to it, and snatched it off the shelf. I brought it to my face. Elliot and me, arms around each other, my head on his shoulder, smiling, happy. I stared at the picture. I brought it closer, my eyes moving over his face in the only place it could ever be anymore, contained in a frame, and I found my lips whispering, "You got yourself killed, nearly got me the same way, got Tyra stabbed for fucking flowers." Elliot had no reply. "You fucking asshole," I hissed. Elliot made no response. My body twisted, my arm going with it, and the frame flew across the room, slamming against the wall, the glass shattering before the frame fell, and the shards tinkled to the ground. I glared at it for long moments before I stomped to my purse, yanked out my iPod, and stomped to my stereo. I shoved the little thingy on the cord that led to my stereo into the little thingy on the top of the iPod, turned on the stereo, bent my head and moved my thumb on the pad until I found it. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band. 9 tonight. Live. I scrolled to the track, hit play and walked to the couch, resuming my position, staring at my stereo as the crowd cheered, then went silent as the piano started up and Bob started singing, "We've Got Tonight." I listened to the words. When the song ended, I got up, hit back, and played it again. I listened to the words. When it ended, repeat, and repeat, again and again. I did not cry. I would not cry. Not ever again. I didn't have it in me. I had nothing left to give. I not only had nothing left to give, I just had nothing. And I was going to keep it that way. If you had nothing, you couldn't feel more pain, because you had nothing left to lose. Chapter 3. My Eye on You. 3 weeks later. Lainey, honey, where's the frame? I was smiling at Tack, who was standing in my doorway waiting for Tyra to pull the lead out and follow him to his bike. But at my best friend's words, I felt my smile freeze on my face. Tack didn't miss it. Tack, the single most decent man I'd ever met, regardless of how much he swore, which was maybe more than Hop did, was also the smartest. He didn't miss anything. So when my smile froze, his sapphire blue eyes dropped to my mouth, and his dark brows snapped together, I pulled in breath and looked to Tai. "What frame?" I asked. It was a lie, and worse, I knew Tack would know it. Tyra did too. This wasn't a surprise. She knew me well. We'd been friends a long time. Kane Tack Allen was tall, dark, handsome, and rough. He was also very smart, very loyal, very funny, and very in love with my best friend. Tyra Allen was curvy, red-headed, green-eyed, and not rough in the slightest. She was also far from dumb, very loyal, very funny, very in love with her husband, and very true to me. She and I had been through a lot even before we'd been kidnapped together years ago because of Elliot's problems with the Russian mob. Although she'd been tied up and kept in a dark room while I was interrogated by the mob, and we'd been rescued separately, when you've shared something like being kidnapped, bonds formed, even if the bonds already there were strong. Sometime later, the day I'd been shot and Elliot had been killed, Tyra had been kidnapped, tied to a chair, and stabbed repeatedly. Tack pulled out all the stops and paid a fortune to have a plastic surgeon erase her scars. Mine still marred my skin. A reminder, a strong one, never to forget. Tyra also came and got me from Connecticut, rescuing me from the dysfunction I'd moved to Denver to escape in the first place. She thought she was rescuing me from something else, and I let her think that. I don't know how convincing I was. I just knew Tai was letting it lie. She had me in Denver, under her watchful eye, and close enough to feel her comforting hand. When that hand needed to form a velvet-gloved iron fist was anyone's guess. I just knew by the look on her face it would not be now. Even so, Tyra had looked askance at that frame of Elliot and me tons of times. I even once caught her giving Tack eyes about it, jerking her head toward it, whereupon he shook his head. She bugged out her eyes. He rolled his to the ceiling. She crossed her arms on her chest and glared at him. As for me, I pretended I missed all this when I didn't. Suffice it to say, Elliot wasn't her favorite person. He got me kidnapped. He got her kidnapped twice. He got me shot repeatedly. He got her stabbed repeatedly. So Elliot, even dead, was persona non grata, as he should be. For years, Tai had simply looked askance at the photo, but ignored it and didn't mention Elliot. I knew this was partially because even though he was dead, she was pissed at him for getting me hurt, not to mention getting her hurt. This was also because her husband was loyal, and he adored her, and Elliot got her hurt. If Elliot were still breathing, it was pretty clear that Tack would make sure he wasn't doing that for much longer. The breathing part, that was. As for me, I didn't mention Elliot, not ever. My fiancé nearly got my best friend dead. Once we found out about his dealings with the mob, Tyra advised me strongly to break it off with him. I stuck by his side. She was right. I was wrong. But we both paid for me being wrong, and I didn't go there. I didn't go there because all I had in me was the ability to rejoice that she didn't turn her back on me after I nearly got her killed. I held on to that like the lifeline it was, like I was never going to let it go. And no way I was going to bring him up, my decision to stay with him, and rock that boat. So obviously, it being an unspoken bone of contention, she wouldn't miss the photo being gone. And equally obviously, I was not going to share that I'd thrown it against a wall, shattering the glass. I also was not going to share that I then obsessively listened to Bob Seger singing "We've Got Tonight," because every word in that song was true, even as I wouldn't allow myself to admit that it was. I was further not going to share that I'd had my night. That night was with Hop, as were the 13 before, and I was not going to share that either. And at the time, it hadn't even been a day. But I was already jonesing for a drug I had to get off cold turkey. No rehab to help me deal with losing my high. I had to get through it on my own, and I damned well would. So, the frame in glass and the stupid picture of me and my dead fiancé had long since been taken away by the garbage man, as had all the other pictures I had in albums upstairs, as had my wedding gown that I didn't get to wear, that I kept for some ridiculous reason. That cost a mint, but I didn't even give it to Goodwill or anything. No one needed that bad juju. So the garbage man took it to where it belonged, the dump. At my fake innocent question as to what frame they were referring to, Tai-Tai's eyes slid to Tack. Mine did too. He was looking at his boots. In the years I'd known Tack Allen, I'd learned all the meanings of him looking at his boots. These were threefold. 1. He didn't want Tai-Tai to see he found her amusing, and this was solely when she was ticked at him, which she would not find amusing that he found it amusing, but he mostly always did. 2. He was ticked at one of his Kira and I walked to him at the door. Don't offer that. He does most of the cooking. He'll be over 3 times a week to get a break, Tyra told me, a smile in her voice. I kept my mouth shut, mostly because having them come over 3 times a week would be fine by me, and I didn't want them to know that. It would expose too much, but the truth was, I'd run an advertising agency and I'd rush home and fried chicken and make a pecan pie from scratch all the way down to the crust, if it meant 3 nights of not being alone, watching TV, or worse, what I'd been doing lately, listening to Bob Seger's slow songs with candles burning, and doing everything to ignore the gaping void in my belly, which meant I did nothing but think of the gaping void in my belly. Next time, my turn, Tack rumbled, bending to touch his lips to my cheek. His goatee tickled my skin. At the feel of it, the memories it invoked, that gaping void I could never stop thinking about, widened, consuming vast areas of my body, making me feel empty from throat to toes. I hid this as his head came up, and I smiled into his eyes. He stared into mine even as his hand came out, and his fingers curled around mine tight before, just as quickly, they disappeared. Tack Allen never missed anything. Not anything. Ever. Damn. I gave Tyra another hug, and then stood on my front porch, lights on, another Southern tradition my mom taught me, and waved at them until they were out of sight. This bugged Tack. I knew it because Tyra told me he wanted me to stop doing it. He wanted me in the house, door closed and locked before they rolled away. That was sweet, and I tried, but I couldn't do it. Years of training ingrained in me forbid it. I shared this with Tack. He roared with laughter and shut up about it. I went into the house, turned off the porch light, closed the door, and locked it. Then I went to the windows, opened the plantation shutters, and peeked out. Long moments elapsed before I heard the roar of his bike. Then I saw them slide by. Yes, Tack shut up about it. He also rounded the block and came back to check all was quiet at Laney's house before he and Tyra headed up the mountain. I watched them disappear and smiled at the street, happy I had good friends, and happy my best friend had found a good man. Then I slid the shutters closed and headed to the bottle of wine. Minutes later, glass of wine in hand, candles lit, I moved to the stereo. I lay there bleeding, the phone I used to dial 911 several feet away, too far to reach. I could hear the voice of the 911 operator calling from the phone, but I was too weak to reach for it. All I could do was lie on the carpet and feel the warm, sickening rush of blood pooling around my body. And all I could see was Elliot, 5 feet in front of me, on his back, his head turned to the side, his eyes open wide and lifeless. He was dead, but he still looked surprised. I put myself in front of bullets for him. He didn't put himself in front of me. I put myself in front of him. I knew this was not why he was surprised. I knew he was surprised I didn't save him. I came awake with a jerk, my torso swinging up, breaths coming in gasps, heart beating a mile a minute, the dream still having a hold of me. No, not a dream, a nightmare, a memory. I sucked in breaths. They came shallow, so I forced them deep and I listened hard. They weren't out there. They were never out there. It was memory coming through as a dream, just as it often did. Tak had taken care of Grigory Lescheva. The Russian mob was no longer interested in me. They had their revenge. It was lying in a grave 15 miles away from my house. I was safe. I didn't feel that way. I jerked my head around and looked at the clock. 12:02. I'd been asleep about an hour. I pulled in one last breath, then threw the covers off me. I got up and went to the walk-in closet. I flipped the switch on the outside and walked in, looking around at the rails stuffed full of clothes. Mom and Dad got me gift certificates for everything. If I took a breath, one would wing its way from Connecticut and land in my mailbox as a celebration. Guilt money. Guilt for Dad being a jerk and Mom being weak. Just like my car. They knew I left Connecticut to escape their lunacy, the heartbreak that lived and breathed and festered all around. So in true Dad fashion, he'd bought me a car that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to wash away the feel of living amongst love gone bad. I accepted it. I accepted everything. It was too much hassle not to. Mom's pouting, Dad's disappointment. Alyssa didn't buy into the lie. My sister didn't go home for Christmas. She didn't call on Thanksgiving. She didn't put up with their shit. She'd drawn that line years ago and lived without parents. Why do I need them when I've got you? She'd asked me. Sweet, loving, loyal. Then again, that was my Liz. All of that in spades. By the way, Liz hated Elliot too. She'd loved him, probably for the reasons I loved him, before he died. After he died and how he did, nearly taking me with him, not so much. I carefully selected an outfit and shoes. Grabbing them, I dashed to my bed and laid them out. At the dresser, I carefully selected underwear. I had a lot to choose from. I didn't pay attention to just how much lingerie was shoved into my drawer, or to my room with its cream walls, which held a hint of pink, the tall, huge king-sized bed with its colossal, sweeping, padded headboard and matching footboard, the expensive sheets and shams, the wide, round, antique white nightstands with their curved, elegant legs, the smooth, shining, crystal-based lamps, all the trappings of home. Thinking of it, suddenly feeling suffocated, the purse, which he'd pulled off my arm and thrown to the ground, was closer since my phone was in it, and wondering if anyone would hear me scream. "That's hardly all over you!" His head dipped, and his mouth went to my neck. I felt his tongue, damp and sloppy there. At that, I also felt bile slide up my throat, and pushed harder, definitely deciding to scream. "You danced close," he muttered against my neck, pushing me further into the tire, which didn't feel real great. "I did not!" And I hadn't. We were line dancing, for goodness sakes. His hand was gliding up my side and getting close to my breast. Okay, time to scream and possibly engage my fingernails. I opened my mouth to do just that, heaving at the same time when suddenly his face was not in my neck and his body was not pressing me into the tire. No, I watched with some fascination, some awe, and some queasiness as his head snapped back unnaturally and his body went with it. The former did this because Hop had his fist in the guy's hair, and the latter did this because Hop had his arm around the guy's chest. Although I was thrilled beyond belief that I was no longer against the tire and someone was there to save me, although I wouldn't have picked Hopper for obvious reasons, at that point I was also not going to quibble. I wasn't sure this was good. The guy was a jerk, not to mention he was huge. He had to have 3 inches and 50 pounds on Hop. It was then I watched with some fascination, a lot more awe, and no queasiness, because there was so much awe there wasn't room for queasiness, as Hop beat the absolute crap out of the guy. He did this swiftly, methodically, effortlessly, viciously, and with what appeared a good deal of practice. It took him maybe 3 minutes. I watched the whole thing, frozen, with my mouth open. When the bloodied, unconscious mountain of beefy jerk dropped to the pavement of the dark parking lot, I stared at him lying there, not moving.
You, bike, now!
The queasiness came back, but it was different. This time it came in the form of fear. Fear caused simply by the low, lethal, enraged tone of Hopper's voice. Slowly my eyes rose to his. Yes, enraged and lethal. Oh dear. Hop!
Lainey, swear to God, swear to God.
He trailed off, lifted a hand in my direction, palm up, and scowled at me. Then he dropped his hand and bit off.
You, bike, fucking now!
I decided it might be prudent to go with him to his bike even though my car was right here in the parking lot. The problem was, I didn't know which one was his bike. There were around 7,000 of them lined up outside the bar. I mumbled. He lunged toward me, and I found myself back against the tire again. But this time, I'd pressed myself there. I wasn't there long. Hop clamped his hand around mine. He yanked me away from the tire, pulled me 3 steps, stopped only to bend and snatch up my purse, twist around and toss it at me. Luckily, I caught it. Then I and my platform sandals teetered unsteadily, but very quickly behind Hop, as his ground-eating strides took us to a black Harley. He let me go and threw a leg over. As he did this, still being prudent, belatedly, I studied his movements. Big Petey, a member of Chaos, a founding member, thus not a spring chicken, had taken me out on his Harley trike, and he'd done this numerous times. Big Petey was in his 60s, and a Harley trike was not even close to what this sleek, kick-ass machine was in front of me. Big Petey was nice and he cared about me. He was not lean, mean Hopper Kincaid, who might not want to kill me but was definitely furious enough to do it. I had never ridden on a Harley that had only 2 wheels. I'd never ridden on any motorcycle that had only 2 wheels. Necessity, the mother of invention and the savior of stupid women in biker bar parking lots, came to my rescue. I found the foothold, told myself it was good no one was around to catch a glimpse of me not being a lady as I swung my leg over to get my short jeans skirt-clad booty on the seat behind Hop, and I settled in, hands on his waist. The instant I settled, bike already growling, he backed it out. Then his hands came to my wrists, yanked them roughly around his middle so my front slammed into his back, and I had no time to say or do anything, just hold on, as we shot from the parking lot. The wind in my hair, a monkey on my back. I didn't enjoy the ride. I fretted the entire way from the bar to Ride Auto Supply Store, otherwise known to those in the know simply as Chaos. The store, the big bayed garage behind it where they built custom cars and bikes, the massive forecourt of tarmac in front of it, the large building beside it, known as the compound, was all Chaos. The boys owned Chaos collectively. The boys were Chaos. And according to Big Petey, 5 square miles around it was known as Chaos Territory. But we weren't just in Chaos Territory. We were on Chaos, an island of land in the city of Denver that was biker-controlled. This was not good. You could get lost on Chaos. It was theirs. They owned it. They ruled it. They didn't let in anyone they didn't want there. They also didn't let out anyone they didn't want to go. Tug, another one of the members, told me even cops knew that unless they had to turn into the forecourt and onto Chaos, they didn't. It was sacrosanct. It was its own little mini-nation, ruled by tack. The knights at his rectangular table wore leather cuts with Chaos patches sewn on the back. Therefore, riding back there with a knight in his cut with the chaos patch stitched on the back, who also happened to be very angry, I knew I could get lost, which meant I was in trouble. Although slightly inebriated, but mostly literally scared straight, I was able, through the drunkenness and fear, to form a plan. And my plan was to go with the only option I had. That was, try to talk my way through this. However, I would need to pick my moment. This plan kept me silent as Hop parked next to 2 other bikes in front of the compound. It kept me silent when he twisted his neck and scowled at me, which I accurately took as my cue to get off the bike. I stayed silent as I swung off. Hop swung off, grabbed my hand, and dragged me in my platform sandals to the compound. I remained silent as he dragged me through the door, through the beer sign-decorated common room, which was filled with pool tables, beat-up couches, and a rounded bar, to the back hall, down it, and into his personal room at the compound. He tugged me in, and I took the 4 steps the momentum of his pull forced me to take before I stopped and turned to him. He slammed the door, walked 3 steps, but stopped to the side of me, keeping a distance, at the same time shrugging off his leather cut. Tossing it to an easy chair in the corner, he turned to me and stopped. Okay, now I decided it was time to talk. I opened my mouth. His hand sliced up, palm out toward me, and he shook his head.
Don't, Lainey. Don't say a fucking word.
I closed my mouth. It was at this juncture that I thought maybe I should have formed a different plan, one that involved running and not talking. He dropped his hand and glowered at me. I pressed my lips together and waited. His eyes slid from hair to platforms to hair again, then down to my breasts, then to my face. I knew what he saw. What he saw wasn't me. I pulled my lips between my teeth. Finally, he shook his head before he dropped it, lifting a hand to wrap around the back of his neck, and he stared at his boots. I had been around chaos for a goodly amount of time, nearly 8 years, and I'd been paying attention to Hop for a lot of the time I'd been around. Still, unlike Tack, I didn't know what it meant when Hop stared at his boots. When he did this for a very long time, so long I was inwardly squirming, I couldn't stop myself. I broke the silence. Do you, go to that bar often? His head snapped up, his hand dropped, his eyes narrowed on me, and he asked,
Are you shitting me?
It seemed like it was maybe time for more silence, so I went with that. Hop, unfortunately, didn't feel it was time for more silence. He declared,
Babe, you are so fucked up. You're the fucking definition of fucked up. You think you being fucked up and me knowing just how much I haven't kept my eye on you?
My breath froze in my lungs. He'd kept an eye on me? Hop wasn't done.
I see you take off after midnight, go to the fucking lousiest joint in all of goddamn Denver. A place, except for where bangers hang out, that's also the fucking riskiest. Then you pick a lunatic to fucking line dance with. You're talking to his girl. It is true.
He returned. Okay, don't take it back. Instead, take me back to my car, I demanded.
5 beers, 3 shots of vodka says you are not getting behind a wheel tonight.
He shot back. Oh dear, he'd been paying a good deal of attention. Time for a new tactic. I pulled my purse off my arm, starting to dig through it, declaring, Right, then I'll get a taxi. Suddenly my purse was yanked out of my hand, and I was staring at Hop digging through it. He pulled out my phone, shoved it in his pocket, then tossed my bag across the room where it landed with a bounce on the ratty easy chair that was mostly covered in dirty clothes, as well as his leather cut. I stared at my purse, then I stared at his face, then I looked at his jeans pocket before I looked back at him, lifting my hand, palm up. Give me my phone, I ordered.
You want it? Go for it,
he goaded. I crossed my arms on my chest, murmuring, Oh, I see.
You don't see shit,
he ground out. My brows lifted. I don't?
No, babe, so goddamn blind, purposefully. You're stumbling, bumping into shit, but barreling ahead anyway, bound for a world of hurt.
That was way too close to the bone, so I ignored it, uncrossed my arms, and lifted my hand his way again. Hopper, give me my phone.
You're sleeping here tonight.
I planted my hands on my hips, leaned in, and hissed. Told you I see. I know what you're doing.
You don't know shit either.
I know this is bullshit, I fired at him.
Well, you got one thing right.
He fired back. Gah! He had an answer for everything. He was so annoying. I took a calming breath, which didn't calm me, before I snapped. Give me my phone.
No.
Hop, give me my damn phone. He ignored me.
You sleep in one of my tees. The ones here are all dirty, but don't matter. Even dirty, they're better than what you're wearing,
he stated as he flipped a hand out and up, indicating me. Backed into a corner, I decided to get nasty. I've been around you a lot, Hop. I've seen you. I've seen what you like. This, I swept a hand down my front, is the way you like it. Nasty was not, and I knew it. I'd learned that lesson before, the way to go. I learned it again then when 1 second he was 3 feet away. The next, he was right on me, hand in the back of my hair, arm wrapped around my back, his face in my face, lips nearly on mine.
Yeah, I liked skank, he bit off. Liked the taste, wild, free, and easy. Went back for more, repeatedly. But that was before I had my mouth between the legs of a lady. You get that? You don't go back.
Oh no. The area between the legs where he'd had his mouth got wet at his words, and it didn't help he was so close. My breaths were mingling with his, my breasts were brushing his chest, and my mind was centering on the fact that I knew what it felt like. My breasts bared, his chest the same, and my nipples brushing against his chest hair. At the memory, my breaths got shallow but faster, and those nipples swelled. He either felt or sensed my reaction, and I knew this because his hand in my hair fisted. His lips moved so they grazed mine, and the mood of the room shifted so immensely it was a wonder we didn't rock with it. In response to all that, my breaths got shallower, and my legs started trembling so much I had to lift a hand and curl my fingers on the side of his tee.
3 weeks,
he growled.
I go to bed, lie there and think of you. Wake up, you're the first thing on my mind.
Oh, God. I liked that. Oh, God. I couldn't like it. I tried to wipe his words from my brain, but he went on.
Tell me you don't feel that.
I shook my head, short, sharp, and his fist in my hair tightened. No pain, control, possession. I liked that, too. Yes, when we hit chaos, I hit trouble. My knees started to get weak, and I lifted my other hand to curl into the other side of his tee.
You feel it?
He whispered against my lips.
You do the same, lady. You go to bed thinking of me, wake up with me on your mind. You do the exact fucking same.
I closed my eyes.
Look at me,
he ordered. I opened my eyes.
Tell me, he demanded. You do the same.
No, I breathed. He held my eyes. Then I felt the tip of his tongue sweep my lower lip. Without my permission, my body swayed into his, pressing deep, and my eyes closed again.
Liar,
he whispered. He was right. I was lying. I felt the same. I did the same. I went to bed thinking of him. I woke up. He was the first thing on my mind. Further throughout the day, he slid into my brain constantly to torment me. I had to end this. I had to shut him up. In order to do that, for some insane reason, I kissed him. Not surprisingly, he kissed me back. His kiss was better, and my whole body thought so, especially my mouth, which moaned into his, and my arms, which wrapped around his neck. Seconds later, I was on my back in the bed, Hop's mouth still on mine, his tongue in my mouth, needing his taste, craving it for weeks, not having it, my tongue forced its way into his mouth. Just as I remembered, he tasted great, spicy, manly, intoxicating. Then his mouth and tongue were on my neck, and my shirt was torn open, flimsy little pearl buttons giving up the fight easily, the ones that didn't pop right off. Hop's head moved as his fingers curled into the cup of my bra and yanked it down. I gasped. His mouth closed on my nipple. My back arched, forcing it deeper. Hop accepted the invitation and sucked hard. My fingers slid into his long hair. My head went back, and a low moan escaped the back of my throat. This was good. So good to have back what I needed, the only thing that filled the void in me. He paid delicious and long-lasting attention to one nipple, then yanked the cup at the other side of my bra down and paid the same attention to that nipple. Panting, moaning, and squirming even as I held his head to me, I begged, "My turn, honey." Hop lifted his head, then his torso, and he was on his knees in the bed, straddling me. I knifed up as he yanked off his tee, hands and mouth moving on him, his belly, his sides, his pecs, his nipples, my tongue sliding up that dense line of hair to the valley at his pecs, and then it veered off to the side and my lips closed over his nipple. Hop cupped the back of my head with his hand as his hips moved forward and he pressed his crotch against my breasts. With his hardness against me, understandably, I lost interest in his nipple and went for his belt buckle. Scrambling to get my knees under me for better balance and maneuverability, I barely got them where I wanted them before Hop's fingers curled into the hem of my skirt and yanked it up. Then his fingers went in and slid down right into my panties. I dropped my head to his pec and slid my hands up to curl around the side of his neck as his finger hit the spot and swirled. God, the best. He pressed his face in my neck and muttered, "You're wet, ready. Not your mouth, baby, your pussy. Get your panties off." I nodded, my forehead rolling on his chest, and moved back. I pulled my skirt up at the sides, feeling his eyes on me, but I was concentrating. I yanked my panties down, dropped to a hip, and peeled them along my legs over my ankles and tossed them away. Back to my knees I went and saw he had his jeans tugged just to his hips, and he was rolling on a condom. God, hot!
Climb up, Lainey.
My eyes went to his. I wet my lip with my tongue. His face got hungry and I wrapped an arm around his shoulders, then the other one, then a leg around his hip. I used his shoulders for leverage, did a knee hop to get the other one up and around. He bent into me to catch me at my ass. At the same time, he dropped me to my back in the bed. And then he was inside me. Yes. Injected, the drug that was Hop coursed through my veins. I had it back in a way I couldn't believe I'd ever managed to live without it.
"Fuck me, your pussy,"
he groaned into my neck, his hips moving slow, steady, sweet. His head came up and his eyes captured mine.
"So tight, baby. Wet, sleek glove. Nothing like you, lady, nothing like that beauty."
I lifted my head, pulling him to me with one arm, pressing my chest to his as my other hand slid over the skin of his back, and I urged, "Faster, honey."
"Taking my time, Lainey."
"Faster, baby." This time it was a plea.
"You take me as I give it, and I'm taking my time."
I moaned my disappointment against his mouth. Hop kissed me. That was better. He took his time, but he did it while kissing me. Then he went faster. That was also better. Then harder. That was even better. Then his hands slid over my belly, down, and his thumb found me. That was the best. And I knew it because I came. Hard. The explosion excruciating in its beautiful intensity.
"Look at me, Lainey."
With effort, as what he gave me swept through me, I righted my head and slowly opened my eyes. He stared into mine as he moved inside me.
Most beautiful eyes I've ever fucking seen.
He part muttered, part growled, going faster, deeper, his thumb pressing in and swirling, and my hips jerked. Hop, I breathed, not quite done coming when the impossible happened and it started building again.
Missed your eyes, baby,
he whispered, his hips powering fast, his thumb pressing deep. Hop, I panted, my limbs around him tensing.
Missed you, lady.
Oh, God. I pressed my mouth to his. He drove hard with his hips and pressed his thumb tight, then circled. The best. I just had the best, and God, he made it better. Miss you too, honey. That was me, sharing what I shouldn't, doing what I shouldn't, holding tight, lifting my hips to get as much of him as I could, seeking his thumb, pressing against his body, my lips moving against his.
I know you did, baby.
He groaned before his tongue slid into my mouth, his thumb executing a maneuver that should be patented. My second orgasm seared through me so deep, it had to have left an internal scar, and I whimpered down his throat. He planted himself to the root, and his grunt turned into a groan that drove down mine. We kissed through our orgasms and heavy breathing, miraculous and beautiful, and only when it slid away did his mouth and his tash glide down my cheek to my neck, where he gave me the sweet crash after the mind-blowing high. I held on, felt it, memorized it, every inch. His cock buried deep, his weight on me, the smell of him, his warmth, his mouth, the tickle of his whiskers, his everything. Before I could accomplish this feat, he spoke.
You're sleeping here.
I closed my eyes, and my limbs convulsed before they loosened, so I could prepare to push him away. His hips pressed into mine. That felt really good, which was really bad, and I was dealing with that when his head came up.
You're sleeping here. When I let you sleep, you're doing it not in your slut clothes, but in my tea, and tomorrow, when we wake up, we're talking.
Hop!
Shut it.
I shut it, but my confused, scared post-orgasmic haze lifted, so I shut it on a glare. Before I could take him to task for telling me to shut it, he began talking again.
Tonight you got drunk, and you nearly got yourself raped. Tomorrow we talk about what's in your head, what's in our future, and how we're gonna play it. You are not closing down on me. You are not shutting me out. I tried to give you that. You nearly got raped. I'm done giving you that.
We don't have a future, I informed him.
We have a future,
Hop informed me. We don't.
Lady, we do.
My eyes narrowed, and I snapped loudly. Don't! He grinned and pointed out.
Seated deep, babe. I get rid of this condom, gonna eat you until you come, 'cause I miss you on my tongue. Then I'm gonna fuck you again, and maybe let you go down on me before I fuck you again. You wanna keep arguing? We'll do it tomorrow when we...
His grin didn't leave as his face dipped closer.
Talk. Now, I gotta go get rid of this condom. You gonna do something stupid so I have to cuff you to the bed?
His last words made me blink in surprise, and such was my surprise that I forgot how much his first words turned me on, and how his words before that ticked me off. Therefore, it was with curiosity as well as stupidity that I asked, "You have handcuffs?" Hop moved, swiftly and unexpectedly. He pulled out. I gasped. He kissed my throat, then my body was hauled around so I was righted in the bed. Before I knew it, one arm was up, and one bracelet from a set of handcuffs was on my wrist, the other around a slat in his headboard. My head tilted way back. I stared at my wrist cuffed to the bed.
Yeah, Lainey, I got handcuffs.
Hop stated the obvious. My eyes went to him. He grinned. I growled. Yes, actually, growled. He smiled. Uncuff me! I cried.
Maybe, when I'm back from the can.
Hop, do not move before you uncuff me! I demanded. He bent and kissed my chest. Then he did precisely what I told him not to and rolled off the bed, yanking his jeans up his hips. Hopper Kincaid, uncuff me! I shrieked. He stopped on his way to the bathroom and turned to me.
Don't know, honey, it's a crapshoot. They're here often, so Tyre and Tat could be just down the hall.
My mouth snapped shut. Hop burst out laughing. This miffed me because he looked good doing it. He always looked good laughing, but somehow, even infuriated, cuffed to his bed, it hit me that he looked better doing it in his room, shirtless, jeans undone after just having bedded me. Damn. I glared at him and watched as he and his great ass sauntered into the bathroom. I flopped on the bed and jerked my cuffed hand around to see if the slat might be loose. It wasn't. I stopped doing that, stared at the ceiling, and seethed. Mostly I seethed about Hop cuffing me to the bed, grinning and looking good laughing when I was angry. And I did this so I wouldn't seethe at me getting out of bed at midnight, inexplicably finding trouble that could have been life-altering in a bad way, and ending the night somewhat naked, cuffed to Hop's bed on chaos. I felt Hop come back into the room, but I was concentrating so deeply on seething, I didn't look at him. This got harder when the bed moved as he got in it. It got even harder when his hands wrapped around my ankles, pulled them apart and up, cocking my legs at the knees and planting my feet on the bed.
You gonna stay pissed as I go down on you?
He asked. I tipped my chin down and saw him up on his forearms between my legs, and something about that was exceptionally sexy. Maybe it was because he was hot and he looked amused and, damn, happy. I spoke no words. I just glared.
I'll take that as a yes,
he muttered. Take whatever you want, you're going to anyway, I snapped.
Damn straight,
he stated, dropped his head, kissed my belly, then moved down to grasp my ankles. He threw them over his shoulders. I closed my eyes, and against my will, my body braced for bliss. It did this from experience. Hop liked the taste of me. He didn't hide it, and he also didn't hide he liked me wrapped around him when he buried his face between my legs. When he ate me, he did it with my legs over his shoulders so he could eat with me all around. Feel my excitement when I dug my heels in his back, scoop me up with his hands at my ass, suck hard, and bury his tongue deep. He lowered his mouth to me. At just a touch, the heels of my platforms dug in and my neck arched in ecstasy. Just a note, it was impossible to stay pissed at a handsome man when he had his mouth between your legs, especially if he really, really knew how to use that mouth. So I didn't. Our night progressed, just as Hop said it would. Exhausted, I fell asleep against him, wearing his dirty tee. Chapter 4. Take a Chance on Me. The bed shifted, or more accurately, Hop shifted in the bed, and I woke. Keeping my eyes closed, I noted we were spooning. I could feel Hop's chest against my back. His arm was heavy on my waist, and he had one knee cocked into both my bent legs. All of this felt nice, but his knee felt the nicest. It was forced between my legs, so his thigh was resting, warm and hard, against the heat of me. My first thought was to rub myself against his thigh. My second thought was, I'd forgotten how fabulous it was to wake up next to a warm body cuddling me. My third, far saner thought was how the hell I was going to get out of there. This thought flew from my head when he shifted again, and I felt his lips at my shoulder where he kissed me, Then I felt his body slide gently away, gently and carefully, going slow, his hand cupped to feel of the skin on my hip, exposed by his tea, which had ridden up. Other than that, it was clear he thought I was asleep, and he was doing everything he could not to wake me. This was, unfortunately, what I was coming to realize was Hop. He tucked me in bed. He kissed my hair, forehead, temple, or shoulder soft and sweet whenever he left me, and he moved carefully in order not to wake me. Making matters worse, he obviously thought I was asleep. Still, before he left me, he kissed me. The gesture didn't even count for brownie points, since he thought I was asleep, and he still did it. I didn't want more confirmation of knowledge I was trying not to process, and I wished I didn't have it. So I shoved it into the back of my head. Then, as I lay there alone in his bed feigning sleep, the events of the evening before crashed over me. This forced me to exert not a small amount of sleepy effort in order not to process the fact that the evening before, I found out a badass biker cared about me, and thus kept an eye on me, saved me from being raped, gave me honesty I refused to acknowledge, and then gave me 4 orgasms before he let me fall asleep in his tea. This took a lot of effort, which was near on impossible without coffee. Therefore, I heard the toilet flush before I realized that I should have taken the opportunity while Hop was in the bathroom to get dressed and get the heck out of there. This was a moot point because I felt his presence in the room right before I heard a knock on the door. I tensed. I didn't want anyone to know I was there. I loved Tai Tai. She'd been my family for a long time. True family, real family, the kind you choose, not the kind fate chooses for you. Tack and the boys had all welcomed me when they welcomed Tyra. They'd gone all out to protect Elliot and me, Tack especially. When I returned to Denver, they folded me in Chaos arms. Growing up close to a country club with a banker father and a wealthy southern farmer princess mother, I would not have expected I would feel comfortable in the bosom of that particular family. But if Chaos adopted you, the way they did it, it was impossible not to feel comfortable. So I didn't want whatever might come of someone finding out Hop and I hooked up. Even if it was over, something I would share with him again when we talked, it was not anyone's business. I had an agency to run. I had employees and clients who depended on me. I had something happening to me that I didn't quite get and didn't have the energy to find a way to understand. I didn't need to deal with whatever reaction anyone would have, most especially Tyra and Tack. If they found out about me and Hop, no, I couldn't deal. So I didn't want to be in the position of having to.
Brother,
I heard Hop greet whoever it was quietly.
not a good time. We'll talk later.
A knowing smile in his voice, I heard the reply.
You sleep loose and you're wound up tight. I know you aren't sleeping.
I kept my eyes closed but asked, "Who's Benito?" His fingers around my breast curled tighter before they relaxed, and his hand moved up to my chest. His body moved away from mine, and I found myself on my back because his hand on my chest pressed me there. Then his hand moved out of his tea as he rolled over me. I opened my eyes just as his fingers slid into the side of my hair, and his thumbs stroked lightly at my temple. He looked good in the morning, his stubble around his mustache thick and dark, his eyes still holding a hint of sleep. Not to mention, the thumb at my temple thing felt nice. Gah!
First,
He began softly.
good morning.
Good morning, I replied, then asked again, "Who's Benito?" He grinned before his head dipped closer, and his lips brushed mine. That felt nice, too. Then again, it always did. He lifted his head and caught my eyes as he muttered,
She starts right up, not even waiting for coffee.
"Who's Benito?" I repeated. He studied me. Then he said,
You want it, baby, you got it.
his hand moved to cut my jaw, and I waited, but not long.
Depending on the brother, old ladies can be in the know or not. If they are, they don't talk. Not to other brothers, not to each other. As for you, what you heard was unfortunate. I opened the door to get rid of who was behind it, and I did it buck naked so I couldn't move into the hall. That shit won't happen again. Beyond what you heard, You aren't gonna know.
There were not many sentences there, but regardless, there was a good deal to go over. I'm not your old lady, I declared. He grinned and asked,
You aren't?
No, I stated firmly.
In my tea, in my bed, after a night where my condom stash got lighter by 3, lady. Beg to differ.
He replied. So that's what it takes? A tea and sex? I queried, my brows going up.
No,
he answered, his voice going deeper, his thumbs stroking sweetly along my jaw.
Now, honey, since it's time you got to know me, you're gonna get to know me.
Oh dear, before I could protest, he kept going.
Got rules for the women I take to my bed. No sleep. Don't ever wake up to a woman. It sends the wrong message. Really, no fucking tea. Bitches claim teas. I don't need to be clothing half of Denver.
Is that how many? I hesitated before saying with emphasis, bitches you've had? Half of Denver?
Do you care?
He fired back instantly. No, I lied.
Liar.
He called me on it. I shut my mouth. He grinned but opened his.
You, babe, can have my tea.
I rolled my eyes. When I rolled them back, he wasn't grinning. He was smiling.
You, it's about bedroom eyes. Fucking great hair, long legs, a tight, sweet pussy that gets so fucking wet. Swear to Christ, every time I have it, don't know whether to bury my face or my dick in it. Your perfume on my sheets, the way you look at me when I tuck you in bed like I gave you diamonds. Something precious, something you want to keep safe, something you want forever. Women like you could get diamonds just crooking her finger, so a woman like you shouldn't find a man tucking you in bed precious. But you do. It's also about you telling me you won't take it there with me, but I kiss you. You ignite. Some men like a game, others like a challenge.
His smile got wider.
You found a man who likes a challenge.
Right, I muttered, and his grin didn't waver. He also wasn't done.
It's also about you telling me you miss me, and lady, he said swiftly when I opened my mouth to speak. Don't deny it. You said it, you meant it. You'll learn you can't bullshit me. But I'll just say in case it sinks in early, you can't bullshit me. All that might not be enough for another brother, but babe.
He gave a light shrug.
It's enough for me.
That's insane, I told him.
Laney, I'm a member of a motorcycle club. Used to people out there in the other world thinking I got a screw loose. Also don't give a shit they think that way.
He gave it to me. My opening, so I jumped on it. So you don't give a shit I think that way? He grinned again.
Honestly? No. Not now. You aren't thinking straight, so you think that way with your head as messed up as it is?
He shook his head.
I don't give a shit you think that way.
My head isn't messed up, I announced, and his grin got bigger and that close in the morning, sexier. Gah!
Babe.
That was all he said. Time to move on. It's my understanding that old ladies hold a slightly elevated role in your world, not that high, since your structure includes the brotherhood up top, bikes under that, living and riding free under that, and possibly old ladies, if one was lucky, under that, I stated. Women in your world have to work to that position, something I haven't done nor do I intend to do. You and I are fuck buddies, or we were. His brows went up.
Were?
This ends this morning, I declared, to which immediately he threw his handsome stubble-jawed head back and burst out laughing so hard it shook me and the bed. Do you find something amusing? I asked irately through his laughter. Also through his laughter, he focused on me and spoke.
Yeah, honey, the clue is me laughing.
I glared and decided I was done with our talk. Therefore, I lifted my hands to his shoulders and shoved. This had no effect except that he dropped his head, buried his face in my neck, and kept laughing there. I glared at the ceiling, trying not to process how nice that felt. His hilarity muted to chuckling, so I decided it was time to speak again. Get off me, Hopper. I'm getting a taxi to my car and going home. He lifted his head, smiled down at me, then shook that head.
No, you aren't. We're gonna talk, get things straight, then we're gonna fuck. Then I'm taking you out for breakfast.
Those may be your plans for this morning, but they aren't mine.
They're yours.
I didn't say anything, mostly because the back and forth of me saying something and Hop disagreeing was both frustrating and irritating, and I wasn't doing it again. Problem with that was, unable to contradict him, I couldn't do what I wanted to do since I also couldn't shift him off me. Hopper, get off, I ordered.
No.
Off!
Babe, no.
There we were again, the back and forth, frustrating and annoying. I shoved hard at his shoulders and grunted, "Off!" He pressed into me. His face got close and I stilled because suddenly he looked serious.
You're cherries, so you've been let in, babe, but do not think for one fucking second observing the club lets you in the know but what goes on in a brother's head, his home or his bed, any of us.
He started. The way he said this made me hold my breath.
That said,
He went on,
that shit you spouted about what you understand about a brother's woman is more proof your head is totally fucked up, because part of that is selective and the rest of it is twisted and you know it.
I hated to admit it, but he had a point. He went on to force his point home.
You cannot lie under me after watching Tack with Cherry for 8 goddamned years and tell me his brother's his bike and living free means more to him than his wife, and I'll add his fucking kids. That you know completely, you witness it, you feel it, that's your girl. You know what she's got. Seen you cackling with Sheila, who's sweet as sugar. That don't mean she takes shit from any man. She gets it good from Dog, you know it. So you know that bullshit that came out of your mouth doesn't hold true with Dog either. Seen you also sit close with Brick, seeing to him when one of his bitches cuts him, so you know he's got shit taste. When he lets them in, he opens up so they can dig deep.
All of this was true, too. Very true. Hop continued.
Other clubs might be about the brothers, the bikes, the carousing. You look at our leader, you know exactly what this club is about. So do not lie there and tell me you know differently.
Obviously, I'd struck a nerve, and unfortunately, he was right. I was wrong. Very wrong. And worse, I felt terrible about it. So terrible I couldn't let it stand. It was only fair that I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that.
No, you shouldn't have,
he replied. Well, I'm sorry I said that since you're right. I know it's not true, I told him. Not with chaos.
Was gonna let it lie, seeing as your head's fucked up, but you keep fighting me. Had to point it out.
Hop returned. Okay, I was beginning to feel less terrible and more annoyed. I'd like to request that you stop telling me my head's fucked up.
Let me help you get it straight. I'll quit telling you that shit,
he retorted. I clenched my teeth. Then I unclenched them to say, Hop, I keep telling you that isn't going to happen.
And Laney, clue in. I'm not gonna let it happen.
My heart started beating hard, and I brought us full circle. Who's Benito? I asked.
Told you. You know as much as you're gonna know about Benito.
Who's Benito?
Get rid of it. Let me in. Let me help you get rid of it.
Not a chance. His hand slid back into my hair, fisting gently, and I knew what that meant. He was not going to let me move. He was not going to release my eyes. I would understand why when he admitted,
Last night, you didn't hear me.
This came out of the blue, surprising me, so I asked, What?
I know the story. Fuck, babe, everyone does.
What are you talking about?
You put yourself in front of him. Boy that drilled holes in you, that the cops found, thought he could lessen his sentence by saying you weren't the target. He didn't go there to hurt you. Wasn't gonna touch you. Certainly not pump rounds into you. Says first you threw yourself in front of Belova, and then second Belova used you as a shield.
At his words, I jerked violently in his arms. This got me on my back with him on me, his hands still in my hair, his eyes still imprisoning mine.
Not that that shit is ever fucking gonna go down again, but luck turns sour. If it does, no way, babe. No way would you be my shield.
Get off me, I hissed.
No way would I let you put yourself in the path of a bullet from me.
Get off me, I snapped.
No way I'd let you put yourself in the path of anything from me.
Get off! He didn't get off. He kept right on talking.
That's the point I'm trying to make. If you don't know shit, you don't feel shit. You breathe easy if you take a chance on me. What I do, I do. What the club does, it does. You'll learn to trust me. The brothers, tack. I don't use you as a shield. I am the goddamn shield, and I'm not talking about bullets, because shit like that does not touch old ladies. Ever. I'm talking about assholes with monster trucks. I'm talking about club business, life, every second you live, every breath you take. You take a chance on me, your biggest worry is your 7-Up fizzing over.
You can't promise that, I told him.
Yes, I can,
he told me. You think Tack promised that to Tyra before they took her and stuck her until she almost bled to death? His face got soft and his voice was cautious but tender when he returned.
I think you don't want to go there since it wasn't Tack who got Tyra stuck.
It was my turn to clench my jaw, and unable to turn my head away, I closed my eyes tight. He was right. It was Elliot who did that, and through Elliot, me.
Lady, look at me,
Hop ordered gently. I opened my eyes.
Take a chance on me,
he whispered. No, I whispered back.
Take a chance on me,
he repeated. No, I repeated too.
Baby.
His lips dropped to mine, but his eyes didn't let mine go.
Christ, I'm begging you, let me in. Let me help. Let me in so I can untie that shit you got wound up inside you.
I held his eyes. Then I pushed my head in the pillows. He got my message, lifted his lips from mine, and I announced, I stepped in front of those bullets. I felt his body jerk, then still. I wasn't done. He let me, I shared. He closed his eyes and murmured,
Fuck me, Laney.
Look at me, Hopper. He opened his eyes and God, they were so intense it was a wonder they didn't burn 2 holes straight through me. I'm not taking a chance on you, I declared. I am not taking a chance on anybody. His eyes started burning a different way.
He was alive, I'd fucking kill him,
he clipped. Well then, it's good he's dead. Now get off me, I returned.
7 years, Laney. You've held that monster inside, and I'll repeat, it's eaten you alive.
I know that monster, Hop. I understand it. I sort of lied. I knew it before. Since I propositioned Hop at a hog roast, it was acting unpredictably. It's the world outside I don't understand, I finished, and that was the honest-to-goodness truth.
Then come full into chaos, Laney. Our world is simple. You got nothing to understand but family.
God, he had an answer for everything. Please listen to me. That's not going to happen, I stressed. He went quiet. So did I. He ended the silence.
I'll wear you down,
he proclaimed. No, you won't, I denied.
You won't let me in? I'll break in, sneak in, blast in,
he promised. You won't get in, I contradicted. He shut up again and stared at me. After long moments, I watched as suddenly, weirdly, and most of all scarily, he saw something in me that made his face clear. I didn't think that was good. I would find out I was right.
Let you in on a secret, babe, and you think on this,
he told me. I was not going to think on anything. Hop, get off me, I snapped. His body pressed into mine so he could lift his hands up and frame my face.
I'm already in. Just gotta wait for you to realize it.
This, unfortunately, was a scary statement because, more unfortunately, I suspected he was not wrong. Furthering my misfortune, he'd read that in my face, which meant he knew or was learning how to read me. This was not good, at all. Hiding my discomfiture, I advised, "Don't hold your breath." He dropped his head, touched his lips to mine, then lifted, shifting to plant his forearms in the bed at my sides.
"You want me to take you back to your car?"
"Not on your life," I answered. His mouth twitched. Then he asked,
"Want me to ask one of the boys to do it?"
"Absolutely not," I answered. His mouth curved.
"Want to fuck real quick before you go?"
I didn't want to fuck real quick. I actually... Chapter 5. Whatever. I was in my office at work. I had taken the morning to fight back the overwhelming craving the promise of seeing Hop that night caused, created a plan to avoid him, and put it in action. Therefore, I had not hung at home or at Tyra's, went out to get a pedicure, or done anything I normally did on a Saturday. I had bought a big sub, a bag of chips, a 6-pack of Diet Cherry 7-Up, and a huge chocolate chip cookie, and went to my office in downtown Denver. I picked my office as shelter from the storm because I had a strict rule that I didn't work weekends. My weeknights might end at 9, 10, even 10:30, but my weekends were my own, so no one would think I'd be there. I also picked my office because it had a good security system, the kind where you could arm the door, but move around the offices without tripping it. In other words, no one could breach my sanctuary without me knowing it. I had also packed a bag and made a reservation at Hotel Monaco for 2 nights. I'd always wanted to stay there even though it was located in the same city where I lived. I often thought of booking a weekend, getting away, doing nothing but being in a cool hotel in the heart of a beautiful city, and just vegging. I'd just never found the time. To escape Pop, I decided now was the time. So my overnight bag was on the floor beside the couch in my office, and I was seeing the silver lining of the situation. I was getting my shot at Hotel Monaco, and I'd been at the office for 5 hours. 5 hours without the phone ringing, emails coming through, or any of my 10 employees walking into my office. This meant I got to do things I never did, like clean up my email inbox, tidy my desk, organize my files, and concentrate on work without distractions. This also meant I did 10 hours of work in that 5 hours. And not only would I hit my organized desk on Monday, I'd do it ahead of the game. I thought this was fabulous. The first hint of fabulousness I'd had in weeks. No, months. No, years. And this was the thought I was having when I heard the warning beep of the security system that said the door was opened and you had a minute to put in the code or the call was going to dispatch. My body jerked. My eyes went to the wall of windows that looked into the interior office, and my mouth dropped open. Hop, in deliciously faded jeans, his black motorcycle boots, his black leather cut with his hair falling appealingly in his face, and his jaw not shaved since that morning, was just inside my office. He was carrying a white plastic bag that looked like it held Chinese food containers. He was also with a Native American man who had his gorgeous glossy black hair pulled back in a ponytail at his nape. The guy was standing at my beeping security console. Without me telling them to do so, my feet pushed back my chair. My body straightened from it, and woodenly I walked across my office to come to a halt just inside the door. Hop watched me do this. When I stopped, he called casually,
"Hey, babe." "Unless."
"What just happened?" I asked. He twisted his neck to look at me, his hand wrapped around paper-bound chopsticks.
"Crow's good at bypassing security systems."
"What just happened?" I repeated. Hop straightened to full height and turned to me, whereupon he explained more fully.
"Looking for you so I could bring you dinner. Saw your car in the underground garage. Came up, saw the security console through the door, you at your desk. Console stated security was engaged. Called Crow. Did some snooping. Found out you liked Kung Pao shrimp. Ordered it. Got it. Met Crow here. I picked the lock. Crow bypassed your system. Now we're eating while you finish up and shut down. and we're going to my place to watch some TV and spend the night.
There was a lot there, so I started at the top. I didn't see you come up. I motioned to the wall of windows beside me that had a straight view to the front doors, which were also a wall of windows.
I didn't want to be seen,
He informed me. I went back to staring at him, forgetting about the rest of what we needed to go over. He went back to the food, placing my container in front of my chair. He took his, sat in one of my sleek white leather chairs, shifted low, leaned back, and lifted his motorcycle boots to my desk, ankles crossed. He then commenced eating. At this point, I remembered what we needed to go over, prioritized quickly, and announced, "I'm not eating dinner with you."
It's Imperial,
He replied. Damn, Imperial Kung-Pao shrimp was the best, and I was hungry. I'd had a big lunch, but that was 5 hours ago. And anyway, what would he do with that food if I didn't eat it? Would it go to waste? Sacrilege. Okay, maybe I was going to eat. Moving on. "I'm not going to your place to watch TV, and definitely I'm not spending the night," I declared.
Okay, we'll go to yours,
He returned. "We're not doing that either." His eyes hit my overnight bag, then came to me while I tried to ignore the smell of delicious Chinese food filling the air.
Where are we going?
Hop asked. "Where I'm going is none of your business," I answered. He grinned, clamped his chopsticks around some noodles, and shoved them in his mouth, eyes on me, the grin never leaving his face. I watched this, thinking it stunk that even watching him eat was somehow sexy. Then I moved to thinking it stunk that seeing him slouched in my sleek white leather chair with his feet on my desk was also sexy. He was all hot biker in leather and faded denim, stubble, unruly hair. My office was all pristine, clean edges, glass chrome, and splashes of bright colors. He didn't fit. His presence there, regardless of his casual pose, was an invasion, and I discovered weeks ago I liked all the ways Hop could invade. Just then I discovered this kind of invasion was included. He was not of my life, my work, my home. He came from a life that was wild and free, where it was okay not to shave or get regular haircuts, where you didn't throw away supremely faded jeans. You wore them because they were fabulous, where you casually broke in somewhere you wanted to be, bringing along your buddy who could adeptly, if feloniously, disarm security systems, where rules didn't apply, only feelings did. You went with your gut, you led with your heart, you did what you wanted, and you didn't think of consequences. You lived. You were free. Yes, Hop invading my office bringing Chinese food brought all this to me, and I liked it. I shook these thoughts off and realized he hadn't replied. "Hop," I started, but he swallowed and interrupted me.
Sit down, Lainey, and eat. It's getting cold.
I took 2 steps into the room, stopped, and said quietly but firmly, "I don't have the energy to spar with you tonight. I've been working for 5 hours, and although not physically taxing, it's been mentally draining. I just want a quiet night." I shook my head and amended, "No, I need a quiet night."
Then it's good we're just gonna watch TV, and when I fuck you later, you're golden. I'll do all the work.
That got me another shiver, even as I felt my palms start to itch. God, he had an answer for everything. I didn't know what to do. I had not one idea how to get him to leave me be. What I did have an idea about was that I refused to consider the fact that I didn't want him to let me be. It was then I decided I should eat. Brain food. If I had Imperial Kung-Pao shrimp, I was certain my mental juices would start flowing and something would come to me. Putting this plan into action, but deciding to do it with extreme ill grace, I stomped around my desk in order to get to my food. Unfortunately, Hop felt like providing a commentary as I did this, and equally unfortunately, I liked what he said, or, more accurately, muttered.
Christ, a Saturday alone in an office for hours. Still, she looks fucking spectacular.
I drew in a deep breath, sat in my chair, successfully ignored how his words affected me, and glared at him. Another thing my mother ingrained in me, which was incidentally one of the few things, like knowing how to cook, that she taught me that I liked, was that I never should look bad. Even if I was dinking around at home, I didn't do it in ratty sweats and old t-shirts. I might not do full-on makeup, perfume, and overly styled hair, but I was never, not ever, a slob. I had knockabout clothes, but they were fashionable loungewear, like comfortable yoga pants, hoodies, wraps, and stylishly cut tees. If I was going to step foot out of my house, although on occasion my loungewear worked, normally I ratcheted up the effort. Like today, I had on a pair of bootcut jeans that I knew did miracles for my ass, which wasn't like tie-ties, something to write home about. Purple leather platform spike-heeled booties that skimmed the bottom of my ankle and had a saucy silver zip at the side. These also did miracles for my ass. And a thin weave, soft wool, silvery sweater that was slightly see-through, showing my lilac cami underneath. And it had an intriguing, drapey neckline that was close to my neck on one side, but went wide on the other, exposing goodly amounts of shoulder and half my collarbone. I was reconsidering this life rule and making plans to troll Goodwill stores for stained, used sweatpants and sweatshirts, trying to contain the queasiness this thought was giving me as I opened up my food and the scent of sublime imperial kung pao shrimp hit my nostrils. Heaven in a Chinese food container. I totally forgot about my Goodwill plans and snatched up the chopsticks. When my cell on my desk rang, I was so distracted by my watering mouth and a mind way too filled with garbage that I stupidly picked it up, hit the button, and put it to my ear. I did this, one, without reading the display, and two, without thinking about the fact that Hop was sitting right across from me. "Hello," I greeted. "Lainey, darling, guess what?" Mom. Mom sounding excited, which was never good. You'd think it would be, but it never ever was. Mom on my phone with me in my office with Imperial Kung Pao shrimp, one of my drugs of choice, and Hopper Kincaid, another one, Hop being the drug that was harder to beat. Why me? My eyes went to Hop to find his eyes curious and warm on me. He had great eyes. Ah! Everything that was happening crashing over me, my forehead went to the edge of my desk where I pounded it repeatedly. "Lainey," Mom called into my ear. "Babe, Jesus, stop doing that," Hop called across my desk. Silence from Mom, but as for me, my entire body went still, which fortunately meant I quit banging my head on my desk. "Lainey, baby girl, are you with a man?" Mom asked, sounding breathy, which meant even more excited. Damn! I started banging my forehead on my desk again. "Lainey, seriously, stop fucking doing that," Hop ordered, closer, like he was leaning across my desk, and also sharper, kind of like a gentle bark. "Oh my goodness, Lainey, are you there? What's going on? Why aren't you speaking? Are you out on a date?" Mom asked, and I shot up to sitting in my chair. When I did, I saw Hop did not have his feet on my desk. He was out of his chair, leaned across the desk toward me. His food container was set aside. One of his rough, calloused, beautiful, strong, intensely masculine hands planted in the middle of my desk. His eyes were intent on me. "Lainey, are you there?" Mom called, beginning to sound panicked. "I'm here, Mom, and I'm not out on a date," I finally replied. Hop held my eyes. Mom said nothing for a few moments, then, "All right, then who's that man I hear?" "No one," I told her. Quiet from Mom again until, whoever that no one is, he has a nice voice." He did. It was deep, slightly rough, mostly smooth, and this might sound impossible, but absolutely wasn't. It could get rougher or smoother, depending. For instance, it got smoother when he was doing something to me. It got rougher when I was doing something to him. "Though," she continued, luckily breaking me out of these heated thoughts, "it's rude to use the F word. If he's an acquaintance of yours, you should find a quiet moment to tell him that." Arg. I pulled in breath, tearing my eyes from Hop's. I turned slightly in my chair and said, "Listen, Mom, I'm at work getting a few things sorted. My mind was occupied when I picked up. Sorry. What's up?" "Oh, okay, darling," she murmured then, back to excitement. "Guess what?" I didn't want to guess because I knew whatever what was not going to be good for me. With no choice, I asked, "What?" Mom didn't make me work for it. She never did. She didn't have patience for that kind of thing. If she was hepped up about something, she let it rip. Something else, alas, she'd given to me. "Your dad and I are coming out next weekend," she cried with glee. Oh God, oh no, oh hell, damn. This was not happening. Thinking quickly and thus stupidly, I rushed out. "You can't do that. I'm having my house fumigated next weekend." "Oh my Lord," Mom exclaimed in horror. "Do you have an infestation?" No, I did not. In fact, I wasn't even certain what fumigation was since I'd never had to have it done, so in desperation, I turned to my computer, grabbed the mouse, and hit the icon to load Explorer in order to look it up. I mumbled, stalling for time, trying to ignore the feel of Hop's eyes on me. I knew he'd moved away and sat back down, but I refused to look at him as I tapped frantically on my keyboard. "That's terrible, darling." Mom's voice came in my ear. "Hold on, let me talk to your father. We'll come up with something." That was what I was afraid of, as I quickly read that yes, indeed, fumigation was a means of controlling pests. Ugh, well, the good news was this wasn't a total lie, considering if Hop didn't leave me alone by next weekend, I would need a fumigation. But I didn't think there were companies that had chemicals that could keep handsome badass bikers at bay. I sat back in defeat in my chair, avoiding Hop's gaze by turning mine to the ceiling. Not long after I began my contemplation of the ceiling tiles, Dad's voice sounded in my ear.
"Lainey, honey, what's this about an infestation?"
I moved my eyes to my shrimp. "It isn't as bad as it sounds, Dad. I just can't have visitors next weekend."
"That's outrageous," he declared pompously. "That brownstone is in an excellent neighborhood, sound construction, premier carpentry. How on earth did this happen?"
He would know all that. He'd insisted I accept the healthy down payment that made my mortgage affordable on a home I would never have been able to afford on my own. No way his daughter was residing in anything but the absolute best. With bad timing, this brought to mind the fact that I had also allowed Elliot to take the unprecedented stand that we were going to pay for our wedding. He knew how I felt about Dad's guilty generosity, so he put his foot down that we were going to have the wedding we wanted and we were going to pay for it. This had a variety of disastrous results, the first being Dad, who had no respect for Elliot, getting some.
"Didn't know the boy had it in him,"
Dad had mumbled with surprised admiration. It also meant that when Elliot made a bad investment and lost everything, he had to turn to the Russian mob to give me the wedding of my dreams. On me. That was on me. Everything was fucking on me.
"Well, it's good we're coming out then,"
Dad stated, and I blinked. With my mind jumping all over the place, I was not keeping up, and I was also wondering how anything was good.
"I'll talk to the Roths. They have a condo in Vale. I'll see if it's open this weekend."
"Dad," I began, but it was like I didn't speak.
"We'll arrange a limo to come get you, bring you to the airport. I'll rent an SUV and we'll drive up. That way the Lexus can stay safe in your garage."
"Dad," I tried again.
"We get in Friday afternoon and leave Sunday evening, last flight out. A nice long visit."
"Dad!"
"I'll have my secretary email you the details."
"Dad!" I called again. He did not hear me, or chose not to.
"Now, your mother says you're at work, so we'll leave you be. You'll get an email Monday. See you next weekend, honey."
"Dad, I can't."
"I'll tell your mother you said goodbye. Love you, Lainey."
Then he was gone. As you can see, this was precisely how I never managed to manage my parents. I stared at my phone screen, which announced the call had ended. I put it down and stared at Hop. Then I asked accusatorily, "Why didn't you do something?" His brows shot up as he asked back,
"Come again?"
Throw my computer through the window, trip the fire alarm, something. My voice was rising, and yes, it was with hysteria. But my parents were coming for the weekend. He studied me, and his lips curved up.
I'm sensing you're not close with your parents.
Wrong, I snapped. I am, I just don't want to be. His lip curve faded, and he continued studying me, but now with his warm intensity, and he also ordered,
Talk to me.
In the throes of a drama, I didn't hesitate. In the throes of a drama, I never hesitated. This was one thing amongst many that I really needed to work on. I just had no intention of doing it right then. I'm spending next weekend with my mom and dad in Vale while my house is not getting fumigated.
And this is bad because...
He prompted when I said no more. I held his eyes, then I socked it to him. This is bad because my mother is an alcoholic. His warm, intent eyes got soft as he drew in a quiet breath. Then he let it out, murmuring,
Lady.
It'll be okay, totally fine. She'll drink wine with dinner, more than Dad and me, but she won't get hammered. No, she'll say she's going to bed with a book, having sneaked a bottle or 2 or 4 up to their room. Dad will stay with me, and we'll both ignore the fact she's up there reading at the same time getting sloshed. And I'll go to bed knowing Dad is staying up later, waiting for her to finish up by passing out. This means the entire weekend will be a lie. This means all of us will spend it dancing around the dysfunction. Something we always do, something I find seriously unfun at the same time emotionally exhausting. They'll leave. I'll call my sister Alyssa to vent. She'll lecture me on how I should cut them out of my life like she has because this is insanity, even though she is absolutely right. I won't listen to her like I never do, and then it starts up all over again, because now they only have one daughter, and thus only one daughter's life to make a misery. To that, instantly, Hop decreed,
Me and the kids are coming up to Vale next weekend.
I felt my eyes bug out as my lungs seized. Was he crazy? I knew he had 2 kids, and I knew his kids. They came to the compound all the time. Molly, his 11-year-old daughter, was the female epitome of her dad. Black hair, gray eyes, long, lean body, easy, bright smile. She was a good kid, funny, sweet, a little weirdly watchful, though very loving of her dad. But I figured kids from broken homes could be that way. Cody, his 9-year-old son, was not the epitome of his dad, and I always found that strange. Hop had clearly dominant traits that not only personality-wise, but scientifically should naturally come out on top hereditarily. But Cody was sandy-haired, blue-eyed, and although he was tall and lean, his body somehow didn't fit the shape of his dad's. He was gangly in a way you knew he'd never stop being gangly. Hop was not at all gangly. He was also a good kid, funny and sweet and loving of his dad. They were all tight, and if I would admit it to myself, which I wouldn't, I'd always loved watching him with his kids. They were loving of him, and he returned it in spades. But Cody, maybe being younger, maybe being a boy and not a sensitive, didn't seem watchful of his dad like Molly was. Cody also didn't look like Mitzi, Hop's ex. Or maybe he did, since she had platinum hair that was not handed to her by God. But she also had green eyes, a tough demeanor that didn't invite approach, and she was buxom, but petite. I had paid attention to Hop over the years, and although I was not around when they were together, or when they fell apart, there was always talk amongst family. Chaos was family, so I heard this talk. Further, since they shared kids, I'd seen her at the compound. She didn't come to party or hang out, but she sometimes came there to pick up her kids. I knew she was not well liked by the brothers. I also knew that their break was ugly, as in extremely ugly. Though I didn't know the details, I just knew she didn't get a lot of love when she showed. Even Sheila, who was really sweet, didn't have anything good to say about her. The murmurings were there, detail wasn't. And if I pressed for it, I feared it would expose my interest in Hop, so I hadn't. Hop declaring he and his kids would meet me in Vale when I was with my parents could not happen for so many reasons that it was impossible to relay them all. It just couldn't happen. That isn't going to happen, I told him.
It is,
he told me. Here we go again. I leaned toward him. Hop, that isn't going to happen. He leaned toward me.
Lainey, it is.
What?
You getting to know your shield.
My breath caught, my throat closed, and my heart started beating hard. Hop wasn't done.
Nothing fucks with you, even your parents. You take a chance on me, you learn. Starting next weekend, you breathe easy.
You don't know them, I told him softly.
I don't care about them, I care about you.
At that, my heart accelerated so much I felt a beat in my neck. Hop, I whispered.
Eat,
he ordered, dipping his head to my food.
Do it closing down your machine and getting ready to leave. My lady's tired. Gotta get her somewhere she can relax.
I felt the pulse pounding in my neck, and it took the rest of the minimal amount of energy I had left to beat back tears. I won the fight and bent back to my food. Tomorrow I'd fight again. Tomorrow I'd form a plan. I swallowed delicious kung pao shrimp, my favorite that Hop had made an effort to discover was my favorite, buy and bring to me. I shoved those thoughts into the back of my head and snatched up another shrimp thinking tonight. Whatever. I was doing all the work. My choice. I climbed on top, but I was doing it slowly, taking my time, gliding up, sliding down, my head tipped to his, my eyes locked to his. Not him making me taking him in every way I knew how. My hands were at his head, pulling back his hair, my thumbs sliding along the sides of his mustache, bending slightly to touch my mouth to his or the tip of my tongue to his, taking him in.
Faster, baby,
he murmured against my lips. I ignored him and kept my rhythm slow, steady, taking him in, letting him feed me. His hands gripped my hips.
Faster, Lainey.
I dipped my head at a slant, ran my tongue along the side of his tash, feeling the bristle of stubble, loving the feel, continuing to ride him the way I wanted to take him inside of me. When it was time, he would take over. I knew it. When he was done with me taking, he'd take over and give it to me. I was right, and I knew it was coming when he slid a hand up my spine, into my hair, and he brought my mouth to his.
Sorry, lady. Can't take more,
he whispered, then flipped me to my back, shoved his face in my neck, and rode me fast, his hips pounding, his hands gliding up the outside of my thighs, fingers hooking behind my knees. He jerked them high and drove in deep. A moan tore up my throat, and his head came up, his eyes searing into mine.
You want my thumb?
he asked. I gave a slight shake of my head. Just your cock.
You got it, baby,
he growled, thrusting hard, deep. Hop, I breathed. It was building, burning high, feeding the need. I pressed my legs to his sides. One of his hands moved to the side of my neck, curving around, gripping, then down, curling around my breast. His thumb and forefinger closed on my nipple, squeezed, then pulled, and that was it. He filled me to bursting as I exploded. My hips came up, my lips parted, and Hops came to them, his eyes holding mine, his tongue gliding in my mouth as my orgasm burned through me. The burn continued as his thumb and finger released my nipple, but his hand stayed curled warm and claiming on my breast, and his tongue moved out of my mouth to trace my lower lip. I love that, I gasped.
I know you do, baby. I do too,
he murmured against my mouth. My hand slid up his back into his hair, and coming down, controlled by the beauty, I repeated, love that.
Me too, baby,
he grunted, powering in, powering deep, continuing to fill me, feed me, give me what I needed. "I'm there, tighten, Laney," he growled his order, and I gave him what he wanted, flexing around his cock. He shoved his face in my neck, buried himself deep, and groaned against my skin. I loved that, too. I kept my legs tight to his sides, sifted my fingers through his thick waves, and waited. Hop, not one to disappoint, ever, gave it to me. Back to front, he gave me the burn, then the crash as his whiskers tickled me, and his mouth moved on me. I loved that too. I closed my eyes, turned my head slightly, and rested my lips against his ear, doing nothing but that, smelling him, feeling him, connected to him, still feeding the need like a junkie, powerless against the pull. His lips trailed up to mine, his mouth took mine in a soft, long, wet kiss, then he slanted his head, kissed my jaw, and slowly slid out. He rolled off, I rolled to my side, and he pulled the covers over me, shoving a pillow under my head, shifting my hair off my neck.
"Be back,"
he muttered. I slid my eyeballs up to him sitting on the side of the bed and nodded, then watched him walk to the bathroom. He disappeared. I studied the fabulous decor of Hotel Monaco, which was just like all the pictures on their website said it was cracked up to be. I did not think about relaxing with Hop in a hotel room that was supposed to be mine, but he made ours. I did not think about ending up making love with him in the bed in that room. I didn't think of anything. He came out of the bathroom, turned out the lights, and slid in bed beside me. Only after he arranged me pressed tight to his side and partially draped on his front, his arm tight around me, his other arm crossing his chest to sift through the side of my hair and along the length of my back, did I think about something. "Hop, will you listen to me?" I whispered to his chest, a chest I was cuddling.
"Yeah, lady."
"This has to end," I told him honestly but insanely, considering I was cuddling him after having sex with him. "For me." His hand in my hair stilled before his body turned into mine, his hand going to the back of my head, cupping me there and pressing my face to his throat as his other arm held me close.
"This has to keep going,"
he replied, both his hand and arm giving me a squeeze.
"For you, lady."
I closed my eyes tight and felt Hop's lips come to the top of my hair.
"Got a monster to beat,"
he murmured there. I opened my eyes and admitted, "It lives in me, Hopper. I know it. It can't be beat." His hand moved as his body shifted slightly, and I found my cheek pressed to his chest. In this position, held close to his long, hard, warm frame, I heard him whisper,
"We'll see."
I closed my eyes again. Kung Pao shrimp. I sighed. Tomorrow, I'd plan. My body, powerless against Hop's pull, pressed closer. Tonight, whatever. Chapter 6. Getting to Me. 6 days later. I stood at the end of my bed staring at my packed suitcase that was ready for my trip to Vale. Except for closing it, I was all packed, sorted. I looked to the clock on the nightstand. I had 30 minutes until the limo arrived. My parents were up in the air, fast approaching Denver International Airport. Soon we'd be driving up to Vale, with Mom chattering at the same time fretting about getting to a liquor store. And me, I was screwed. Suffice it to say that in the last 6 days, I had not formed a plan. No, I had not. Not even close. Last Sunday, waking up at Hotel Monaco, tangled with my fix, I partook of the high immediately. Or more accurately, Hop woke up in the mood and wasted no time bringing the mood over me. First thing in the morning, sex led to cuddling, ordering room service, having a shower, watching TV, having more sex, ordering more room service, dozing, watching more TV, ordering more room service, having more sex, and then falling asleep. All with Hop. I didn't even protest. I just went with the flow and essentially gorged myself on the drug that was Hop. It was fantastic. Monday morning we woke early, checked out, and Hop drove my car and me home. He kissed me at my front door and walked out, and I watched through the plantation shutters as he swung into the passenger seat of a black van driven by High. They drove away. I didn't allow myself to think of anything but getting to work and taking advantage of being ahead of the game for once. Mid-afternoon, Hop called me.
Like I told you, babe, got the kids this week. Thought they had a gig tonight that meant they'd be home later so we could have dinner and do a little business. Their gig's canceled, so they'll be home after school. Can't do dinner or business.
This, I told myself, was a relief. But even as I told myself this, I didn't believe myself. "Okay, Hop," I said.
I'll come tomorrow. Take you to lunch.
Oh dear. I had to come up with a plan
For you to get back to work after you tell me what kind of sandwich you like,
he stated. I rolled my eyes to my computer. This conversation could go on for 4 hours and you'd still be here with sandwiches at noon tomorrow, wouldn't you?
Yep,
He replied, another smile in his voice. Tai was not wrong. These boys rolled right on through, even if you didn't want them to. How I found this both irritating and attractive, I had no idea. I didn't process that either, except the irritating part. "You do realize that's kind of a jerky thing to do when you know I don't have time to fight with you," I pointed out.
Yep,
he replied, still with a smile in his voice, which also meant no remorse. "You don't care, do you?" I asked to confirm his lack of remorse.
Means I have lunch with you. Look in your eyes, hear your voice, check you're okay.
He paused, then,
Nope.
I sighed, liking that he wanted to look in my eyes, hear my voice, check I was okay. God, there it was, the reason I found his macho, stubborn streak attractive. "I like pastrami," I told him.
Got it,
he replied. "And turkey, or roast beef, but only if it's rare and only with Swiss on it. Provolone if it's pastrami. I also like Reubens, but you need to tell them to go light on the sauerkraut if you take that route. I don't like meatballs or anything that could be messy and get on my clothes, except for Reuben, that is. No onions. My staff would be forced to smell them all day, and that's not nice. Chips, plain. Nothing that could stain my fingers, like cheese puffs or flamin' hot. And a cookie or brownie wouldn't go amiss." I stopped talking and was met with silence. "Hop?" I called again.
Anything else beautiful?
No smile in his voice. It was vibrating with suppressed laughter. It sounded really nice. So nice, I didn't have it in me to do more than whisper, "No, I think that's it."
All right, see you at noon tomorrow.
"Right, Hop. Have fun with your kids tonight."
Always do,
he muttered.
Later, baby.
"Bye, Hop." He disconnected, and I put my phone on my desk at the same time it occurred to me my staff was going to see a rough, badass, albeit hot, biker walk in and have lunch with me in my office. With ease, I shoved this from my mind. This I didn't care about. Everyone had wondered why I was with Elliot, too. And I hadn't cared about that either. I had my way of doing things. I had my baggage. I had my issues. I had my demons. But I had few pet peeves, though one of them was anyone judging a book by its cover, or judging anything at all, including anyone who might judge me or my decisions. No, I had enough headspace taken up by judging myself and my decisions. I didn't need to give more over to what anyone else thought of me. So I didn't. Wednesday rolled around and the pitch was in disarray. I knew I was facing another 10 o'clock night. But when I felt the vibe of the office change, this wafting through my wall of windows, my eyes went there. I saw Hop striding toward me, smiling, carrying a white paper bag held in the crook of one arm, bags of chips visible out of the top, and a six-pack of Diet Cherry 7-Up in his other hand. At the sight, the pitch, the client, my staff, and everything else flew from my mind. I had lost myself in work for 2.5 days, so it was easy, sort of, not to think of Hop, except when I was in bed, trying to fall asleep and missing doing it with him and waking up in his arms. Him there in my office, walking toward me, bringing me lunch, being hot, smiling a smile that was sexy and all for me. He was the only thing on my mind. He was the only thing in the universe. He hit my open door and, eyes never leaving me, greeted, "Hey, babe." He kicked the glass door with his boot. As it swung closed, I replied unconsciously, "Hey, honey." His eyes and smile got warmer. He walked through the office and dumped the stuff on my desk. "I have a stash of 7-Up," I informed him.
"Now you have a bigger stash,"
he informed me. Okay. Damn. I had to admit it. He was getting to me. Hop unpacked the sandwiches, handing me mine and a bag of plain Ruffles, yanking a cold 7-Up off the plastic and setting it on my black desk blotter. Then he sat with his food as he had with his Chinese, feet up on the desk, open bag of Doritos in his lap, sandwich held close to his face, a 7-Up at the edge of my desk.
"Pastrami,"
he muttered.
"Provolone. Had them grill it and hold the mustard. Nothing should mar that blouse, lady."
He dipped his head to my blouse, his lips curved up with appreciation.
"There's packets in the bag if you want to go wild."
I reached for the bag, thinking, yes, he was getting to me. I mean, everyone knew you had mustard on pastrami, but very few would think to hold it in case you were willing to make the sacrifice because you were wearing a nice blouse. Thoughtful. Sweet. I also was thinking, we never had this. Sitting, eating, everything normal, no fighting. Hop not saving me from the unwanted advances of a monster truck owner. Us not having sex, or about to have sex, or in the aftermath of sex. I claimed some mustard packets, opened up my sandwich, and was squirting mustard on, looking for topics of conversation. Eventually, I found one. "How are the kids?"
"Good,"
he said through a mouthful of sandwich. He chewed, swallowed, and smiled at me.
"Looking forward to Vail this weekend. Found a rental. They're psyched."
"Right," I muttered, closing my sandwich, picking it up, and taking a bite. Delicious. I didn't know where he got it, but I was going to find out.
"You prepared?"
he asked, and his tone of voice made me look to him. I chewed, swallowed, and asked, "Prepared for what?"
"The weekend,"
he answered. "I'm never prepared, Hop," I told him honestly and took another bite.
"Got 2 days, Lainey,"
he said softly.
"Train your mind to think you're going to be in God's country, at the foot of mountains in a spot that's one of the most beautiful places in the world. Away from this."
He threw out a hand to indicate the office.
"What you're facing sucks. Where you're going to face it doesn't. Try to think of that."
This was actually a good strategy, and I couldn't stop myself from giving him a small smile. "I'll train my mind, Hopper."
"Good, baby,"
he muttered, his face soft, and God, he was definitely getting to me. I looked back to my sandwich, took a bite, and chewed while I put it down and reached for my chips. I swallowed my bite. "So, what's the deal with their mom?" Yes, this came out of my mouth.
"Say again."
That came out of Hop's. My eyes went to him and my mouth backtracked. "Sorry, not my business."
"I asked,"
Hop stated slowly.
"Say again."
"I really—"
"Babe, if you mean Mitzi, it is your business. You mean Mitzi?"
I stared at him. Was he seriously, openly, without hesitation, going to talk about his ex? "Well, yeah, I meant Mitzi, but I shouldn't have asked. It isn't my business."
"Fucking you. Intend to keep fucking you. Want to know more about you. Pleased as fuck you asked about me, so it is your business. To answer your question, the deal with Mitzi is she's a fucking bitch."
I blinked.
"No, a cunt."
He amended casually, and my chest depressed. "That isn't very nice," I told him.
"Nope, but it's true,"
he told me. "Women don't like that word, Hop," I educated.
"Then women shouldn't act like cunts,"
he returned. I didn't like that. Maybe he wasn't getting to me. "That's unbelievably harsh," I said softly. He took his boots off my desk, dumped his bag of chips and sandwich on the desk, and leaned toward me, wrists to the desk, giving me all his attention.
"She is not a good woman, Lainey. Always always on my ass when we were together, tough as hide, hard as nails. Don't speak to her, and if I can help it, don't look at her. I hate her.
That's harsh. I hesitated, then finished with emphasis.
Yep, but it's also true.
Wow, Hop, I don't know what to say, I replied.
Nothing to say. I do not like her. I hate her. Can't stand the sight of her.
This was not good. How does that, affect your kids? I asked cautiously.
They feel it. I know it. And it sucks. Kids feel everything. Even if you're careful, you can't hide shit from kids. They suck stuff up like a sponge. Struggled with that, did what I could, burned in my gut every time I had to pretend to be nice to her. Realized I wasn't teaching them a good lesson by not being true to me. I'm not a dick to her. I don't get up in her face. I just avoid her. This has the added bonus of not giving her the opportunity to get up in mine.
I had a feeling I knew what that meant. So she's not a big fan of yours either.
She wasn't. She's learned. Took a while, but she figured out what she hadn't lost. Tried to be friends. Way she fucked me, I wasn't down with that. She wasn't stupid enough to try to get back together. She knew that was a no fucking go in a big fucking way. Now she just avoids me like I do her, 'cause she doesn't like to be faced with what she created.
What did she have and lose? His head cocked to the side.
Babe, me.
I studied him, thinking I knew what that meant too.
Oh, that is not why I'm with you or why I want you. The fact that you're the kind of woman who did that for him. What you did was beautiful, the ultimate, but it's who you are that interests me.
He had to stop. Hop, you need to take your hands off me and step back.
Worried what your staff will think?
I don't care what they think, I retorted. But you're being sweet again, saying nice things again, and getting to me. And I need a break, and I want to finish my sandwich.
I'm getting to you.
Step back. His eyes held mine a moment before he muttered,
I'm getting to you.
I rolled my eyes.
Babe,
He called. I rolled my eyes back.
want to know part of who you are that interests me?
Are you going to say something nice?
Yes.
Then no. I watched his eyes smile. Then he started to speak, and per usual he did it against my wishes.
Part of who you are that interests me is that you don't care what they think. I walk into your cush offices, you say, hey honey, I don't even fucking blink. Wearing motorcycle boots or a suit, it's all the same to you. And a woman like you, so knockout gorgeous, most movie stars would give their left nut just for you to walk up a red carpet on their arm. A banker's daughter who sleeps in unbelievably soft sheets and drives a sweet ride 99% of the population can't afford, acts like that. Now that interests me.
Okay, I was back to him getting to me. I've decided to be unbiker friendly, I announced, and watched his eyes smile again.
Too late.
Figures, I mumbled.
Right. I'm here. Kiss me. We'll finish our sandwiches and then I'll let you get back to work.
Hop, I've got pastrami breath.
So?
It might be gross. Another smile.
It won't be gross.
It'll be gross.
Kiss me.
No.
Kiss me.
No! Hop slanted his head and kissed me. I kissed him back. He let me go. We finished our sandwiches, and he kissed me again before he let me get back to work. I got looks all afternoon, and I didn't care, because I wouldn't normally care, but also because all I could think about was Hop getting to me. And that I sort of wanted him to bring me lunch the next day. And that I not so sort of wished he'd be in my bed that night. Alas, Thursday, I got nothing but a phone call. I was busy with work. Hop was busy with chaos business and his kids. But Friday morning, about 2.5 seconds after I got the call, I turned to my cell, snatched it up, and called Hop.
Lady,
he answered. We got the account! I shrieked. I could actually tell the smile in his voice was huge when he replied,
good news, baby.
Great news! Fabulous news! Christmas bonuses for the staff news! I corrected. Hop was silent. When this silence spread, I called, Hop, did I lose you?
You absolutely did not lose me.
No smile in his voice, but the rough tone of it that communicated colossal things made my body go completely sticked out, grabbed me around the neck and pulled me to him. My head tipped back. His came down. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, his free arm wrapped tight around my waist. His lips hit mine. Mine opened. And we kissed, wet and deep, for a long time. Hop broke it, moving away an inch.
Leaving now, getting the kids, heading up. Text you in the morning where we're going to be for breakfast so you can get your folks there.
I nodded. Drive safe.
Got kids, always do.
I smiled again, and his eyes dropped to my mouth before coming back to mine.
Still getting to you?
His question was whisper soft. No. The honest answer to that was, he'd already gotten to me. I dipped my chin and pressed my face to his throat. His hand at the back of my neck slid up into my hair as I felt his lips against the top of my head.
Like that answer, lady.
My arms around his shoulders got tight.
God's country, Laney,
he said against my hair. I nodded against his throat. God's country. I felt his lips leave my hair as his hand at my head gave me a squeeze. I got the message, pulled back, and looked up at him. Hop touched his mouth to mine, then lifted up and touched his lips to my forehead. He moved back. His eyes caught mine. He gave me a sexy smile that engaged the lines at the sides of his eyes. Then he let me go, turned to the door, and disappeared behind it. I went to the plantation shutters, slid them slightly open, and looked out, watching him saunter to his bike, throw a leg over, and roar away. He'd come all the way to my house to carry one suitcase down one flight of stairs, and to check on me. I slapped the shutters closed, leaned my forehead against them, and smiled. Chapter 7. One Way or Another. My cell on the nightstand clattered, waking me. Sleepily, I reached out, looked at the display, touched it with my thumb, and put it to my ear, a smile curving my lips. "Hey," I greeted quietly.
How'd it go last night?
Hop asked. He'd been worried about me. God, I liked that. It went, I answered.
My mouth is between your legs.
I blinked at the pillows. What?
Fuck, you taste like honey,
he growled. My legs shifted under the sheets. I knew what this was. It was an excellent way to take my mind off things, and I wanted it. Hop.
Touch yourself, lady,
he whispered. Without delay, I slid my hand in my panties. I must have made some noise because Hop was growling again in my ear.
My tongue's right there.
Oh, God, this was good.
No,
he stated.
I'm sucking.
Oh, God, this was good. Baby, I breathed.
Quiet, lady, and listen to
her, she cried, then twisted toward her dad. Dad, look, Miss Laney's here.
I see,
Hop murmured, moving toward us, and it crashed over me. This sucked, because I couldn't touch him, kiss him, even smile at him like I wanted to smile. Instead, I caught his eyes and greeted, "Hey, Hop." I looked down to Molly. "How are you, sweetie?" "Great!" she cried. I grinned at her and looked to Cody. "Hey, Cody."
Yo,
he called, all mini biker badass. I smiled at him, my eyes slid to Hop, and I thought, to hell with it. I moved into him, wrapped my hand around the leather over his bicep, and leaned in, brushing my lips against his cheek, close to his ear. Quick and low, I whispered a much different, "Hey."
hey.
His return whisper was also quick, low, and rough. I pulled back, caught his eyes, saw they were intent, warm, and pleased, gave him a small smile, then turned toward my parents. "Mom, Dad, isn't this fabulous?" I asked, even though they were taking all this in, especially Hop. The blank masks on their faces didn't quite hide their aversion to our present company. This is a really good friend of mine, Hopper Kincaid. I motioned to Hop. And his kids, Molly and Cody. I motioned to the kids. Hey! Molly chirped, grinning big at Mom and Dad. How do you do? Mom replied, and at her formal words uttered to an 11-year-old, my head quickly turned to Hop, whereupon I rolled my eyes before I turned back to Mom and Dad. I did this hearing Cody's repeated, Yo! Dad's mouth got tight before he forced it to smile at Molly. Then he looked to Hop. Hop stuck out his hand.
Mr. Heron? Yes,
Dad mumbled.
good to meet you, Hopper.
Hop gripped Dad's hand tight and let it go.
Hop. I'm sorry?
Dad asked, taking a step he didn't need to take away from Hop.
Hop.
Hop repeated.
Friends call me Hop. Laney's a good friend, means your family or friends.
He smiled at Dad.
So call me Hop. Right,
Dad murmured, then obviously forced out a mumbled
Hop.
Hopper ignored that, leaned into Mom, and took her hand, saying,
Miss Heron?
Well, of course, pleased to meet you. Mom stammered, uncomfortable, and also moving back quickly after Hop released her. We all stood there, and I waited. It didn't happen. This ticked me off, so I did something about it. Just FYI, I began. Mom and Dad aren't Mr. and Mrs. Heron. They're Joellen and Edward. Mom's face was so hard I thought it would crack when she pushed her lips up into a smile. Dad jerked up his chin. Ugh. My eyes went back to Hop, and I watched his eyelids go soft, a barely there movement, but it eloquently stated he was good. He didn't care my parents were how they were, and I shouldn't either. So I decided not to. Hey! I exclaimed, clapping my hands. I know! I looked to Hop. Have you put your name in already?
Yeah, Laney.
Hop replied, his lips twitching. Well, we'll go to the hostess station and change it. I looked to Mom and Dad. Table for 6! Dad's face looked as if it had become carved in stone, and Mom made a strangled noise, but I just looked down at Molly. Would you like that? I asked. Yeah! She cried, jumping toward me, grabbing my hand and tugging me to the hostess station. I went, but turned my head as I did so, asking Cody, What about you, kiddo?
Cool,
He stated nonchalantly. I threw him a smile, went to the hostess station, and changed Hop's table request to a 6-top. I got the bad news a bigger table was going to take 10 minutes and headed back to the crew. Mom and Dad were clearly uncomfortable, but Hop was just Hop, hot and casual. Cody was swinging his legs, oblivious to everything. We're in, I announced, but it'll take 10 minutes or so. Bummer, I'm starved, Cody muttered.
you'll live.
Hop rumbled, looking down at his son and smiling.
I'll do it starving,
Cody returned.
but you'll do it.
Hop retorted. I grinned at them.
So, how do you know our daughter?
Dad asked a question he was being purposefully obtuse in asking because he knew the answer, and Hop's eyes went to him.
She's chaos,
He answered, and that warmth gathered around my heart again.
I'm sorry?
Dad queried.
Chaos. She's chaos. Her girl, Tyra, is married to a brother of mine.
Hop explained.
Known Tyra years, known Laney years. Both of them are chaos. Right, of course,
Dad said, sounding like he didn't think it was right at all.
I had heard that Tyra had...
He trailed off, then to me.
I haven't asked yet. How are Tyra and her boys?
He pointedly did not ask after Tack. I ignored this. She's great, over the moon happy. Tack's good too. Boys are good kids, even though they're hooligans. They aren't hooligans, Cody contradicted, and I looked down at him.
They're awesome. He looked at my dad. They're younger than me, but I hang with them because they got good ideas. He lifted his hand and tapped his fingertips to his head. Genius. Genius at getting in trouble, I put in, and Cody looked at me. Mr. Tack doesn't mind. Miss Tyra does, Pop stated, and his son looked up to him. Girls do that, not liking the way boys act, Cody retorted. They do that when boys act like idiots, Pop returned. Apparently, Cody couldn't argue with this because he shut up. I started laughing. Molly leaned into me and she laughed too. I slid my arm around her and pulled her closer. Hop trained eyes to his daughter, then to me, and the warmth in them, the soft around his mouth, made the snug feeling around my heart gather closer. What are you doing today, Miss Laney? Molly asked, and I looked down at her. Don't know yet, honey. My parents are here from Connecticut, so just visiting, I guess, I answered. You can't just visit in Vail, she objected, and looked from Dad to Mom. You should hang with us. We got all sorts of fun things planned. I decided in that moment I loved Molly Kincaid. I don't think, Dad started, but I was faster than him and jumped at Molly's innocent offer. What a fantastic idea, I cried and looked to Mom and Dad. Isn't that a fantastic idea? Darling, we don't even know their plans, Mom noted logically but slightly desperately. We didn't, but I knew whatever it was would be a lot more fun than visiting with Mom and Dad. Kids make everything fun, I declared. Can't argue with that, Hop put in, then looked between the elder herons. You'd be welcome, and my kids would love it. They think the world of your daughter. That was well played. An out-and-out invitation no one could politely refuse, coupled with a compliment to their daughter. That was clearly genuine, making it additionally impossible to refuse. It was so well played, it took a mammoth amount of effort not to smile huge at Hop, or say throw my arms around him and kiss him hard. Instead, I just caught his eyes and hoped he read what was in mine. He did, and I knew it when his eyes flashed and a wave of goodness surged from him and crashed into me. Hop's remark was met with silence. Through the wave of goodness, I noted this, and I looked to my mom and dad. Mom rallied first, too Southern not to. We'd be delighted, of course. Any friends of Laney's, and obviously children do make everything fun. She apparently decided to ignore all the things she didn't like about Hop and smiled with real warmth at his kids. Awesome! Molly cried, jumping away from my arm but grabbing my hand again. Sucks there's no snow, Cody declared. But there's like a gazillion candy shops in the village and Dad says we can hit them all. Molly let my hand go to lift both of hers in the air and yell, Sugar high! Right on, Cody mumbled, grinning up at his sister. I grinned at him, then I turned to find Hop grinning at me. All good. It was all good. Because Hop made it that way. And well, Molly was Hop, so I decided to give him the credit. Kincaid, party of 6? We all turned to the hostess, and she smiled. We had a table open up early. Well, isn't this an all-around lucky day? I declared, curving an arm around Molly and turning us both to the hostess. No one answered. I didn't care. It was a lucky day, and I was hanging on to that. The hostess took us to the table. Hop smoothly engineered a seating situation where he sat by me, which meant he could press his thigh against mine and steal touches to my leg and outwardly, casually, but anything but, hook his arm around the back of my chair when we were talking and not eating. Dad didn't miss it and wasn't happy about it, casual or not. Mom pretended to ignore it. Molly and Cody didn't catch any meaning to it. I loved it. Will they be okay for 15 minutes? I whispered this in Hop's ear. It was late August. There was no snow, but the golden leaves of the aspens seemed to glitter in the sun.
and the mountain air was a shade nippy. Waning summer was on the mountain, which meant day trippers and weekenders were abundant, and someone had organized kids' games on the base of a slope. Therefore, Molly and Cody were currently engaged in a three-legged race with a gaggle of other kids. My guess was they'd win, seeing as Hop had given them what he promised, and they were both currently burning through the sugar high to end all sugar highs. Mom and Dad had murmured that they needed a sit down with a cup of coffee, so they were in a coffee shop down the main drag of Lion's Head Village. This meant Hop and I were alone. He turned his head and looked at me with warm curiosity.
You good?
I will be, I told him. His head cocked in question, and I moved, walking away from the slope to the side of a building where there were public restrooms. One of them was a single, for handicapped people. I had to admit, I felt some guilt about occupying a handicapped bathroom as I walked to it, but when I looked back at Hop, I liked the curiosity I saw on his features. But the need was on me. I slid through, holding the door open for him. He slid in behind me. I let the door close and locked it.
Lady, what the fuck?
He asked, and I turned to him. Then I walked right to him, pressing my chest against his and cupping his crotch in my hand. His head instantly bent to mine, his hand driving into the back of my hair and fisting as he growled unintelligibly against my mouth. Then he asked, his voice rough,
You seriously down with this?
Absolutely, I whispered. Hurry.
Fuck,
He groaned, slanted his head and kissed me, backing me up until I hit wall. That was all I needed. Hop's mouth, Hop's body, Hop. I was ready. Then again, I was ready before I walked in, just knowing Hop was following me. His hand in my hair, his other one tugged forcefully at my belt buckle, undoing it, then the button of my jeans, then the zip went down and his hand went in. God, that felt good. I moaned into his mouth.
Get these off,
He ordered.
now.
Heretofore unknown, illicit excitement bolting through me, I moved immediately to do what I was told. It wasn't easy, because Hop didn't move. His chest twitch. I didn't know what to do with that. I thought he'd like what I said, and his inactivity didn't say he didn't, but it also didn't say he did. I shifted my head, trying to pull back, but his hand pressed forward, keeping me where I was. Hop? I called uncertainly.
I'm in there.
He murmured into my neck. Yes, oh yes, he was in there. I sighed, moved so my nose tweaked his earlobe, and gave him more. Yeah, presently in more ways than one. His head went back. He let mine up, and he caught my eyes. I caught my breath at what I saw in his.
Then don't thank me, lady. You give me that. It was all worth it.
My teeth came out to graze my lip. His eyes dropped to them and stayed there as he ordered.
Kiss me hard while I'm still inside you. Then we gotta get back to the kids.
Okay, honey, I agreed, pressed my lips to his, kissed him hard as he pushed me into the wall and ground his hips into mine, which made me give a soft whimper against his tongue before he ended the kiss, eased me back, eased out of me, and eased me to my feet. I held on as my trembling legs recovered. So did Hop.
Steady?
He asked. My eyes caught his and I nodded. I was. Steady. Maybe. Finally. I pulled in breath. He bent in to kiss my temple, then he slowly let me go. I went to my panties and jeans. Hop went to the toilet. I was leaning against the wall, and with no small amount of difficulty, tugging my jeans over my boots, when Hop crouched at my feet, his hands out to help me. My jeans successfully pulled over my boots, I straightened. He did too, and slid an arm loosely around my waist as I tugged them up, zipped, buttoned, and belted them. Not big on putting these back on after they've been on the floor of a public bathroom, I murmured, giving my panties and my fingers a little twirl. And I don't have a purse. Hop's eyes got dark, but he said not a word, grabbed my panties, and shoved them in his front pocket. Knowing my panties were in Hop's jeans pocket, my thighs quivered. Just so you know, I started, feeling suddenly nervous. I've never had public handicapped bathroom sex before.
Just so you know, Hop returned, grinning, I haven't either.
Okay, I muttered, finding it difficult to hold his smiling eyes and wanting to look at his shoulder. Instead, I lifted my hands to rest them there.
Stall sex with a skank, yeah,
He went on, and my head jerked.
Twice,
He continued, and I felt my lips part.
Though a private handicap restroom is definitely the way to go with a lady. I'd never do you in a stall.
He was teasing, so I relaxed. Slightly. I don't think I could do a stall, I shared.
Like I said, wouldn't do you in a stall.
My lips curved up. It's good we agree on that.
Yeah.
He replied and tipped his head to the side, asking quietly,
You good?
I did a mental assessment. I was. Shockingly, I not only was good, I was very good, and in more ways than one. Yeah, I answered. It was his turn for his lips to curve up, and then they came to mine for a touch. When he finished with that, he led me to the door while I asked, So is that true? Twice?
Yeah, it's true.
Wow,
Bikers don't have boundaries.
he imparted, unlocking the door, but he didn't open it, so I looked up to him.
Pleased as fuck to learn my woman does neither, babe. I think you clued in when I started fucking you against a wall about a minute after you got me in here that I thought that was hot. But just in case you missed any of that, that was hot.
I stared into his eyes. Hop stared into mine, not done.
You keep getting better and better.
He did too. Well, good to know. I started softly, that I'm returning the favor. His face went dark, his eyes went hot, and he growled,
Fuck, don't do that shit.
What shit? I asked, perplexed at his expression and tone.
Did you against a wall in a bathroom, and you being sweet makes me want it again.
I think the kids and my parents will wonder where we are.
That's why you can't do that shit.
Okay, I'll stop being sweet. I gave in.
Be obliged.
I grinned. Hop looked at my mouth. I swayed into him. Hop looked into my eyes.
You go out first, lady. I'll follow in a few.
I nodded. He dipped his head and gave me another lip touch. When he lifted his head, I got on my toes and gave it back. He gave me a squeeze. Then he let me go and I went out first. He followed in a few. Thankfully, the kids were engaged in a sack race by the time we returned, so they had no clue we'd been gone, and my parents didn't rejoin us until 15 minutes after we got back. As for me, I stood in the Colorado sun at the base of a magnificent mountain in the heart of God's country, feeling good, feeling steady, feeling fabulous. Finally. I'm going out to take a walk, I called from the door of the spacious, well-appointed, six-bedroom condo owned by my parents' friends. It was currently occupied by me at the door in my coat. Dad in front of the TV, and Mom already in bed with her crutch, even though it was only 8:30. The night feels great. I'll probably be a while.
Lainey!
Dad called back, and his voice was closer than I expected it to be. He was coming my way. Later! I cried, slipped out, closed the door, and hustled my booty on its way toward the village. I pulled my cell from my pocket, found the text Hopper sent me, and scrolled through it. Then I followed his directions out of the posh area where I was staying with my parents, through the village, and into the denser area of attractive condos where Hop and the kids were staying. I found his, walked up the open flight of steps at the side, and knocked on the door. Seconds later, it was thrown open. Molly looked up at me, then turned to shout into the condo, Finally! Miss Laney's here! Now we can play Pictionary! She raced into the condo, leaving the door open and me outside.
We aren't playing Pictionary,
I heard Cody yell. We so are, Molly yelled back. We aren't, it's gay, Cody shouted.
Games can't be gay, boy. People are gay. Games aren't, and it isn't a bad thing to be.
I heard Hop's rumble, but it was coming my way, so I stepped in and closed the door. Dad! Cody cried.
Shut it,
Hop warned, then appeared in the entryway. I pulled off my jacket. Hop's head, looking back into the condo, turned to me. My heart warmed, and my lips smiled. His eyes dropped to my mouth, and his teeth caught his lower lip. I'd never seen him do that. It was a good look, so my legs trembled, but I managed to stay standing as Hop made it to me. I'm getting Pictionary, Molly yelled as Hop rounded me and took my jacket, but did it close. His lips came to my ear.
Wish I could kiss you.
I wished that too. I twisted my neck and caught his eyes. At the look in his, my legs nearly buckled. We should play Wii. They have a Wii. We should play it, I heard Cody declare. We have a Wii at home, Cody, Molly told him. So? Cody asked.
Though this shit is killing the mood,
Hop muttered, and I grinned as I moved into their condo. It was spacious too, but warmly, not architecturally. Hey, Cody, I called. You like Wii? He called back.
You want to say hello?
Hop suggested from behind me in a way that was not entirely a suggestion.
Yo, Miss Laney,
Cody mumbled, wisely taking up his dad's thinly veiled order. I smiled at him. Molly materialized at my side. Do you like Pictionary? I looked down at her. I do, but we can't play. Her face fell. Why not? Because it's a moral imperative to play boys against girls, and we'd whoop their butts. I'm sort of creative, do it for a living. This means I never lose at Pictionary, I announced. Dad and me'll kill you, Cody declared. I looked at him and threw out the challenge. Impossible. He hurled himself over the back of the couch, racing away, shouting, I'm getting Pictionary! My work done. I moved to the couch and sat down. Already this was better than TV with Dad.
Nice work, lady.
This was murmured in my ear by Hop. I turned my neck. He was behind the couch, but bent toward me. I caught Hop's smile and gave him one back. He straightened and moved away while Cody raced back with the game and got on his knees beside the coffee table. Molly moved in to help him set up. I took in a deep breath and let it out right before I felt cold on my arm. I looked down, saw a bottle of beer pressed there, and lifted a hand to take it, even as I tipped my head back to smile my gratitude at Hop. He smiled his acceptance, definite grin, and raised it with a wave. His grin turned into a smile. I let his smile feed me as I skipped down the last few stairs and headed to the village. It was late, and I hoped, late enough my mom would be passed out, so my dad would have joined her. I felt guilt that I'd left them to play Pictionary with Hop and his kids, but Mom was down for the night, and Dad wasn't a brilliant conversationalist, preferring to stare at a television set and let the screen mute the guilt he should feel at what his deception and disloyalty had manifested upstairs in his bed. He didn't need me around for that. I slid inside the door to our condo, closing it quietly, feeling the house at rest and letting the tension that had grown during my walk ebb, knowing that I'd timed things right. I could just go to bed, look forward to checking in with Hop tomorrow, and endure the best part of my parents' visit, the end of it. Hand on the banister and foot lifted to walk up the stairs to my room, I stilled when my dad's voice hit me.
I know what he is to you.
I turned at the foot of the stairs to see him standing there, his fingers curled around a cut crystal glass of scotch. He rarely drank. He let Mom do the drinking. His addiction was betrayal, and he indulged in that liberally. Hey, Dad, I said quietly, my mind reeling to find the right way to play this.
You think you two were being clever, but you didn't hide it. Maybe your mother missed it and his kids are too young to understand, but I didn't miss it,
Dad declared, and I looked at him. He was angry. But I was 39, and I didn't need my father's approval in regards to who I spent time with. So I straightened my shoulders and declared, Hop and I have known each other for a long time. Recently, we got together. His kids don't know yet. He shook his head and took 2 steps toward me before he stopped and asked,
Lainey, seriously?
Seriously what? I asked back.
Seriously, you didn't learn a lesson that it was impossible to miss when your last choice got you in critical care for 6 days?
That was a blow he meant to land viciously, and he succeeded brilliantly. Dad,
And this man is worse. By far. My God, when was the last time he cut his hair?
I'm not sure when Hop does or does not cut his hair is the measure of a man, Dad, I replied.
You would be very wrong, Lainey, and I'll point out again, not for the first time.
Dad shot back. Blow 2, direct hit. You don't know him, I returned.
I don't need to know him. One look at him and I know the kind of man he is.
God, I hated that from anyone, but especially my father. Sorry, but unless you have clairvoyance, something like that is impossible, I bit out.
I don't need clairvoyance when I have age and wisdom, Elaine Heron. The first of those is creeping up on you without you seeming to realize it. Your life wasting away, and the second seems to have escaped you.
I've known Hopper for 8 years, and you've known him less than a day.
Natural.
I made no reply, just kept packing.
I love her,
he whispered, and pain seared through me.
Not another word, Dad. I love both of them.
Oh, God. I stopped and whirled on him.
Not another word, Dad. Can you imagine living years, loving 2 women, knowing what you're doing to both of them?
No, I can't. And I don't want to. And furthermore, what is the matter with you that you'd even ask me that shit? I'm your daughter. He winced. I went back to packing.
I love you too, Lainey,
he said quietly as I zipped up my case. I yanked it off the bed, stomped to him, and stopped. Then prove it. Pick one or the other. If it's Mom, get her in a program, but do something, Dad, because this is going to end in tragedy one way or another. You've had a good run, but you lost one daughter to this, and you're losing another right now. 2 tragedies. Don't court more. With that, I shoved by him, hauling my case with me. I struggled down the stairs. It did weigh half a ton. Grabbed my purse off the side table by the front door and took off through it. Hop in his shiny black twin-cab Dodge Ram was idling outside my parents' condo. He leaned across the cab and pushed open the door the minute he saw me, the interior light coming on. With a heave, I failed to toss my bag in the truck bed. On the second heave, it was caught in Hop's hands, pulled from mine and tossed over like it weighed as much as a pillow. Without hesitation, I turned to the car door, and with another heave, I hauled my body into the passenger seat. Seconds later, Hop hauled his in on the driver's side.
Babe.
Go, I whispered to the seatbelt I was wrapping around me.
Lainey.
I twisted to him and cried, Go, go, go! Eyes glued to me, he put the truck in gear. He only looked to the road when we were moving.
You gonna talk to me?
He asked. No.
Didn't like leaving the kids, babe. Gotta take you back there.
Okay.
You sleep with me. We'll get up early.
Okay.
Lainey.
Please, I whispered, and got silence. We were closing in on his condo when he broke it.
Your eyes are haunted, honey. This is more than your mom being an alcoholic and your family living in denial, and that's already fucking bad enough.
Yes. More silence while he waited for me to share. I didn't. Hop didn't push. He parked, came around to my side, hauled my suitcase out of the back, and grabbed my hand. His condo was quiet when we got in. I hadn't been gone long, but clearly his kids had crashed after an active day. And clearly Hop read my mood because he took me and my bag straight to his room and ordered,
Get ready for bed. I'm closing down and locking up. Be back.
I nodded, did as ordered and wandered from the master bathroom into his room while he was pulling off his tea. I went directly to the bed. Hop went to the bathroom and met me in bed after he turned off the lights. He didn't turn me into his arms. I burrowed there. Thank God you came up here. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. I chanted quietly into his chest. He gathered my hair away, and I felt his lips at the top of my head where he whispered,
Lainey, talk to me.
I shook my head.
Later?
He asked. Later, I answered, relieved I didn't have to get into it then. I didn't have it in me.
Promise?
He asked. I promise, I answered. His hands left my hair and he closed his arms around me. I let his warmth and strength seep into me, feeling the tension and pain dull. It did not go away, but I'd take it dulling for now.
It's his.
Hop said this into the dark. What? I asked.
Knew it the minute I saw the arrogant stick of his ass fucker.
I lifted my head and looked at him in the dark. What, honey?
That monster in you. It might have fed on other shit along the way, got strong and took control, but it was your father who planted the egg that hatched.
I dropped my face to his chest. This was my way of answering in the affirmative. He cupped his hand to the back of my head.
Enough, I'm done. You sleep,
he ordered. Okay. His hand sifted through my hair. I turned my cheek to his chest and held onto his warm, strong body. His fingers kept sifting through my hair. My body had melted into his, my eyes drooping. I was close to sleep when I whispered, "Please be real." His hand in my hair stilled, curled around my head, and Hop whispered back,
Lady, I'm as real as it gets.
I burrowed closer and fell asleep, hoping he was telling the truth. No, counting on it. Chapter 8. You'll accompany me. Hop and I were sitting at a table in a biker bar that was so much better than the one where I'd met Monster Truck Man, it wasn't funny. That said, it was still rough, but rough in a cool, kick-ass way, not a scary precursor to being violated way. 2 mornings before, Hop had woken me early at his condo in Vale with a kiss that led to some cuddling and groping, but he didn't take it anywhere. Still, it felt nice, and it was better than phone sex, even if it didn't lead to fruition. This was because it involved Hop, his hands, his mouth, his rough, sleepy voice right in my ear, and his body right there for me to put my hands and my mouth on. It was fantastic. We were up and out of bed before the kids woke. I was in the kitchen making pancakes when they cutely and sleepily made their way downstairs. As an aside, Hop got gold stars because he had buttermilk available for pancakes. These stars started shining when he told me pancakes weren't worth making without buttermilk. And since this was the God's honest truth, I took it as happy indication that Hopper Kincaid and I might just be soulmates. As they were waiting for pancakes, Hop gave the kids a vague explanation of why I was there, saying my parents had to go home early, and he was helping out by giving me another day in Vale. The kids took this in, but they did it in a way where I knew explanations were unnecessary. They liked pancakes. They liked being in Vale with their dad. They liked me, so it didn't matter to them why I was there. They were just happy to go with the flow. We did pancakes. We went into the village, we had lunch, then we headed home. Riding the high that was being with Hop and his kids, not to mention Hop coming to my rescue in a Dodge Ram the night before, I asked if they wanted to stick around when they dropped me off at my place and I'd make them dinner. To this offer, I got 2 enthusiastic replies from the back of the cab and one eye slide complete with sexy, warm grin from the driver's seat. I took this as a ringing endorsement for my idea. I also didn't try to stop myself from processing how nice that felt. I didn't have food, so we stopped by the grocery store before we went to my house. Hop dragged my suitcase upstairs while the kids alternately explored and chattered to me, and I made chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, thick white gravy with loads of pepper and green beans. Since I didn't have time, I cheated on the key lime pie and made the pie my grandmother taught me how to make. And you're in a pinch, Sugar Plum. That was frozen lime juice concentrate mixed with Cool Whip, tossed into a pre-made graham cracker crust and chilled. It didn't hold a candle to the real thing, but, like Mama said, it did in a pinch, or at least the way Hop, Molly, and Cody wolfed it down, it seemed to. Dinner was another revelation of all things Hop. After taking my suitcase upstairs, he, like his kids, explored my house. But there was something sweet and strangely profound in the way he did it. So much so, I found my eyes wandering to him, and I found that warmth around my heart growing. This was because I caught sight of him holding the framed picture of me and Liz. We were in profile, our foreheads pressed together, looking in each other's eyes, smiling huge, clearly close and loving. When Hop was looking at it, his lips were curved up in a sexy smile. His eyes were soft, his expression something I felt like a physical touch. The same with the picture of Tai-Tai and me, both in little black dresses, both sitting at a swank bar, both holding a martini glass, both laughing so hard our heads were thrown back. The same when he ran one of his long fingers down the fake fur of the stuffed black panther I had on my couch. It was my aunt's. She died young, but before she died, she gave Liz and me a lot of loving. When she died, that panther was the only thing of hers I wanted. I got it, and I kept it right on my couch so I could see it every day. I could tell, because he didn't hide it, that Hop liked having the opportunity to get to know me better by taking in the things I kept around me. And I liked it that Hop liked it. Another revelation was Hop and his kids eating my cooking. The kids just liked it, were polite enough to say so, but their enthusiasm while eating said it better. For Hop, if there was a test to pass with him, the way he ate my food, I knew I'd pass.
Struggling with the idea that maybe he should be. It's not cool and it's hell on the kids. Dad comes out 2 or 3 times a year, but he only does it any time he hears word Mom's thinking of coming out. So he makes his plans and she gets shitty and backs off. Kids see their granddad, but they haven't seen their grandma in 3 years. He plays that shit with her all the time just to dick with her 'cause he's pissed she isn't what he needs her to be. Drives her nuts, and she gives that anger to me. And while he's here, I have to listen to his shit when he crows about sticking it to her. It's insane and a pain in my ass.
It sounded like a pain in the ass. That isn't very nice, I noted, again, carefully.
Nope. Hop agreed. But I can't find it in me to say she doesn't deserve it. The best day of my life up to then was the day he left her. She busted his balls and he took it, but that didn't mean he didn't go down without a fight. They fought all the fucking time. Morning, noon, and night. Loud, vicious. Told you kids suck shit up like a sponge. With that, Jimmy, Teddy, and me didn't have to suck it up. It was shoved down our throats. She was still a bitch after he left, but at least we didn't have to listen to her mother and father tearing into each other all the fucking time. It was a relief.
I wrapped my fingers around his thigh and said quietly, "That doesn't sound like a fun upbringing."
It wasn't, Hop confirmed. Dad's a good guy, but eventually boys grow up and look at their old man and they can do one of two things. Have something they want to emulate or get scared shitless that they'll grow up just like him. Jim, Ted, and me, we got the last. Jim, like me, fucked up and moved on. Teddy's so busy moving on he hasn't settled, so he fucks up constantly. Not a great legacy for either of my folks to give their boys. Honest to Christ, babe, if they weren't such good grandparents, I'd be done with the whole fucking thing. But they love Molly and Cody. My kids and Jimmy's kids do not get any of the shit we were treated to, and I want my kids to have that. So even though they bite at each other and that reminds me of unhappy times, I put up with it because the kids have to have one set of grandparents who love them unconditionally, and not with the haze of hating their mom and dad hanging over every damn thing.
That makes me sad, not only for you, but for Molly and Cody, I admitted. And after the words left my mouth, his hand curled around the back of my neck, and he leaned in so he was all I could see.
That's why you make buttermilk pancakes, and when the opportunity for a weekend in the mountains comes up, you jump on it. Why, when a beautiful woman offers to make dinner, you take her up on it immediately, 'cause you want to be with that woman. But you also want your kids to be around beauty and the goodness of a home-cooked meal. Why, when the last thing you want to do is play fucking Pictionary, you do it, 'cause you don't remember one single good time in your life that involved both of your parents that didn't end in ugly words or an out-and-out fight. Why, they laugh and you hear it's carefree. You feed on that shit because you know you hate their mother, but they still got it in them to laugh real, deep from their fucking gut. So even though that shit is all shit, and they know it as much as you do, it didn't seep into their blood like you were scared as fuck it would, and you rejoice in that.
When Hop was done talking, I was staring at him, and I wasn't breathing. All I could do was take him in. His thumb swept away, and the pads of his fingers dug in as he yanked me to him, this time forcefully. His mouth slamming on mine. Again, Hop kissed me like he often kissed me. Thoroughly, beautifully, but also deep, wet, rough, and long. And I kissed him back like I always kissed him, happily and dazedly, but this time more of both. The kiss only ended when we heard the sounds of a live, loud rock band suddenly crashing our way. At the sound of cheers from the crowd, Hop's lips left mine, and we both turned to the stage. 5 men, all Hop and my age, all around, but not quite, Hop's gorgeousness, except the drummer, who was, alas, not all that good-looking, but his manic smile and his clear talent with a backbeat made up for it in a huge way. We're on the stage rocking right the heck out. Within the first few notes, the crowd went wild, especially the women, whose ages ranged from too young to be in a bar to women who either had 10 decades on me or needed more moisturizer, that were dancing up front. During the first 2 songs, I realized I'd been so into Hop, I hadn't noticed that this wasn't a live band at the local biker bar crowd, but that the vastness of bodies taking up the soon heaving space in front of the stage meant this band was a big draw. There was a reason why. The band wasn't good. They were fantastic. So fantastic, I wondered why they were playing a local biker bar. The only reason I could come up with was that the music they played with ease and sheer, swelling rock goodness were all covers. Luckily, the stage was up high, so the massive bodies out front didn't limit our view. Although every muscle in my body was screaming at me to get up and move to the beat, sing out loud, and enjoy the vibe, Hop's arm around my chair kept me anchored, slouched into him, tapping the beat with my toe. But I did it smiling. It was after song 5 when the lead singer stopped the music in order to speak into his microphone. Those of you who've been with us for years, you'll know 16 years ago, we lost the best front man in the business. Tonight, you give him a yell. He might come up here and show you how we used to do it. Cade, why don't you get your ass up here? I found this confusing. Not only the wall of sound from the crowd that concluded this announcement, but also the fact that the lead singer seemed to be looking directly at Hop. It hit me that Cade was Hop when I heard him mutter, "Fucking shit." Part of the older contingent of groupies started to chant, "Cade! Cade! Cade!" Still, I was stunned when Hop leaned into me and murmured in my ear, "Be back, babe," before he straightened from his chair and headed around the table. "Oh my God!" I whispered to no one as I watched Hop wind his way through the crowd to pats on his back, applause, and come hither eyes. He took a big step up to the stage, and I watched him do a man hug with the lead singer before moving to shake hands with the bassist, and give a chin lift to pianist, keyboard guy, and drummer. A guy who appeared to be a roadie ran on stage with a guitar. "Oh my God!" I repeated as Hop looked at the guitar, then wrapped a hand around its neck and lifted the strap over his head. Hop played guitar. Hop had been in a rock band! Oh my God. He was looking down, strumming the instrument like he was getting used to it, when the roadie handed him an amp plug and he shoved it into the guitar. Another cheer rose from the crowd. He was going to sing and play. Hopper Kincaid, badass biker and hot guy, was going to sing and play with a rock band. I wasn't surprised when I immediately felt my panties get wet, or wetter considering his last kiss started that action. I watched Hop do a lips-to-ear brief chat with the lead singer. The lead nodded enthusiastically, grinning like a lunatic. Then he turned to his band and shouted something I couldn't hear. Hop went to the microphone that was front and center. I again stopped breathing. "Gotta do this shit again, gonna make it count," he growled into the microphone, his voice coming through the speakers rougher and sexier than ever, and the crowd again went wild. He started strumming, and my heart stopped beating when he finished, "This is for Lainey." When the bassist kicked in, my hand darted out to wrap around the edge of the table, to hold on even though I was sitting, eyes glued to Hop as he started singing about gypsy wind and scarlet skies in that growly, sexy voice of his. His eyes locked to mine. Then Hopper Kincaid, badass biker and hot guy, sang Bob Seger's "You'll Accompany Me" straight to me. Straight to me. Words I'd heard time and again, and innumerable times recently, came from his beautiful lips and pummeled right into me. Exquisite pain, the kind you wanted to feel every day for the rest of your life. It was the pain of finally having something you wanted, something you longed for since you had memories, something life taught you to believe you'd never have. Something, if you lived without it, it left a void in your soul you knew would never be filled. Something without it you knew you'd never be whole. It was something you needed. It was as necessary as breath. It was what was required to complete you. And I found, in those 4 minutes as Hopper sang to me, when you got it, it filled you so full you thought you'd rupture. But it was so precious you would do anything to hold it all in and not lose a drop. Not one drop. That was what Hop gave to me by telling me through Bob Seger's words exactly how he felt about me and what he intended to do about it. By the time he was done, every inch of my skin was tingling. My eyes were burning from holding back tears, and my fingers hurt from gripping the table. And when he was done, I had no idea what to do, how to communicate what I was feeling, how to tell him what he needed to know. But I was Lainey Heron, and even if my mind was scrambled by the beauty of all Hop had just given me, my body knew exactly what to do. So I straightened from my chair. I put one high-heeled boot into the seat, pulled myself up and turned to Hop. Then I lifted the fingers of both hands to my lips and threw them out toward a good man, a handsome man, my man. Then I shrieked like a groupie, "You're the shit, Hopper Kincaid!" It was the right thing to do. It got me a sexy smile that I was pretty sure melted my panties clean away, and those of most of the women in the audience, before he followed the 9 Tonight live playlist. He turned to his friend, his mouth moved, and they went right into Hollywood Nights. I danced on my chair until a bouncer told me I had to get down. Hop finished the first set with his boys, and then the entire band joined us for a drink at both their breaks. Hop held me so close while he was talking to his buddies, I was practically in his lap. Later, looking back, I had no idea if I even spoke a word, but I do remember smiling so big and for so long, the next morning, my face hurt. Like I said, exquisite pain. Chapter 9. No Regrets. "So, you were a rock star?" I grinned as I watched Hop press his handsome head into the pillow and burst out laughing. It was Tuesday night. I was in Hop's bed at Hop's house. It was the first time I'd been there. I found, after following his directions, that Hopper Kincaid lived in a nondescript split level on a cul-de-sac in a regular neighborhood. Not a clandestine biker bunker I had to be led to blindfolded. This was a surprise, but not a disappointment. The house was nice, although it was clear he could spend more time on the yard. The moment after I had this thought, my mind purged it. Hopper Kincaid and yard work didn't go together. What did go together was, if his neighbors didn't like it, since he was a badass biker, they probably didn't complain and just put up with it. The minute I walked in, after Hop laid a hot and heavy one on me in the open doorway, I was assaulted by decor that shouted, "A man lives here!" The prevailing colors were black and brown, dark brown. The feel wasn't sit and stay a while, but kick back and lounge for however long you want, preferably with a beer. It was not the way I would decorate, but I had to say I liked it. It was pure Hop. There was framed rock memorabilia everywhere. Signed pictures of Springsteen, Seeger, Clapton, Page. These intermingled with framed tickets, rock concert posters, and posters from motorcycle rallies. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to peruse this museum of rock and motorcycle rallies because dinner was ready, and I got surprise number 2 of the night. Hop could cook. He made a meatloaf that had been basted in a sweetened tomato sauce that was out of this world. It was so good, Mama would approve, and that was saying something. When I shared this information, he grinned at me and stated, "Don't get excited, lady. I can kick ass with ground beef and I can broil the fuck out of a pork chop, but outside that, my cooking is not much to write home about." I was looking forward to him broiling the fuck out of a pork chop for me, but I didn't share that, mainly because I was shoveling meatloaf in my mouth. Now, the dirty dishes were in the sink and we were in Hop's bed. This was because he didn't waste time after dinner in starting the tour of his house. This included a lot more man stuff, the not surprising knowledge that Hop wasn't exactly tidy, and the equally not surprising knowledge that Cody was a Hop mini-me, seeing as his room was filled with motorcycle and rock stuff. The revelation was Molly's room, which was painted a pastel yellow and decorated effusively in every shade of purple under the sun, with a liberal sprinkling of daisies in the form of daisy lamps, a daisy motif to the bedclothes, daisy prints on the walls, and a daisy nightlight. Glancing into Molly's room was more proof badass biker Hopper Kincaid loved his daughter. It didn't belong in this rambling split-level man cave, and yet, getting to know Hop, it absolutely did. The end of the tour was Hop's room, and I was again surprised when confronted with a mammoth black leather-padded waterbed. Although it looked incredibly cool, I had slept on a waterbed twice in my life, and albeit an adventure, being tossed on the waves every time you twitched wasn't my idea of a restful night. I didn't have a chance to think much on this because Hop wasted no time ending the house tour and beginning another one. The new tour lasted 2 hours. During it, it took Hop 30 whole minutes to take all my clothes off me. It took 10 more for me to get all his off him. In other words, it was about taking our time. It was about exploration, rediscovery, and memorization of touch, taste, sound, and sensation. 2 hours. 2 hours of making love. It was phenomenal. And by the time Hopper slowly slid inside of me, his eyes holding mine, I was so primed I came instantly. I did it hard, and it lasted a long time. And it was the best I ever had. Every time with Hop seemed like new, and every time with Hop was a new best. So now I was lying on top of him, his dark sheets pulled up over my booty, his chest hair rough against my breasts, his fingers curved around the cheeks of my ass, pads digging in, and I was doing something I knew in that instant I could do for a lifetime. Watching him laugh. When his laughter died down to chuckling, he dipped his chin and focused on me to say, "I was never a rock star, babe." "You seem pretty comfortable up there," I noted. "Yeah, I guess it's like riding a bike," he mumbled, and I pressed closer, sliding my hands up his chest to wrap my fingers around the sides of his neck. "Tell me," I urged softly. And he bit his lip, his strong white teeth sinking into the flesh of his full lower lip, and I had to beat back a shiver. It was so sexy. He stopped biting his lip and started, "Right." I tore my eyes from his mouth to look into his. He went on. "After a fight, Dad bought a guitar. Pissed Mom off, which was his intention. She went fucking ballistic. When he came home with that guitar, it was the worst fight up until then. She was dedicated to upping the game, so it wasn't their worst fight ever. Still, she was off on one. Dad, for once, didn't back down and return the guitar. He was out in the garage all the time, plucking at it. The whole point was him being shit at doing it, and since it was electric and he also got an amp, him making nothing but noise, and that noise being loud sent her over the edge time and again. I'm beginning to think your childhood was worse than mine, I shared, and watched Hop's face get warm and intent. How long's she been at the bottle? He asked quietly. 1 year, she tripped and spilled a glass of red wine on my fabulous gypsy Halloween costume, I answered instantly. Since it wouldn't do for me to go out in a wine-stained gypsy costume, no matter how fabulous it was, Dad had to cut holes out of a sheet from the guest bedroom, so I went as a blue paisley ghost. The sheet was so huge I tripped on it and chipped my front tooth on the sidewalk outside our neighbor's house. My tooth is capped. I was 9. Abe, he murmured, his voice low and gruff, filled with feeling. Feeling for me. That feeling coming from Hop felt nice, but the reason he was giving it to me didn't, so I shrugged. Something life has taught me over and over. It can suck. That it can, lady, he agreed. So anyway, I moved to change the subject. I take it you confiscated your dad's guitar? Hop, thankfully, but not surprisingly, went with me, but he did it while both of his hands drifted up my back, gathered my hair away from my face, and one hand held it bunched at the back of my head, while the other one moved to stroke my spine. This felt nice, too. Or nicer. Yeah, he confirmed. Dad got sick of driving Mom around the bend, and I was curious. Picked it up. To this day, don't know how it happened, but I just took to it. No lessons, nothing. Just started strumming and made music. Dad was fucking thrilled. Thought it was the shit. Mom was pissed. Thought it'd give me ideas of being a jukebox hero. I didn't care what either of them thought. Two things took me out of the shit that was my life with them, and that was being at a bike shop with my dad or sitting in the garage fucking around with that guitar. How old were you? I asked. 12, he answered. Wow, that's young, I remarked, and it was Hop's turn to shrug. That's also really cool, I continued. That was when Hop grinned. I thought so too. When I was 14, met Danny from last night. He took lessons. His parents wanted him to play classical guitar, but it was all about the rock riff with him. They were disappointed, but he didn't give a shit. That bug bites you, no cure for it. Obviously there was a cure for you, I said, and his hands stopped stroking my spine as he wrapped his arm tight around me. For me, it wasn't about the same thing as it was for Danny, Hop shared. He feeds off what you saw last night, standing in front of a mic, making music, women pressed to the front of the stage, shouting, dancing. He gets high off that vibe, and he works through that high in a hotel room later with a couple of bottles of bourbon, some grass, and as many warm, soft bodies as he can get. When we recruited the guys and formed a band, if he turned up for rehearsals, it was a miracle. But he never missed a show. Well, that's a fuck of a lot bigger than what we had back then, which means they have a decent manager who keeps them in gigs, and they can pay 2 roadies so they don't have to lug equipment. But every night it's a different bar, a different body in his bed, a different hotel. Every day it's back in the RV on the road, heading to more of the same. His life is still narrow. I think he digs it, and if he's down with that, cool. But he and me are both 40. 10 years, 15, if he's lucky, those broads up front are gonna look as tired as he is. It won't matter how great he can sell, feel like a number. Fresh pussy's gonna dry up, and the gigs are gonna be fewer and farther between, and I guarantee you, lady, he's gonna find himself at a time where he'll look back and reflect, and he'll have regrets. I nodded because this was likely true. Hop carried on. I gave it up and found chaos. I got kids, I got brothers, I got a home, I got work I like doing at the garage, the store, with my club, I got family. His arm gave me a squeeze and his lips tipped up. I got a beautiful woman in my bed and I've had her enough times. I know what to do to make her moan for me. If I don't fuck that up with her, I keep that, no matter what women think. A real man wants to know how to make his woman moan and takes up the challenge of keeping that up and making it better. Not starting that shit up time and again with another bitch. What I'm saying is, I landed in a good place, baby, and I never looked back. I got no regrets. His words about me, how he knew how to make me moan, how a real man wants to keep that up and make it better, meant everything to me. Everything. If I could give him words to say to make me know my heart and gut led me straight to where I should be, naked in Hop's waterbed, it might not have been exactly the same since I wasn't a badass biker, but they'd have the same meaning. Therefore, I found myself whispering, I love the song you sang for me. His face got soft, but his smiling mouth said, I think I got that when you stood on a chair and screamed I was the shit and jumped me the minute we got in your front door. Seriously, babe, I think I got carpet burns on my ass and shoulder blades. You rode me so hard. I smiled back, but still gave his shoulder a puny slap and returned, You don't have carpet burns. He kept smiling through his muttered, Feels like it. I kept smiling too, and Hop went on. Good you got a rug inside your front door, lady. You rode me like that with my back on your tile. I wouldn't be able to walk. But that would be the least of my worries, seeing as I'd probably have a concussion. Shut up, I mumbled, still smiling, and his smile got bigger. Dad knows about us. Yes, that was what I blurted. I knew it actually came out when Hop's eyebrows shot up. Come again? He asked. I pulled in a breath. I said it. I said it in Hop's bed. I said it after making the unconscious but undeniable decision to let him in, so I decided it was time to give him more. That was what that thing was about in Vale, I admitted. Fuck, he muttered. Yeah, I muttered back, and his hand slid out of my hair to wrap around the back of my neck. Can't say that's too surprising, baby, he said gently. You were shit at hiding it. Yeah, I repeated. He'd have to be stupid and blind, and your old man is neither. Caught your mom giving us looks too, and I don't know, not gonna go there with her until you and me decide it's time, but I don't think it escaped Molly either. He told me, and my stomach lurched. Really? Molly? I asked. She loves her dad. She pays attention. She's a girl. Even at her age, she swoons over boy band crap, and guys on TV she thinks are cute. Romantic fantasy is ingrained in chicks. It might come out slow, but it'll always come out. You look great, you dress great, smile at her like she's the only girl in the world, and you make her old man happy. She's gonna get ideas. In this instance, just happen to be the right ones. This is true, I murmured, and he grinned, then his grin faded. So, he said shit to you about me? Yeah, I replied. And you packed your shit and walked out. It wasn't a question, since he didn't have to question seeing as he rode to my rescue, but there was something in his tone, something that made my heart seize, something important. Well, yeah, I stated. You rode to my rescue, remember? Your dad said shit about me and you packed your shit and walked out. Again with the tone, heavy. No, weighty, meaningful. Something was happening here. Hop, I started, but stopped when he rolled us so he was on top. And his hand came up to cut my jaw, and I noted he was no longer just looking at me. His eyes were burning into mine. All that shit you no doubt had to live through with your mom. You ever do anything like that before? He asked. No, I whispered. But your dad trash-talked me, you threw a drama and walked out. Yeah, I replied. Although I wouldn't refer to it as throwing a drama, I couldn't debate that I didn't, since technically I did. And anyway, Hop was still being intense, so I needed to concentrate and not debate terminology. So he trash-talked me. I squirmed a little but stopped when Hop's fingers dug lightly into my skin. He said you were a mistake, like Elliot. I admitted, cautiously. He's wrong. Hop growled, not cautiously. Hop, he's wrong, Laney. He bit out. Okay, I said slowly. Do not let him feed that monster in you. Not about me. He ordered. Okay, I repeated. With women, it's about the slow soak, babe. Assholes pour shit on the surface and women keep going not even knowing that shit is soaking in. Then one day, out of fucking nowhere, that acid is burned deep in a way it leaves a wound that will never heal. Wipe that shit away, Laney. Don't let it soak in. He doesn't know me. He cannot make that call about me. That's what I told him, I shared.
Good.
He clipped. Hop, he's a biker bigot, and he's, well, other kinds of bigot besides. I told you that before you met him, I pointed out.
Yeah, he told me that, but that was about how he'd be with me. I don't give a fuck he makes a point and steps away from me after he shakes my hand. I give a fuck about him giving my woman shit and maybe making her question being with me. And when I say I give a shit, I mean in a big fucking way.
Boy, not much escaped Hop. He didn't make me question it, Hopper, I promised, then tried to lighten the mood. And just to say, it's a little freaky how well you know women.
Babe, best wool men ever pulled was letting women think we think with our dicks. Pay a fuck of a lot of attention. We know your shit maybe more than you do because we live it right along with you. Some of you try to make us eat it. It's just that some of us choose not to get sucked in the drama and instead focus on getting laid regularly.
I felt my eyes get big right before I wrapped my arms around him and started giggling, but I managed to push through my giggles. Honey, not sure you should share the Brotherhood's secrets.
You talk, no woman will listen. They prefer to think a man's brain is in his dick, gives him something to bitch about.
Again, freaking me out how well you know women, I said, still giggling, and finally his face cleared and he smiled at me. Then his thumb swept my lips right before it drifted away, and his head dropped so his mouth could brush them. When he lifted up again, he wasn't smiling.
You packed and walked out,
He whispered. I stopped giggling and my teeth came out to graze my lower lip before I confirmed again, yeah.
means a lot, baby.
It did. Absolutely. I was just glad he agreed. I tightened my arms around him but said nothing. Hop wasn't done.
Means a lot you're finally in my bed, too.
My hands slid up his back so my fingertips could play with his hair, but I again said nothing.
It'll be good to wake up with you here.
He was killing me. It felt exquisite, but it had to stop before I melted and became one with his waterbed. I have to share that I'm also a bit freaked about the fact you have a waterbed, but even through our various sometimes vigorous activities, the waves didn't toss us off. He again gave me the subject change. His eyes lit with amusement, and his hand moved down to the side of my neck so his thumb could stroke my throat. It felt really nice.
It's waveless, Lainey.
Bodies of water, even small ones, and waveless aren't natural, Hop, I noted.
Being on the moon isn't natural either, but man managed to do that,
He returned. Being on the moon is about harnessing science and technology. Waveless waterbeds are about harnessing nature, and that, by definition, is not natural, I shot back.
Babe, you're not lying on a miracle,
He said through a lip twitch. No, I'm lying under one. His lips stopped twitching, his body went completely still, except his chin jerked back and his eyes started burning again. This all confirmed the fact that those 5 words actually did come out of my mouth. Damn. Hop. He cut me off.
You said it, don't pollute it.
I closed my mouth, and his hand moved up, fingers driving into the hair at the side of my head, his thumb moving out to sweep my cheek, his face getting close, his body pressing into mine, and his lips whispering,
You given me this.
I knew what he meant. I was becoming fluent in Hop speak, but had already become fluent in chaos speak, so I didn't miss his question. I understood it completely. This meant me. Hop? I began.
Easy question, Lainey.
No, it isn't, I argued, because, well, it wasn't.
Right, I'll amend. You giving me a shot at having this.
Well, I paused, then thought, being naked in his bed, sharing stories and laughter, that it was safe to say, yeah.
No, lady.
He shook his head.
You don't understand me. Are you giving me a shot at having this?
His thumb moved back over my cheek.
You, for real. Sharing, building, looking at a future.
Okay, maybe I wasn't yet fluent in Hop speak. I squirmed again. Hop,
I want that,
he declared. It was my turn for my body to go still.
I'm 40 years old, babe, but I don't mind looking, taking a test drive. I'm also old enough to know with you I like what I see, I like what I feel, I like what I know. I like everything I learn, so I know I'm ready to work at taking it there with you. Having kids, what I gotta know is if you're ready to work at taking it there with me.
After Hop came to my house to check on me and carry one suitcase down one flight of stairs, amongst other things, really, there was only one answer to that, so I gave it to him. I walked out on my mom and dad because of you, honey. He held my eyes. Then he muttered,
You're ready to work at taking it there with me.
I think, after Dodge Ram Rescue and Bob Seger's You'll Accompany Me, it's been confirmed you're real, so yes, I'm ready to work at taking it there with you. There, I said it. God, I said it, and I meant it. His hand moved slightly so his thumb could drag along my lower lip as he growled,
Best decision you'll make in your life, baby.
Well, at least that's firm, if cocky, I joked, but I did it breathlessly.
No.
He said. Then his hand moved so his face could disappear in my neck, and he promised, his tash tickling my skin,
I'm about to get cocky. I'm already firm.
My nipples tingled as he pressed the proof of his second statement against my thigh. Hop, I breathed, but said no more because his lips were moving down my chest. I was wriggling under him, my hands moving on him, but I stilled when his lips bypassed my breasts, moving through the valley between them and gliding across the scar under them, then down to glide along the one on my belly. I felt his lips move away, and he called,
Lady.
I lifted my head to look down my body at him. He caught my eyes, then he vowed quietly,
No regrets for you either. I'll see to it. You got my word.
My entire chest got warm, and I pressed my lips together momentarily before I gave it back. I'll do my best so you get the same from me, Hop. I watched his head drop, and then I explained.
I don't give a fuck if it's half-hearted, but I do know it's gonna die down.
He declared. Oh dear. He wasn't backing down. He was intending to intervene. Biker badass against ad agency. This was not good. I meant naturally, Hop, I protested, trying to cut him off at the pass. Not them backing off because my man and his biker brethren pay them a threatening visit.
Chaos doesn't make threats, babe.
Gah! Hop! I cried, quickly losing patience as was my wont. Seriously, I do not want you to get involved. I didn't tell you so you'd get involved. And most importantly, if you do, I leaned into him. It's going to tick me off. Like bad. He grinned at me like I amused him and asked,
Like bad?
Don't make fun of me, I snapped.
Don't be cute and I won't make fun of you,
he returned, still grinning. I'm not being amusing, Hopper Kincaid. I'm being very serious, I warned. This is my career, and I've worked hard to make a name in this business. I've worked hard to build my agency. It means something to me, I shared. I can't have a bunch of badass bikers stomping around in their motorcycle boots and leather cuts giving me a reputation I do not need. The grin faded clean from his face, and it got hard before he asked,
A reputation you don't need?
Uh-oh. He took that the wrong way. You know that wasn't what I meant, I said.
Then, babe, it'd be good you tell me what you did mean and do it real fucking quick.
Hop shot back, and I stared at him as an unpleasant burn hit my belly. Then I said softly, That isn't cool.
Damn straight it isn't,
he retorted, and I shook my head. No, you don't understand me. That isn't cool, not even close to cool, Hop, that you'd think for 1 second that's what I meant.
Again, lady, you need to tell me what you meant.
Not once. I pulled in a calming breath before going on. Not once, Hopper. Not since that very first moment when Brick walked into my house with Tyra, when she told me Elliot was making whacked decisions, and then you showed later to put me on the back of your bike and take me to tie-ties. Have I ever, I leaned in again, done 1 stinking thing to indicate I was a biker bigot.
Yeah, until you just told me you'd get a reputation I get involved in your life.
He returned, not letting it go. No, I didn't say that. I said I'd get a reputation if you got involved in my business, I amended sharply. And it wouldn't matter if you were a biker or a businessman, Hop. I'm a businesswoman. And we've come a long way. But it's still a man's world, and any man sticking his nose into my business makes it look like I can't see to my business. I've worked too damned hard to prove I'm good at what I do, to demand credit for my work when some ass was taking it from me, to prove I can manage accounts, staff, an entire agency, to compete for business and best the competition, to have another man, no matter how's, shut up.
So you're good with threatening to take you away from me, something you know I want and I want it bad, bad enough to work at it, bad enough to twist myself in fucking knots for it because you were justifiably pissed, but unjustifiably not opening your mind to where I was coming from, and therefore not seeing I'm explaining myself or giving me a shot at apologizing?
That shut me up because unfortunately, he was right. I was mad, I wasn't listening, and I'd threatened to take me away from him when he was definitely working on us, and doing it by twisting himself into knots. I didn't speak. Hop didn't either. This lasted a very long time, so long I was inwardly squirming, and it was so uncomfortable I was about to say something to smooth things over, get us back on track. Unfortunately, I waited 1 second too long to do this.
Fuck me, I can add fucking stubborn to high maintenance and a drama queen. Not good, babe.
He bit off. My temper, which was cooling, flared again. I'm not high maintenance, I exclaimed, and he pushed away from the sink.
Seriously?
He asked incredulously.
Been in your bed when you get up at fucking 5:30 in the fucking morning to do your gig in the bathroom before you go to work, and I've hauled your shit up to my bedroom so you can do it in my place. Lainey, you live 15 minutes away from your office and you get there at 8. Over 2 hours every day just to do your hair and makeup. Diana fucking Ross in her heyday probably took less time to get ready for a show. Babe, if that isn't high maintenance, I do not know what is.
The Diana Ross comment was funny, but I didn't laugh. I eat breakfast in that time too, Hopper, I reminded him.
You swallow down some yogurt and suck back coffee, lady. You don't bake a quiche and eat it at your dining room table with cloth napkins and mimosas,
he fired back. It was unfortunate he was amusing when he was angry. Hop even saying the word quiche was hilarious. I wanted to laugh, I really did. I didn't. He wasn't done.
Fuck, you stand in your closet for a full 15 minutes every fucking time I've been at your house in the morning like you're making your wardrobe selection of the day to announce your candidacy for president.
Stop being funny, Hopper, I hissed, leaning toward him, and he leaned toward me.
Baby, I am not being funny.
I took in his expression. He wasn't being funny. Definitely not. He was funny, but he wasn't being funny. He was angry, and this was serious. You cushioned my fall. That came out of my mouth, and I knew Hop didn't get it when he blinked.
Say again,
he asked. Chaos, you, Tyra, Tack, Big Petey, Brick, Dog. I threw a hand out toward him. You all cushioned my fall, Hop. You all knew how far I fell, and landing after a fall like that could destroy you. It didn't destroy me because chaos cushioned my fall. The anger slid out of his face as his lips muttered,
Baby.
I shook my head and kept talking. You all mean something to me. You're family. And you intimating that I might think I'm better than you? Or think badly about you? I drew in a breath before I admitted. I went over the top when I got ticked because you all mean something to me. And I don't want any of you, because of my clothes or house or job or car, thinking I'd ever think bad things about you. And for obvious reasons, I especially don't want you to think that way. After I finished speaking, Hop held my eyes, and I let him because I was soaking in the look he was giving me. It was a look I'd never seen from him or anyone. Not aimed at me, but I'd seen it. I'd seen it hundreds of times. I saw it when Tak was watching Tai Tai with their sons, or when she was giggling with his daughter Tabby, or when she was goofing around with the guys and he was distanced but watching and liking what he saw, or my favorite times when he just caught sight of her walking into a room. It was a look filled with warmth, a look filled with intimacy, a look of harmony, the look of love. Yes, right then, Hopper Kincaid was giving that look to me.
Come here, lady,
He ordered gently, and when I stayed frozen, stuck in the glow of his look, and didn't move immediately, he leaned toward me, hooked a finger in the belt loop of my jeans, and he brought me there. When I was close, he wrapped his arms around my waist, and automatically, I lifted my hands and rested them on his chest. But I was careful not to lose contact with that look in Hop's eyes. Hop didn't seem to notice I was mesmerized, because he started talking.
I fucked up, jumped to conclusions, said something stupid, and you were right to get pissed,
He told me, and I stared up at him, stunned, pleased, warm, happy. Hop wasn't done.
I hear about your work, and I won't get involved.
My body gave a slight, surprised jerk, taking me out of basking in the glow of his look, and I felt my eyes get wide. Are you serious? I asked breathily.
Yeah,
He answered.
but I reserve the right, that shit ever turns ugly, to have another conversation about it. And if I feel you need me, that conversation might have a different ending.
Oh my God, it just kept getting better. Compromise. Hopper Kincaid, member of Chaos Motorcycle Club, badass biker who could beat unconscious a mountain of a man who owned a monster truck and do it in 3 minutes, was willing to compromise. Wow, I whispered. And my whisper encompassed a lot of things and even more feeling, and I watched Hop grin. But his face got serious, and his arms got tight when he continued.
You need to take two things from that. What you obviously took, and that you do not bury shit because you're worried about my reaction to it. You need to get it off your chest, lady. I'm here. It starts messing with your head, your sleep, your enjoyment of the work you do. That's when I'll expect to have our conversation. You down with that?
It was my turn to grin, but I suspected it was less of a grin and more a beaming smile. I'm down with that, Hop, I agreed. His eyes moved over my face, and his grin came back.
Good. Now the dishes are done. You want to watch TV or you want to go upstairs and fuck?
Fight over, and the way Hop ended it, a way I liked. Liked in a way I knew I could like for a lifetime. I melted into him and asked,
Do we?
Damn, he knew! God, what did I say? Tak moved to one of my chairs, sat in it, and again looked at me. His voice was soft when he said, Gave it time, babe. Fuck of a lot of time. After dinner at your place a while back, thought on it, decided I can't give it more. Okay, now I was confused. That didn't sound like he knew about Hop and me. Gave what time? I asked.
You.
He answered. Right, now I was really confused. Me what? I queried, and he leaned toward me, his eyes intense, searching, but kind.
You and Belova,
He replied, and I felt my insides seize again.
you were not moving on. Years passed, you didn't move on. Tyra, she was not good about this, babe. She might get pissed at me sharing, seeing as my woman doesn't know I'm making this stop, but you gotta know. She's been worried, and when I say that, I mean worried. She just didn't know what to do. She didn't want to say something and set you off. She didn't want to not say something and watch you waste your life away. Now she's even more worried. That photo's gone, what that might mean. And you haven't said shit about it.
Oh, this was about the photo. Tak, I started, and he shook his head.
That path, Lainey, that path that leads to healing, you can get blinded. Think there's only one path to choose, but there isn't. There are lots of different paths, but some of them don't lead to healing. They lead to other shit that is not good, and darling, you've been on the wrong one.
He leaned into me, and his voice dipped quieter, rougher.
Trust me on this. I know, watching you go through it and watching my daughter go through it.
I swallowed. About a year ago, Tak's girl, Tabby, had lost her fiancé suddenly in a car crash only 3 weeks before their wedding. It was tragic. and Tabby put on a brave face, but everyone knew she was suffering. How could she not? But with that brave face, it was hard to know what path she was on. Unless you were as observant as Tack, he leaned back and kept talking. Shit you endured, Red, me, all of us had to put on kid gloves with you. I don't want to freak you, but that frame gone means you made a decision you aren't communicating about, so those gloves gotta come off. Tack, gotta move on, the right way. Well, gotta find a life outside this office. He threw out a hand, then pinned his eyes on me. You gotta find a man. My back snapped straight. Tack, really? He didn't miss my response, he just misinterpreted it. Don't go woman on me and tell me you don't need a man to complete you. It's bullshit. Woman looks like you, goddamn waste. But a woman who has the love you got to give, that's not a waste. That's a crying shame. I closed my mouth because that was sweet. Then I opened it to remind him. FYI, I can't go woman on you since I am a woman, so going woman is redundant. He grinned. Just saying. Got a good one. That don't mean I don't notice other good ones, darling. You're a good one, and a man would be lucky he got you. Wow, that was really sweet. I held his eyes, then I leaned toward him. Thank you for coming, saying what you've said, and caring, Tack. But I promise you, everything is good. Bullshit. I blinked at his reply. You've thrown away that frame and locked yourself in, he declared. Locked myself in what? I asked again, confused. Days here, nights here, your life here. He lifted a hand and pointed to the floor. In this office, buried in your work. Sure, you go out with your girl, you do yourself up, you spoil our sons, you show on chaos and laugh with the brothers, but the majority of your life is this job, lady, and that shit can't go on. Oh dear, how did I play this? Tack, really, I promise you, I'm fine. A life that's work is not fine. It isn't even half a life. I dig you enjoy what you do, and that's cool. You being so good at it is cooler. But the world is full, darling. You're only eating off half the plate. You're missing the meat, and worse, you're missing dessert. He paused a moment before he said quietly, You need to live your life, Lainey. I promise you, Tack, I am. Why is it after 6 and you're still at the office? He returned. I couldn't tell him I was heading out to meet Hop and his kids, and thus I couldn't tell him I was late doing that and should have left 15 minutes ago. I also couldn't tell him that my life was very much not all work. Not anymore. It was dance recitals. It was broiled pork chops. It was listening to Hop tell me the story of taking one of his bitches to a Seeger concert. She got high before they went, lost herself in the vibe, and threw her t-shirt toward the stage. I laughed through this because Hopper also told me she wasn't wearing a bra, and they were nowhere near the stage, so neither Bob nor any of the Silver Bullet Band could appreciate her gesture. However, I had to tell him something. Just didn't get the chance. Talk with Mitch and Lucas. They got a buddy. Says he's a good man. Tack started. Oh my God, was he talking about setting me up? Tack continued. Don't know him. Don't want to lose one of my girls to a guy on the force. But they say he's a good man. I believe them. Gonna set you up. Oh my God. Tack was setting me up. It was nice he thought of me as one of his girls, but this was a disaster. Truth be told, I knew Mitch Lawson and Brock Lucas, and I liked them. They were both good cops. They were both good guys. They were both friends of Tack's. They and their wives, Mara and Tess, and their kids would often come to chaos functions. This was incongruous, cops and bikers, but there was history, serious history. That made it not only understandable, but imperative. So knowing Mitch and Brock and knowing they were good guys, I knew they wouldn't set me up with a jerk or a loser. That didn't make this any less of a disaster. Tack, I began, but he again talked over me, and he did it while standing. Going home, talking to Red about this. She'll hook up with Mara and Tess, and they'll sort it. You just gotta look beautiful and show up. First part comes natural. The second part will be where I'll trust you not to fall down. I stared at him as he stood before my desk, and when he stopped talking, I asked, Do you do this to Tai Tai? What? He asked. Not let her get a word in edgewise? I answered, and he burst out laughing. I waited patiently for him to stop, thinking not for the first time that Tyra was lucky. Tack laughed deep and rich. It came from the gut, and he looked good doing it. He also did it a lot. When Tack stopped laughing, he looked back at me and replied simply, "Yes." I opened my mouth to say something and again failed in this endeavor, though only when it's important and she's been a pain in my ass. Are you implying I'm a pain in your ass? I inquired. Nope. He shook his head, grinning. But you give me lip on this, I won't imply it. I'll just say it straight out. Tack, go on the date, Lainey. Tack, I snapped, and he bent over my desk, putting his hand on it and pinning me again with his blue eyes. Do it for Tyra, he said softly, and I shut my mouth. How the heck was I going to get out of this? She's worried, Tack went on. Heal yourself, help my woman stop worrying. Go on a date. I closed my eyes, then opened them and nodded. I mean, what else could I do? Tack smiled. Damn. Good. Glad we had this talk, he declared. And Red's gonna be glad you're taking a shot at life again, and I hope it works out or it doesn't. But it whets your appetite to have back what you're missing. You'll be glad. It really stunk that he was such a good guy, and he was here doing this for me, and I couldn't tell him this was all unnecessary, and they could stop worrying. Okay, well, thanks again, Tack, I said. He straightened away from my desk. Go home, do something fun, whatever, just get the fuck out of here, he ordered, throwing out an arm to indicate my office. I was just leaving, I informed him, and got another grin before he moved to my door. He stopped in it and turned back. I should have lifted up my mental shield and braced. I didn't. So when he shot his arrows, they tore straight through my flesh. Don't regret what you did. Don't regret the decisions you made. You did right. You followed your heart, and that is never wrong, darling. But shit went down and it was extreme. That's over, Lainey. Long over. Move on. I didn't do right. He knew that. I knew that. Tyra knew it. He was just being nice. Forgiveness is beautiful, and it feels good when someone gives that gift to you, but it's one thing for someone you wronged to forgive you. It was another to forgive yourself. Too much was lost. Rivers of it. Rivers of Tai-Tai's blood on the floor of a house I'd never been to, and she'd only been there once. That blood flowed because of me. It could have meant we lost everything, Tack and me, but the way he loved her, mostly Tack. He forgave me. I just didn't forgive myself. I didn't tell him any of this. I just said, okay. He nodded. Okay, darling. Have a good night. You too. Tell Tai-Tai I said hi. Will do. Later. Later, I thought about it that way. In fact, I hadn't thought about it at all. Maybe, I told his shoulder. You want to end this? He asked. And what? And us. I felt my entire body wind so tight I feared it would snap, hurtling me across the room like a broken rubber band. I pulled my head back to look at him. Do you? My voice trembled on those two words. Fuck no, he replied instantly, and I felt my brow furrow. Then why did you ask? Because, babe, neither of us wants to end this. She's your girl, Tack's my brother. How the fuck are we gonna go on hiding what we have from them? He had a point. We have to. My mouth said it before my brain caught up, and I watched his head jerk to the side. Lady. For a while, I finished, and he stared at me. You want to know it's solid? He guessed. I want this monster out of me, I confessed, pressing closer. I want to be able to face them both and know. No, I believe. No, I'm right this time. After what happened last time, how bad it was, how we nearly lost Tai-Tai, I have to know this time. It has to be solid. For you, for me, so Tyra can believe. His face changed, unease washing through his expression, and he told me. You were right the last time, baby. He did wrong, but you did right. I shook my head and Hop watched me do it. Hop let me go, shifted us both into the couch, tucking me tight to his side. I lifted up my legs and curled them on the couch beside me as I snaked an arm across his stomach and pressed my forehead into his neck. For a while, babe, we'll keep this between you and me. He gave in. But you gotta remember that I'm easing you into my kids' lives, and I'm not gonna ask them to lie. Kids say shit, and they are not strangers to chaos. You also gotta be aware that Hai picked me up here, so he knows. And I asked him not to talk, but I am not gonna get in his face if he does. So if you keep this from your girl, you're walking a tightrope, baby. And the longer this carries on, if she finds out before we share, the more you're gonna have to explain. I nodded. I'd worry about that later. A lot later. Right, he muttered, and I pressed closer. We fell silent, and neither of us broke it for a good long while. Finally, Hop did. Don't know who won this one, the monster or us, he mused. I didn't either. I just knew it was an entirely different experience, battling that monster with Hop at my back. You sensed something was up, called Sheila to stay with the kids, and drove all the way here to talk with me, I reminded him. Yeah, he agreed, and I lifted up to look at him. That monster always bests me, honey, but I'm thinking you did great. Another expression washed through his features, this one better. Surprise and satisfaction. I got to enjoy it for half a second before he kissed me. When he broke the kiss, I noted, I hate to bring this up, but we have to figure out what to do about this setup. Don't worry about it. I'll deal with it. I stared at him. How are you going to deal with it? I'll think of something. After Hopper Kincaid said those 4 words, there was one thing I knew with a surety that was astonishing. He would. One way or another, Hop would think of something and make my troubles go away. I liked this so much, to communicate just how much, I pressed my forehead back into his neck and burrowed close. Letting go of that scene, a thought came to me. So, I'm taking it from this conversation that you want us to be exclusive? I asked, and felt his body tense before it shook slightly with laughter. Yeah, babe, I want us to be exclusive, he confirmed, his words also shaking with laughter. Good to know. No, great to know. I burrowed closer before I told him, if we're exclusive, you should know I have the birth control thing covered. There was no laughter in his voice. He sounded surprised when he asked, You good with me ungloved? I pulled my face out of his neck and again looked at him. I don't know, what did you mean when you said, shit happens that night you got angry with me? It means for your peace of mind I'm visiting a clinic. Hop, for me, was visiting a clinic. Yes, oh yes, it just kept getting better. I smiled at him. He smiled back, before his hand sifted in my hair, and he pressed my forehead against his neck. He held me for a while, before he told he had to get back to his kids. He kissed me again, and I walked him out to his bike, where I kissed him. Then he told me he wasn't leaving until he saw my outside light go on and off, indicating I was safely locked inside. That was sweet and protective, so I kissed him again. 10 minutes later, I flicked my light on and off, indicating to Hopper I was safely locked inside. But I stood inside feeling something I hadn't felt in a very long time. Safe. Chapter 12. Knife in my gut. 1 week and 3 days later. So, how did it happen for you? How'd what happen for me? I moved my face out of Hop's throat and looked down at him. How did you find chaos? It was Sunday morning, and we were in his bed in the compound. Considering we were still keeping our relationship a secret, this was a risk. However, last night, I joined Tyra and our friends Gwen and Elvira at the compound for drinks prior to going out. This was at Tyra's invitation. And even though I would have preferred to spend my Saturday evening with Hop in order to hide what we had, I'd agreed. Tack, Brick, Shy, Tug, and Big Petey were all there, so we ended up not going out, and instead, we all got plastered in the common room. Later in the evening, after some clandestine texting to let Hop know where I was, he showed. This was fun. Too fun. Then again, times with Tai Tai always were. Throw Elvira and Gwen in the mix, it went off the charts. Elvira was a black woman who was totally crazy, but in good ways. Gwen was a white woman who was only slightly less crazy than Elvira, but I figured this had to do with the fact that she was married to Hawk Delgado. I wasn't sure since Gwen didn't talk about it, but considering he always wore cargo pants, skin-tight shirts, sturdy boots of forbidding expression, and a gun belt, I figured Hawk was a commando. An actual commando. My guess was being married to a commando curtailed your level of craziness because no one wanted to call home to a hubby who was a commando and explain the trouble they'd got themselves into. I didn't know, but I figured commandos had enough trouble professionally. They didn't need their wives buying them more. Gwen being Gwen, even though she was a mom married to a commando, she still knew how to have herself a good time. Elvira, on the other hand, was seeing a very good-looking African-American cop. Unlike Hawk, Elvira's man, Malik, thought her craziness was hysterical and cute. I knew this because I'd been around them, and he'd said it. A lot. Because she was crazy. A lot. And it was good he thought this because it meant the drama she liberally injected into their relationship was something he enjoyed rather than something that set him running for the hills. Needless to say, we got plastered, and men like it when women get plastered. Therefore, Tack took off with Tai Tai in tow so they could enjoy her being drunk in their house in the mountains. Hawk showed and guided his tipsy wife and Elvira to his SUV, while Elvira talked on the phone with Malik, which meant Malik was going to catch the hint his woman was blotto, and I figured he'd meet her at her house in order to take advantage. As for me, I kept drinking and enjoying my time with the guys until High showed. Although I was inebriated, it looked to me like Hop gave him a signal, and High somehow managed to talk the other boys away from the bar and off on some chaos errand. Alone in the compound with Hop, he wasted no time leading me to his room, where we had wild, crazy, drunken sex. Okay, that last bit was just me, and it was fabulous. More fabulous now since Hop's visit to the clinic brought good news. He could go ungloved, which meant it was just him and me with nothing in between. I promptly passed out, only to be awoken by my man 45 minutes ago, whereupon he made sweet, slow love to me. It was debatable, but that might have been more fabulous. I was slightly hungover. I was also not so slightly happy. How did I find chaos? Hop asked, and I grinned at him. Yeah. Tack came to a show. I tipped my head to the side. What? When I was still with the band, Tack came to a show. My family's from Nevada. Mom and Dad still live there, but Bog put out feelers everywhere, so we got gigs in Denver. After a show, Tack came up to me and told me he dug what we did. Liked him. He seemed solid, and it was cool he went out of his way to say that shit to me. When I quit the band, I thought about where I wanted to land, and by that time, even though I was only 24, a lot of miles in, the place I liked best was Denver. Came here, remembered Tack. Not hard to miss, seeing as he was wearing his cut, that he was in a club. And I rode into town on a bike. Seemed to fit. Sought him out, told him I left the band. He told me about chaos. Invited me to a bash. I went. He smiled. The rest is history. So you've been in the club since you were 24? I asked. By the time I got here, made a decision, finished my time as a grunt, full membership at 27. And you never looked back, I noted. The ease of our post-making love morning drifted from his face when he replied, Never looked back. What's that? I queried. What? That look on your face. I explained, and he hesitated before he rolled us. I had been lying on him. Hop situated us so I was on my back, and he'd pressed his front to my side, his hand splayed on my belly.
Tack didn't invite me to join so much as recruited me.
He stated in a way that sounded weirdly like a confession, and I felt my eyebrows draw together. I don't get it.
I mean, aren't all the guys recruited? Not for what Tack recruited me.
I knew from his tone and the look on his face our happy morning seemed to have gone south somehow. I just didn't get it. What are you saying? I asked hesitantly, not wanting our morning to go south and not really sure I wanted to know what he was saying.
What I'm saying is, the club was different back then. You and me, we stay solid. You're brought officially into the fold as an old lady. When we let out the news about us, you'll hear talk.
He studied me a moment before finishing.
You might have already heard it.
I haven't already heard it, I shared. How was the club different?
They were into some serious bad shit then.
Oh dear. I was right. I didn't want to know. Still, I had to, so I pushed. What kind of serious bad shit?
Seriously serious bad shit.
Hop evaded. Hop?
Laney,
He lifted a hand and cupped my cheek.
it was not good. What it is over.
I think maybe I need to understand this, I told him, though I didn't think I needed that. But I knew if we went the distance, I'd have to know.
I think maybe you need to trust me that you don't.
So what if I hear talk? I pressed.
You'll know it's over.
Hop, I began, and his face suddenly got closer.
Drugs.
He bit out, the word sharp, but almost strangled, like he had his own monster who dragged it out of him, and he had no control, no way to hold it back. I gasped, and he continued.
And girls, seriously bad shit, lady. Seriously bad shit that Tack wanted nothing to do with. He wasn't president back then, but that didn't.
I knew it because I felt it, but I also knew it because he called me woman, and he'd never done that. It was also interesting to understand how he felled Monster Truckman so easily. I didn't share this with him. I told him honestly, if cautiously, I'm not sure that's much better,
You would be right.
he retorted.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I did what I did, but it wasn't my choice, and it wasn't my decision, but it was my decision to join the club. Take Tax back, help him maneuver himself to the gavel, and be a soldier in the war that would get us out of that shit. In order to do it, I had to do what I had to do.
Did you sleep with those girls? I asked.
Fuck no.
Give them drugs? Hop went silent, and bile crawled up my throat. I pushed through the sick. You gave them drugs?
No. But Chaos had access, and brothers that are gone now, did.
I closed my eyes and turned my head to the side. Hop moved it back into position, and I opened my eyes to glare at him, because I did not like this, any of it, only to see him scowling at me.
2 years, Laney. 2 fucking years I worked those girls, keeping them together, trying to get them straight, helping them plan for when Tack executed his takeover and we cut them loose. That life, not a good one, and you're hooked on shit. You'll do pretty much anything to keep yourself supplied with it. I tried to do it smart, keep them quiet, move them out of the life, and 2 of those bitches talked. We lost a brother because of that, Laney. They opened their mouths, shit got out to the wrong people. Tack had to move to shut it down, and we lost a brother. Taking us out of that life into the one where we are now was not easy. Everyone's hands got dirty. Blood flowed, but where we are now, what we can give to our kids, it was worth it.
You lost a brother? I asked. And he unexpectedly knifed away, lifted an arm, and pointed at the tattoo on his bicep. I'd seen it before, time and again. Not only on Hopper, but all the brothers had it. It was a set of unbalanced scales. The top scale had the word red inked in it, rivers of red blood dripping over the sides. I knew without anyone telling me that this indicated Tyra and what happened to her because of Elliot. The bottom scale had the word black with a hooded, skull-faced reaper that had creepy blue eyes and a scythe in his skeleton's hand. The support of the scales was fashioned out of the words, "Never forget."
Black, a brother, dead because of gash. Gash and greed, Laney.
He sat in bed staring down at me and kept talking.
I get this is a shock, and I get why. Trust me, babe, I like it a lot fucking less than you do. I got that shit in my history. I like it less knowing Black is no longer breathing on this earth. He was a good man. He wanted good things for the club and his family. So much he died for it.
This wasn't easy for Hop, I knew, I could see it, but I was too shocked about all he was telling me to do anything about it. Hop continued.
You would like him.
Just hook up, and just a heads up, brother, there's another way people refer to that shit, and it's called a relationship. Tack won't care, but respect to Cherry, you two better sort this out. Only so many times I'm gonna hightail my ass to her ride and hide it, Hop. Laney's the shit and far from hard to look at, so not one brother will have a problem seeing where you're coming from. But secrets like this amongst family can tear brothers apart. They can do worse to sisters, you hear me?
Okay. Hi had never been a favorite. I liked him, but I had to admit, him being surly and all, he wasn't a favorite. Even if his words made me feel guilt, they also now made him a favorite.
Laney's working through some shit.
Hop responded vaguely.
Help her work through it faster.
Hi shot back, and I heard a door close. I gave it a moment before I opened the door and took one step out. I limited it to one when I saw the look on Hop's face.
Now my brothers are busting their asses to cover our shit, and you race to the bathroom like you're 15, we're in your bedroom, I just popped your cherry, and your dad's at the door. Babe, I get you got issues, but on top of all our other shit, we gotta spend some time sorting those out.
This was an unfortunate opening, mostly because it ticked me off. Are you saying it's more important to talk about that right now rather than our earlier conversation? I asked.
I'm saying we got a lot to work through, and your other shit being in the way is not gonna make this current shit any easier.
I held his eyes for long moments before I queried carefully, "Did you honestly think I'd be down with all that?"
No, because I wasn't down with it,
he answered.
What I honestly thought was that you know me. I'm no different now that you know my history than the man you made love with an hour ago, babe. I wasn't hankering for the time I shared that history with you, but I honestly thought, you being Cherry's girl, Cherry knowing about all this shit, Cherry getting it, you would get that that man was never me. That man was the man he had to be to get this club to the point it could be a family that would cushion a woman's fall.
A blow, and a dirty one. That's not fair, I said quietly.
It's not only fair, it's real, and you know it,
he returned.
My brothers fought, bled, and died for you to have this family, lady. You can't get in my face weeks ago about being non-judgmental and then stand here in my room and my tea and force your judgment on me. Even if that shit was me and I found redemption, it's not anymore, and you're the woman I thought you were, you'd be down with that. But like I've explained, it never fucking was.
It stunk, but he had a point. Since we're letting it all hang out, I started to suggest, perhaps we should revisit Benito.
Said all I'm gonna say about that motherfucker,
Pop replied. Is that old life over? I asked.
Told you it was,
he answered. Then who's Benito?
Scum that wants a slice of chaos territory. Problem with that? He eats that slice, he'll want more. So you hold him back.
And how do you do that?
For you, babe, I said more about that motherfucker, but now I've said all I'm gonna say.
Again, we stood there staring at each other in silence until I broke it. I need time to process all I learned today.
You got 2 seconds.
He returned instantly.
You take more than 2 seconds to walk your ass over here and put your arms around me, accepted me for who I am, despite what I used to do, we got problems.
Oh, God. What kind of problems?
The kind of problems that come from me knowing you lied, me knowing you judge, and I don't want that shit in my life or around my kids.
Was he crazy? Hop, I snapped. You just told me you were an enforcer and Chaos dealt drugs and prostituted women.
Never said Chaos dealt drugs,
He shot back. Were drugs involved in your operations? I retorted.
Yes,
He clipped. I leaned toward him. Then we're arguing about me saying tomatoes and you saying tomatoes.
No, babe. We're arguing about me laying the honesty on you, letting it all hang out, something you missed wasn't real easy to do, just as it wasn't real easy to do the shit I used to do, and I told you that too. And you passing judgment on me.
I just asked for time, I reminded him.
And I just told you, if you know what we got between us is real and you're in it all the way with me, you don't need that time.
I'm a fledgling old lady, Hopper. Give me a break. I returned.
You won't be an old lady, Lainey, if you don't give me one.
My mouth dropped open. That was it, my breaking point. I'd had enough, and honestly, who could blame me? I mean, really, to communicate this, I shouted, "Fuck you!" and stomped to my clothes.
Lainey?
Hop started. No! Oh no! I yelled, yanking on my jeans. You do not get to throw my words in my face and then threaten to take away. I jerked to standing and jabbed a finger at him. You! Which is the same exact fucking thing you lost it about when I did it. I went right back to dressing and was stalled in this effort when Hop gently pulled on my arm. I not gently yanked it out of his grip and kept dressing.
It wasn't easy sharing that,
he stated, his voice more calm. I sat on the bed to pull on my boots, but cut my eyes to him. And it wasn't easy having my man lie on top of me and share it, having no fucking idea. I shouted the last word. He had that in his history. It wasn't easy learning it, and you want to know something, Hopper Kincaid? I asked as I stood and snatched my purse from the bed, where Hop obviously tossed it after Hi gave it to him. I paused, but not long enough for him to answer. I gave it to him. It wasn't easy to learn that a man, my man, the man I thought was a good man, doesn't have it in him to understand I need, I lifted up a hand, thumb and finger half an inch apart, a wee bit of time to come to terms with some significant information about his past before we move on. That was the worst. So newsflash, Hopper, your old lady would have come to terms with it. But you not giving the woman who wants to be your old lady the opportunity to come to terms with—
I want to kiss you.
Another mini orgasm. God, he was killing me. Hop? His eyes came back to mine.
You mean the world to me, Lainey. No one but my brothers knows the shit I did for the club. No one. I didn't trust a goddamn soul with that, and that includes Mitzi. I trusted you because I care about you, and I wanted you to have that part of me because I want you to have all of me. So while you're burning out your drama, think about that. And also think about the fact that I feel it like a fucking knife in my gut right now, having to let you go and walk away without being free to take your mouth to say goodbye.
I stopped breathing. Hop let me go.
Think about all that, baby,
he said gently and finished.
I'll be at your place in a couple of hours.
Then he walked away, and I watched him go. He disappeared behind the door to the compound, and it took a while before I remembered where I was and that I had to get out of there. So I turned and walked fast to my car. 3 hours later. I was working in the kitchen when I heard the Harley pipes. They stopped behind my house. I washed my hands to clean off the dough for the homemade rolls I was making, but stood behind the island and faced the sliding glass doors. Hop's eyes locked on me when he was in the courtyard, and he didn't tear them away as he walked in and slid the door closed. When he came to a stop and crossed his arms on his chest, I was the first one to speak. You mean the world to me, too. The room infused instantly with sheer beauty.
Get over here,
he growled. I felt those 3 words in 3 very good places, but I didn't move. I'm dramatic, I reminded him.
Get over here, Lainey.
I go over the top.
Over here.
I create scenes.
Lainey, now.
You have to get used to that. It's part of who I am. Hop didn't speak. I don't like that you did what you did, but I do like that you're a man who'd fight for what he believes in order to make it real. His eyes closed and his head dropped as his arms uncrossed, and he rested his hands on his hips. Honey, I called, and his head came up. You have a monster, too.
I did. My woman just slayed it.
It was my turn to close my eyes and drop my head because that felt so good. I couldn't let anything in but the feeling.
Lady,
He called, and I lifted my head. I'm worried about Benito, I announced.
I know you are.
He replied. We disagree with how to deal with that.
Give it time, babe. You'll trust me, understand my brand of protection, and that will not be an issue.
We both fell silent. Then I gave in. Okay. I watched how my capitulation affected him as he let the emotions wash over his face. Softness, warmth, then the darkness of passion. He stopped at the passion and ordered,
Now get over here.
Are you going to give me rug burn?
From a brother?
He spat with disgust. I decided to try silence for a bit to see if he'd share more, so I'd know what the big deal was. This didn't work. Hop stopped talking and slugged back more Jack. When he again dropped the bottle, I told him, Hop, this is one of those times you need to remember your old lady is a fledgling old lady and you need to explain.
She's Tack's daughter.
He reminded me of something I knew. I nodded.
Off limits, babe,
He declared. Well,
and he knows it.
I moved to him, got close, and lifted a hand to rest it on his chest before I said, The heart sometimes doesn't care about limits. Something in his eyes changed, and I knew him well enough to know that change didn't bode well for me. This knowledge was confirmed when he stated,
You've been at it a while. Better at hiding it than you and me, which, FYI, Shine knows about us. Hi, you already knew. Hound was in the kitchen when we had our go-round, and Hound's got a big fucking mouth. So Boz, Tug, Brick, Dog, Snapper, and Bat also know.
Oh dear,
And Big Petey took me aside and counseled me.
Hop went on.
No one told him Jack, but the old man's got nothing to do but hang around and observe. Not much is lost on him.
Who does that leave? I asked, not having a good feeling about this.
Arlo, Roscoe, Speck, and Tack.
He was making a point. I just didn't feel like taking his point, so I changed the subject. Are you done slugging bourbon? Do you want a beer? He lifted a hand to curl it around the side of my neck.
Babe, Shy and Tab kept that shit from Tack, and he's seriously fucking pissed. He's got reason, and I'll admit it's different what we're doing, but not by much. Tab's his daughter. Shy knows better, but they lied. They hid. Tack wants him out.
My lungs convulsed. Seriously?
He says he loves her, but this is Shy, and she's fucking Tabby.
I stared at him, my lungs easing and my heart swelling. He says he loves her?
Babe, this is not Cinderella and Prince Charming.
Yes, it is. He blinked before he asked.
Come again?
She used to crush on him, huge.
Laney.
I cut him off. A girl, Hop, any girl who crushes on a boy like that? Well, you aren't a girl, and thank God for me you aren't. Still, that means you'll never know. To have a crush like that and then have that boy fall in love with you, Hop? That's a dream come true. Tabby lost so much, honey. She deserves to have a dream come true. His jaw clenched, and he looked to the side, which was something else that didn't give me a good feeling. What? I asked. He looked back at me.
We had a showdown today, or Shy did with Tack, and the club backed Tack. Tabby came tearing in, and it went from really fucking bad to
Came close.
hold it back. Hold it at bay for now. Control it like you got to, lady, but do all that letting this in.
He started, and I didn't think that was a good start, so I braced. It was good I did.
I have never been shot. I have never watched someone I love die. But I have carried the burden of feeling I fucked up and someone got hurt because of it.
Hop, I tried.
Listen, lady,
He whispered. I shut my mouth. Hop kept going.
Black got whacked because my girls talked. I struggled with that for a long time. He left 2 boys and an old lady. The club takes care of them, but that's not enough. That'll never be enough. She hasn't moved on. She loved him so goddamn much she unraveled. She never wound herself back together. That weighed heavy on me, baby, until Tack noticed and we talked it out. He made me get that I didn't drill rounds into our brother and I didn't yap to the wrong people, putting him in danger. I did my job, carrying out the orders he gave me. He told me he also carried the same weight because he gave the orders that led to Black being brought down. But the bottom line for both of us was we didn't do the deed. You did what you thought was right, Lainey. But you never stuck your girl with a knife. You gotta let that shit go.
Will you stop talking now? I asked, my voice small. I understood logically what he was saying, but for some malevolent reason that monster in me fed on the guilt, and it was growing out of control. I knew Hop saw this when he replied,
I will, but I'm giving you fair warning. You've had time. That time is running out. You mean something to me in a way for a man. He wants the world to know it. I'm proud you're on my arm and in my bed, and I want to share that with my family. Don't keep taking that away from me.
I stared into his eyes as the monster deflated inside me. Poof! Then I tucked my chin and planted my forehead in his chest. Oh, God, I was in love. God, I'd fallen in love with Hopper Kincaid.
You gonna find it in you to help me slay that monster?
He asked, his arms moving around me. No, I probably wasn't. I just knew right then Hop had it in him to do it. Still, I answered, Yes, Hop, but give me a few more days, okay?
You got it, baby.
You got it, baby. I had it. I love you, I thought. But the words didn't come out. Instead, I wrapped my arms around him and held tight.
What are we doing for dinner?
He asked. I closed my eyes and held tighter. He was letting it be. I so totally loved him. I opened my eyes and dropped my head back. Takeout?
Works for me.
I gave him a shaky smile. His return smile wasn't shaky. Hop,
Right here, lady.
find it in you to give Shy and Tab a chance?
You already talked me to that conclusion, babe.
I hoped he was right. Hop watched the anxiety move through my features and his arms got tighter.
Baby, seriously, it's been fucking years. You think she'd drink with you, let you spend time with her boys, make you part of her family if she held a grudge?
This feeling isn't logical, Hop.
This feeling, honey, isn't about Tyra.
I blinked. What? He held my eyes in the mirror, then he kissed my shoulder again before looking back at me.
You get this step done. We'll get into the rest of it later.
My hands moved quickly to his arms when he made a move to let me go, so he stopped. What are you talking about? I asked.
Proud of you,
He replied, and that was nice, but it didn't answer my question. So I opened my mouth to speak, but he kept going before I could start.
This is a big step. I see it's taken a lot out of you, but you know in your gut she doesn't blame you. You blame yourself. That's something else to get over. But baby, this is about that and it's more. No one, man or woman, lies bleeding on a floor with someone they love lying dead feet away and comes away from that unmarked. Your issues don't end here, lady. My guess you're focusing on this so you won't focus on that. So we'll focus on this, get past it, Then I'll help you focus on that. But bottom line, step by step, we'll beat this shit.
I'm not sure that makes me feel better, Hop, I confessed.
And you aren't gonna feel better for a while, Lainey. He told me flat out. You go into battle, it fucks you up, then you come out a winner. You're just that, a winner.
Okay, that's nice and all, but I have to admit, now I really don't feel better. I'm not big on being fucked up, I told him, and he grinned. Then he asked,
Where am I?
I didn't understand the question, so I asked back, What?
Where am I?
He repeated, and when I still looked confused, he went on.
Right now, Lainey, where am I standing?
It sifted through me what he meant and left warmth in its wake. At my back, I answered softly.
At your back, baby, now and always.
He replied, kissed my shoulder again, gave me a squeeze, and another sexy grin. Then he let me go and walked away. I looked at myself in the mirror, and I felt better. I wasn't feeling better as I walked up the concrete stairs that led to Tyra's office at Ride. That feeling had worn off now that the time had come. Tyra was the office manager at Ride and had been since before she and Tack got married. They'd met because she got hired there. That was, the weekend before she started work, she'd gone to what she thought was a company party, but was really a chaos hog roast blowout. Tack plied her with tequila and shrouded her with his hot guy badass aura, and she'd fallen in his bed and in love with him in one night. Unfortunately, at the time, Tack just thought she was a piece of ass and made that clear to Tai Tai. He also didn't know she was his new office manager. When he found out, he tried to fire her, but she lost her mind. He woke up when she served up the Tai Tai attitude, and from that point on went balls to the wall to win her. He succeeded. The rest was history. I was thinking this instead of re-rehearsing for the 7,000th time what I was going to say when I opened the door and moved into Tyra's office. I got two big smiles. Elvira was there. This was good. Elvira might be crazy, but she was also honest and loyal. Further, the woman was pathologically social, but it wasn't about not being alone or collecting all the friends she could get. It was just that she had a lot of goodness to give, and she gave it without hesitation. I'd seen her make BFFs in a bar with a woman on the stool beside her that she'd never met, and she broke the land speed record doing this. She was so infectious with her personality and so obviously someone you'd want to know. Hop, right then I knew since he promised he would be, was in the compound waiting for me to come to him after this was over. He figuratively had my back from afar. Elvira being there meant she'd have it from up close. Hey, I called as I closed the door behind me. Hey, honey, Tai Tai called back. Get this, Elvira announced in greeting. After the big to-do with Tabby, now we've learned Hop's got some bitch he's nailing on the sly, and the boys won't say who she is. I stopped dead and blinked. Oh, God. What I want to know is why it's a secret, Tyra said to Elvira. I mean, I understand why Tab and Shy kept their secret, but why Hop? He isn't a secretive guy. She grinned. I'm guessing she's a librarian. Elvira threw her head back and laughed at the very idea of Hopper Kincaid and a librarian. Maybe a female cop, Tai Tai went on, her voice trembling with amusement. The boys would freak if he was doing the nasty with a cop. Elvira, clearly finding this the height of amusement, which I did not, kept laughing. What we know is, Tyra carried on, she isn't a stripper at Smithy's, a cocktail waitress, again at Smithy's, or one of those women who wears their tank tops cut off so it shows the bottom of their boobs while they stand on a podium with a new bike at shows and does the old, you buy this bike, you might be able to lay a biker babe like me gig.
Tyra's dancing eyes came to me. Hop's usual biker babe of choice. My breath caught in my throat. Elvira kept right on laughing. Though that's good, Tai unfortunately continued blabbing. Biker babes like that get it when it comes to bikers like Hop. My stomach clenched. What did that mean? Bikers like Hop? Elvira, always one for juicy gossip, immediately quit laughing in order to hone in on this snippet and do what she always did, draw it out. Yeah, Tyra said. He's a good guy. I like him. Seriously, and I know it's going to sound crazy because, well, I somehow feel like I shouldn't, but I just do. Maybe it's because Tack likes him and respects him. Maybe it's because I know he's down with the brotherhood in a big way, and he'd do anything for Tack, me, my boys. Maybe it's just because he's mellow and good to be around. Still, unlike the other guys, with Hop, it's a struggle. That all sounds good, Elvira noted. Why is it a struggle? Chaos stuff, biker stuff you have to get used to. Tai lifted her hands and did air quotations. In the life. Like what? Elvira pressed. Like stuff I'm not going to share with you because you have a big mouth, Tyra replied, and Elvira leaned back in affront. I do not, she snapped. And that was a total lie, but since I was freaking out, I didn't make the scoffing noise I would normally make. Tyra, however, wasn't freaking out, so she called her on it. Girl, you totally do. Elvira leaned in. Yeah, okay, I do, but I keep it all in the family. I don't run my mouth to people I shouldn't run my mouth to, and you know it, Tyra Allen, so give. Elvira, Tyra started. Give, girl, you know one. You're gonna do it because you got a big mouth, too. And don't you deny it. And two, I'm not gonna let it go until you do, and you know that, too. So, give. Tyra studied her, and it seemed neither of them noticed I was not moving and had not even come fully into the room. You have to promise to keep this tight, Tyra warned, giving in as I knew she'd do because she did kind of have a big mouth. I work for a commando. I know how to keep shit tight, Elvira shot back. There it was, confirmed. I knew it. Hawk was an actual commando. I didn't really register that because Tyra clearly took the commando tight declaration as indication she could share and spoke again. And what she said tore me apart. Hop and I had a rocky beginning, seeing as when he was with Mitzi, I saw him in his bed in the compound with a biker groupie bitch extraordinaire by the name of BB. My vision went blurry. Holy crap, Elvira breathed. I always liked him. He's a cool guy. And never thought I would say this in my whole life, but that badass biker Tash of his does things to my girl parts. I can't believe this. He's a cheater? Tyra nodded, and the room started swaying. Tack says it's none of his business or mine. Boys do what they do. Some of them are true to their old ladies. Some of them are, well, she shrugged. Not. It's uncool, but it's part of the life. Actually, a part of life since cheating isn't limited to bikers, and Tack's right, it really isn't my business. I had the weird sensation of feeling I was going to pass out. At the same time, I was hyper alert and concentrating on every word Tai said. Honestly, she continued, no offense to the sisterhood, but after all that went down and things got super ugly with Mitzi, Tack didn't share any specifics, but she came around and was totally a bitch, like a Naomi bitch. So I have to admit, was the one time in my life I kind of got it. Though he should have cut her loose before he nailed a biker groupie, especially one like BB. This is what I don't get, Elvira grumbled. They want to go looking. They want fresh meat. Why don't they cut us loose first? Why are they going to keep us on a string? I mean, haven't these dudes seen Fatal Attraction? Hope Floats? That shit destroys a woman. Both women involved, for God's sake. Isn't like men don't know it. Is Tabby okay? I blurted, and both their heads swung my way. Pardon? Tyra asked. Well, sorry girls, but I don't have a lot of time. I need to meet a client. last-minute meeting, but I wanted to stop by, Tai. I looked at her and held all I was feeling in by the skin of my teeth. See if Tab was okay with her grandma and, everything. She's good. They're heading down for the funeral this weekend. The rest, well, the club has drama, then the club smooths out drama, and they tend not to screw around, so that's all good, Tyra answered. Her eyes narrowed on me, and I nodded. Are you good? She asked. Yeah, just I have this client on my mind and, blowout on chaos, the whole thing with Tabby. I lied. But it's good things are good. Girl, you sure you're good? Elvira asked, and I looked at her to see her eyes were also narrowed on me. I just, God, I had to get out of there. I looked back to Tyra. Tack visited me? I saw my best friend's body go still before she replied, I know. I've been thinking about that, and I thought I was ready to, discuss things with you. So I kind of came here to do that, as well as, of course, check on Tab. But being here, I think I need a little more time. Just, I don't know, a week or, two. Her face changed, went soft, sweet, and last, immensely relieved. She loved me. She was worried about me. She was happy I was there to talk things out. So, Tai. At least that was a relief. A massive one I unfortunately couldn't fully feel, seeing as my heart was bleeding. You take all the time you need, honey. I'm always here, she replied. She always was. Why hadn't I remembered that? I nodded. Always, she repeated, and I nodded again. Me too, girl, Elvira put in. I looked at her. Her face was soft, sweet, and concerned. She'd been worried about me too. So, Elvira. I nodded at her too. I have to go, I said hurriedly. Both of them smiled at me. My smile was shaky, and I knew it. I knew they saw it, but I didn't have much strength left to hold back all I was feeling, so I had to move on before I lost it. I did this by turning and going out the door on a vague wave. My pumps clicked on the forecourt as I practically ran toward the compound. I threw open the door, went through, and saw Hop sitting on a stool at the curve of the bar. His eyes came right to me. He caught my expression, and worry suffused his features. He got off his chair, and when I made it to him, he grabbed my hand and murmured, My room. I nodded. He led me to his room. I pulled my hand free and walked in 3 paces. After he closed the door, he turned to me and took a step toward me. I took a step back. His brows shot together, and his eyes studied my face. Jesus fuck, it didn't go good with Cherry, he asked with disbelief. I know about BB. I watched his body freeze. There it was. He'd done it. He'd cheated on Mitzi with a woman named BB. God. We're over, I declared. Over, I repeated. I do not fuck cheaters. I do not look at cheaters. I do not even breathe the same air. I leaned into him and finished on a hiss. As cheaters. I never want to see you again, Hop. I never want you to touch me again. As of now, you've ceased to exist. After I delivered that speech, I ran. I ran out of his room, through the compound, and to my car. The problem with this was that I knew he came after me. He didn't say a word, but when I started up my car, I heard a Harley roar, and I knew it was his. And when I drove, I saw him on his bike right behind me. And when I parked in my garage, he pulled into my back drive. So when I hustled through my courtyard, opened the sliding glass door, I couldn't close it because his hand was on it, and I could feel the heat of his body at my back. I gave up, rushed in, and whirled on him, actually feeling myself coming apart at the seams. He had to go. You don't get to be here, Hop. You never get to be here again, I clipped.
Cody isn't mine.
My body swayed from an unexpected blow landed so accurately I had to put a foot back to catch myself so I wouldn't fall.
Yeah.
He growled, not missing my reaction. Oh my God, I breathed.
Yeah.
He growled again.
I didn't know that fucked up shit when I fucked BB, and yeah, woman, I fucked BB, but Tyra sharing that shit is uncool. She doesn't know why I did it. She doesn't know where I was at in my head when I did it. She doesn't know shit, and she isn't entitled to know shit because it's none of her goddamn business.
Hop! I tried to break in but failed. He was angry, furious. His rage filled the room, making it hard to breathe. And he was on a roll.
But before I'm done with you, you're gonna know it all.
Before he was done with me,
We were on a break, Mitzi and me.
he shared.
I didn't know it was a break then. I thought it was over. Before that happened, she got pregnant with Cody and she didn't let me touch her. Barely even fucking looked at me. Tried everything, she didn't let me in. Gave me a son, or I thought she gave me a son. Didn't know at the time he wasn't mine. Then she had him. I was over the goddamn moon. And she still froze me out. Worse than before, far worse. For me, I had a son, he was fucking perfect. I was goddamn beside myself, and my woman, she freezes me out. I couldn't take it. Tried, failed, packed my shit, got out. I'd had enough. Years of that shit. Years of trying to break through. It wasn't an easy decision. Molly's so fucking little. Cody just a baby. I couldn't take one more day of her fucked up shit. So I left.
Honey,
Shut it, woman. You bought this. Take it.
I snapped my mouth shut. Hop glowered at me a moment before he continued.
I was staying at the compound looking for a place. BB was available. I hadn't had a lay in nearly a fucking year, so I took advantage. None of Tyra's business why. Tax. Yours. Anyone's. I got off. It wasn't good. It didn't suck. What it was a one-time gig, a man fucking available gash with no strings. I was a free agent, so why the fuck not?
I don't think Tyra knows that, I said carefully.
I don't give a fuck she does or doesn't, he returned.
I fell silent. Hop carried on.
Not long after that, Mitzi talked me back. I thought she wanted to give it another shot. What she wanted was someone to help her with dirty diapers and a mortgage payment. She pulled the wool, and I wanted a family so bad, to wake up knowing my kids were under my roof, I let her. Then one day I come home and some woman is sitting on our porch. Never seen this bitch before. I get off my bike, walk up to her. She looks me straight in the eyes and lays it out. Everything. Everything I worked hard to get and Mitzi never gave to me. Everything I learned from a goddamned stranger.
When he stopped speaking and didn't seem like he was going to go on, I prompted, What did you learn, honey?
I learned why Mitzi was such a cunt. A spoiled, rotten, worthless piece of shit who I wasted fucking years with. The piece of shit who was the mother of my children, or I found out that day, my daughter, not my goddamn son.
I was trying not to hyperventilate and had to concentrate so much on this. I only had it in me to nod.
She was a cheerleader.
Pop announced, and I blinked. What? I forced out.
This bitch, blonde, blue-eyed, perfectly honed body, goddamn ponytail in her hair. She was the kind of cheerleader who was gonna hold on to that shit, the glory days, until she fucking died. Or she thought she would, until Mitzi blew her life apart.
I didn't get it. Hop didn't make me ask for an explanation.
See, back in the day, Mitzi had a thing for the quarterback of her high school football team. She wanted him. Problem was, he was dating the head cheerleader. But Mitzi wanted what she wanted, so she gave it her all to get it. In high school terms, that means she put out. This fucking guy took what she gave, kept her on the side, and went to homecoming and prom with his good girl. This was the beginning, and until that day on the porch, it didn't have an end. Mitzi fixated on this guy. He was all she wanted, and way that bitch told it, she went all out to get him. The shit she said, she was not fucking joking.
I kept deep breathing. Hop kept telling his tale of treachery.
He went to college. His girl went to the same college, but he still kept Mitzi on the side. And she stayed there. giving him what his cheerleader couldn't or wouldn't. They graduated, got married, he got a job, kept Mitzi and his wife until his work transferred him to another state. That's when Mitzi realized it might not ever be her, so she had to have a plan B. He took his wife, said goodbye, and didn't look back.
Hop paused. I nodded again, and Hop kept going.
That's when I came into the picture. That's why she never let me in, pining for that guy. Still in touch with him, holding a torch, holding on to hope. She let me into a life together knowing she got a shot. She'd cut me loose and go for him. He got transferred back to Denver after we had Molly, and they started up again. Good news for her, she thought, when she found out his wife couldn't have kids. She and me, things not good. I wasn't hankering to make another baby with her until I was sure we were solid, and it didn't look like that would happen. So I was surprised as fuck she turned up pregnant since she was on the pill. But shit happens. I got my son. I rejoiced even if Mitzi was a bitch. My son's my son. So who wouldn't rejoice?
No one, I whispered.
Damn straight.
He bit off.
But see, this bitch on my porch, she tells me that Mitzi went to her husband and threatened to tell her the history and the fact that Mitzi had his kid if he didn't break it off with her. To cut her off with the past, this guy told his wife the whole fucking thing. Feeling like spreading that joy, the bitch comes and shares it with me. Ship blows sky high, as it fucking would. Tests are performed. Cody isn't mine.
My heart clutched so hard, the pain excruciating. All I could force out was, Hop.
But he fucking is, Hop snarled. That motherfucker didn't hold Mitzi's goddamn hand in the delivery room. That motherfucker wasn't the first human being to wrap his arms around my boy. That motherfucker didn't give him his first bottle, change his first diaper, sit with him in a rocker until he fell asleep. I told all of those assholes they'd see a courtroom before they took my kid. The guy talked his wife around, got another transfer, happily told me he was good with me raising his son, and they took off. Mitzi saw that she threw her Hail Mary, and the guy let it drop. He was done with her, and in her twisted, fucked up head, she blamed me. And laid a pile of shit on me so heavy, it's been years, and it's a wonder I can breathe after that stench. Then she woke up and saw me with her kids, saw what she had and threw away, tried to sort shit with me. I told her I was so far from interested in that it wasn't goddamn funny, and further, she pulled any fucking thing with me or my kids, she wouldn't like my response. And here we are.
There they were, and truthfully, I was surprised Hop had it in him to give that woman the courtesy of ignoring her and finding a chair far away from hers at their daughter's dance recital. I didn't know what he would do besides, not with his kids involved. What I knew was that was a further insight into the character of Hopper Kincaid, that he'd breathe her air at all. For his kids. For both his kids, even when one of them was his by claim, not blood. Does Tyra know any of this? I asked.
I don't know. I don't give a fuck. For Cody, I didn't spread that shit around. As far as anyone's concerned, he's mine every way he can be. If someone looked at him and guessed, they kept it to themselves. That isn't what's important right now, Lainey. What's important is I don't know what shit Tyra spouted or how it came out. You took that shit in, came to me, and didn't let me say a goddamn word before you tore us apart and tore out of there.
Unfortunately, this was true. I actually didn't have a chance to share anything with Tyra, and in her defense, Tyra didn't want to share, but when I walked into the office, she and Elvira were gossiping. You know how Elvira is. And it came out. She doesn't know about us. She didn't share it vindictively, Hop. It just... I paused and finished lamely. Came out.
That's good, babe. That ticks one thing off your list. You don't have to share, 'cause now this shit there is no us she needs to know about.
I felt my eyes get wide and my stomach plummet. Hop,
Save it, he clipped. I don't want to hear it. You said what you had to say. You made your fucking judgment, which, Lainey, you seem to do a lot of judging, even getting pissed that I'd think you would. You're the master of the backtrack. I spend a lot of time listening to you do it, even getting maneuvered into fucking apologizing to you about it, and I do not need that shit in my life.
That isn't fair, I whispered.
No,
What isn't fair is you being with me, you knowing exactly the man I am, and you walking into my room and laying that shit on me. You fucking know, woman. Fuck me, you goddamn know I'm not that man. And you got such a loose hold on your drama, you laid that shit on me. Well, I'm done with your goddamn drama, Laney. All day, worried goddamn sick about you, going into battle with that monster. Going to have words with Cherry, then you laid it on me. You jump to conclusions, tell me to my face you never want me to touch you again. He shook his head. No, you don't want my hands on you, woman. You got it. I stood frozen in fear as he turned to the door, and he had it opened before he turned back. You breathe one word about Cody to anyone, so help me God, you'll deal with me. That's mine to share. Nothing about me is yours. Not anymore. And on that, as every word he said drove home, slicing through me, he moved through the door, slid it closed, and prowled away without even a glance back. I stood, immobile, trying with difficulty to manage the pain, and staring at the door, thinking how hard that had to have been for Hop to share. How difficult it must be for him to wake up every day and know his woman cheated on him, gave the son he wanted to another man. How he didn't care and went to the mat to keep a son who wasn't his, but who was. How lucky it was that even though Cody Kincaid's biological father was a total dick, God saw fit to insert Hopper into his life. How I really, really needed to learn how to get a handle on my drama and not blow things out of proportion. I now knew the definition of a cunt. I'd just hurt my man, forced him to share something in anger when he wasn't ready. And last and most importantly, how the hell was I going to get him back? Chapter 15. Come inside. The next day. Hop, please call me. I was an idiot. I shouldn't have done what I did. I promise I'll get a hold on the drama. I promise, Hopper. Swear. I took a deep breath. We need to talk this out, honey. Please call me. I begged into my phone. I'd given it the night. This was my third voicemail that day. I put my phone on my desk, ignored the cautious vibe coming from the staff in my office, which I knew was caused by me, and tried to get to work. But I couldn't stop thinking about Hop. What I'd done, what he'd said, how to make it better. Needless to say, I didn't get anything done. Hours later, I called him and left another voicemail. Hours after that, before going to bed, I called him again. Since he didn't answer, I hung up. Tomorrow. I'd try again tomorrow. I settled into bed. I didn't sleep. 3 days later. I know you're angry, honey, but please, please call me. I need to apologize face to face. That was text 2 of the day. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There would be 5 more before I laid my head down on my pillow in order not to get a wink of sleep. 2 days later. I sat sipping a beer in the compound. Brick was with me, shooting the shit. I knew he knew or suspected. All the brothers did. I knew they knew I was hanging there hoping to see Hop. This was kind of embarrassing. I did not care. Hop had his kids, so it was a long shot in the evening he'd show, but I was willing to take it. I was willing to do anything. Gotta hit the head, Brick muttered. I gave him a smile I knew he knew I didn't commit to by the sweet smile he gave back, and the squeeze he gave my knee before he took off toward the bathroom. I felt a hand warm and strong at the back of my neck, and I twisted to see Big Petey standing close. "How you doing, sweetheart?" he asked quietly. Yes, they all knew. I stared at Big Petey, thinking I had nothing left to lose. Nothing. Do you know where Hop is? I asked, and his face got soft.
No, Laney, darling, sorry to say I don't, he answered.
Have you seen him?
I asked. Seen him around. Haven't had words with him in a while.
Is he okay? I went on, needing something, anything, even just the knowledge Hop was in a bad mood would feed the need.
Don't know, honey.
I pressed my lips together before I went for broke. If you see him, can you ask him to call me? It's important, like really important, I stressed. His hand, still at my neck, gave me a reassuring squeeze, which didn't reassure me.
Will do.
Thanks, I whispered, then said, Can you tell Brick I have to go? I forgot there's something I need to pick up at the drugstore.
No problem.
I smiled another smile I didn't commit to. Big Petey let my neck go, and I skedaddled. Hours later, lying in bed, I called Hop. You're worrying me, honey, I said into my phone, my voice sounding strange, hoarse, scared. Call me! I finished, then I hung up. Again, I didn't sleep. The next day, Hopper didn't call. 4 days later. I'd been sitting in my car at the curb outside Hop's house for a very long time before he pulled up on his bike. It was Monday, after his kids were gone. It was also time to know. He didn't return a single message I left, and I left many. He didn't return a single text, and I sent loads of those, too. And he didn't show at the compound in the evenings. I knew he didn't because I went there every night and had a drink just in case I'd run into him. So when Hop had showed at the compound the day before, walking in, spotting me, turning right on the spot and leaving, even though I made a fool of myself running after him, calling his name, he didn't look at me when he threw a leg over his bike, made it roar, and rode away. After that, I needed to know. And as I watched the single headlight approach, watched Hop ride into his front drive, watched him switch off his bike, walk to his front door, and then walk through it, all without glancing my way, I knew. He was done with me. No going back. So he needed to know. I took a deep breath, threw open my door, walked up to his house and hit the doorbell. No answer. I hit the bell again, then knocked. He made me wait. I fought back tears. He finally opened the door and, with a bottle of beer in his hand, cut me off before I could start. This isn't going to happen. I was 11. I was in the city with my class on a field trip. We were there to see a Broadway show when I saw him, I began. His eyebrows drew together, but his lips said, Laney, whatever you gotta. My dad in a restaurant, kissing the neck of a woman who was not my mother. His mouth snapped shut. I held his eyes and gave it to him as I'd practiced during the 2 hours I sat in front of his house. He saw me, right through the window. I just stood there, staring at him. I didn't get it. I was too young. But I sure grew up fast, standing on that sidewalk staring at my father with another woman. Laney. Our teacher shouted my name because I wasn't moving. That's why he turned his head and looked out the window. He must have heard her shout my name. Laney. You bought this. You take it, I whispered, and his chin jerked back before his face went soft. I wasn't immune to the beauty of that look. It took a lot, but I didn't give him a single indication I wasn't immune. He didn't move. Dad didn't. Didn't get out of his seat and come to me. Didn't even mouth my name. He just sat close to her, holding her hand on the table, staring at me until the teacher pulled me away. Dad never mentioned it. Not a word. He never explained himself. He never even lied to try to make it better. But I figure with what happened next, he decided since the cat was out of the bag, he didn't have to bother with pretending, hiding. So he didn't. Come inside, lady, Hop invited gently. Lady. Gutted. Again. Like he did after every call he didn't return, every text he didn't reply to, walking away from me the night before as I ran after him calling his name. Gutted until I was hollow. Again. I'm good out here. Hop's jaw clenched, but he said nothing more. I did. I don't know if she moved there, or he moved her there, or what, but they didn't carry on their affair in the safety of the city anymore. He wasn't blatant about it, but he didn't give keeping it under wraps a lot of effort. People saw him going to late movies with her, saw them eating dinner together one town over, saw them shopping together. My sister, Liz, saw them too. I paused. I saw them too. It's cold, baby. Come inside, Hop urged, but I didn't move. That's why my mom is an alcoholic. It's an addiction, a weakness. It isn't all his fault, but I know that started it. Looking back, I think she knew he was stepping out on her even before he moved his mistress to our town. If she didn't spot them together sometime in all these years, it would be a miracle. But people talk. She'd hear the whispers. She'd catch the looks. Her friends would find their times to tell her. I know. I heard the whispers. I caught the looks, but I was too young to drown in a bottle the pain I felt living in a house where love was a lie. Lainey, honey, please, come inside. That's why I picked him. Hop closed his eyes, opened them, and I saw disquiet in them when he murmured, Baby. Don't get me wrong, I interrupted him. I loved Elliot, I really did. I didn't put myself in front of bullets just for a guy I felt safe with, knowing he'd never cheat on me. But having thought on it for years, as much of a bitch as this might make me sound, I gave him a shot because he wasn't in my league. I gave him a shot because I knew he'd worship the ground I walked on, never treat me like dirt. I'd had guys treat me like garbage for a long time, my father being the first of them. So it wasn't lost on me that having a man that devoted to me was a good thing. So I hooked my star to his. At first, he made it worth it, not because he treated me like gold, just because he was a good man who loved me. You know how it was in the end. You don't come inside, Lainey. I'll carry you inside. You touch me, Hop, you'll never see me again. His body went visibly solid, even as he flinched. You're right, I continued. I heard Tyra talking about you, and I did what I always do. I flew off the handle. I had no idea about Cody. I knew your breakup with Mitzi was bad, but that kind of bad never entered my mind. You know I'm like that. You know I blow things out of proportion. What you didn't know was, even if I was wrong, thinking for even a second you'd cheat on your woman would hit me somewhere deep, somewhere that's been wounded and bloody since I was 11. You got angry with me for not giving you a shot at explaining. But you didn't give me that shot either, Hop. You've done it, lady. Now come inside so we can finish talking this shit out where it's warm. That isn't going to happen, I declared, and his head jerked. What? I am who I am, and I can't be something else for you. For over a week, I've called, texted, and sat in the compound while your brothers knew I was waiting for you, humiliating myself by sitting there, hoping I'd get the chance to make things right with you. They did their best to be nice, it's their way, but you didn't give me that shot. They all knew it, and I knew it too. You didn't return a call. You didn't send back a text. You walked away from me twice. And just now you saw me and walked into your house without looking at me. You don't need my drama in your life, Hop. Well, I don't need a man who can so easily cut me out of his. You didn't know about Cody, babe. I didn't know about your dad. You didn't ask. I'll remind you you didn't either. Oh, you don't have to remind me, Hopper. I remember. God, I remember. I told him, the words sounding choked in the end, so I swallowed as Hop shifted toward me. But I took a step away, so he stopped. This doesn't work, I declared. Yes, it does, he contradicted. No, I shook my head. It doesn't. We fight all the time.
We also fuck all the time.
He had a point there, just not a good enough one. We don't work, I stated.
Baby, the good we got, how can you say that?
He asked. I have a week and a half of knowing it, Hop, I answered. You cut me out.
You fucked up, then I fucked up, babe. We're getting to know each other. That'll happen. And just a heads up, even when we got time and experience in, it'll still happen.
You cut me out.
I fucked up.
I leaned in and hissed. You cut me out. And he blinked, twisted toward Tyra to my left, lifting a bent leg just like hers to rest it on the couch, and I sucked back some wine. Since I gave her the wine glass before I sat down, she'd already had her sip, so when I took my glass from my lips, she was prepared to launch in.
I don't blame you.
I closed my eyes.
Lainey, honey, look at me.
I opened my eyes. She leaned toward me and wrapped her fingers around my thigh.
I don't blame you for me getting stabbed.
I know. I whispered something I did know, but had been denying for insane reasons until that moment I wouldn't allow myself to get. Understandable fear after what happened that led to irrational guilt that no one gave me any indication I should feel. I just fed off it, or more to the point, let my monster feed on it in a vain and crazy attempt to keep myself safe from ever being hurt again.
I hope so, she told me, since I told you way back when that I didn't.
I drew in breath, then confided, I hear it over and over again in my head. Her head tipped to the side and she scooted closer.
You hear what in your head?
Our conversation. You telling me to end it with Elliot. You advising me that his getting us kidnapped was a concrete wall you can't scale when it comes to love.
Me telling you, stop it,
she interrupted, squeezing my thigh. I think that's it, sweetie. I think that was why I couldn't forgive myself, even though you and Tack never blamed me. I think it's because I play that conversation over and over in my head, and it reminds me there was something that needed to be forgiven, I admitted.
Honey, you didn't kidnap and stab me, and you have to find some way to get that straight. I don't know how to stop you playing that conversation in your head, she stated. I just know together, Lainey, we have to find a way to do that.
I took a sip of wine, my way of being non-committal. I couldn't tell her we could do that, since I hadn't been able to do it for 7 years. With this, I'd taken a big step. Who knew how long it would take me to get to the next one? The day after the break with Hop, I'd called her and told her I was ready to do this. Not surprisingly, she'd told me to tell her when and where, and she'd be there. I gave her the when and where, and last night, sleeping at home again, I waited for Hop to show or call. He didn't. It was over. That killed, but I'd survived worse, I told myself. So now it was time to move on with my life. Do this, fight the monster myself without Hop at my back, and hope I won. I think this all might have to do with, well, me getting you hurt. Feeling guilt about it since you told me to dump Ellie, but also mostly that whole thing. I waved my hand around, sloshing the wine I held dangerously, so I righted it and finished, in Kansas City.
Do you think you need to talk to a professional?
She asked. I put the wine to my lips, murmuring, maybe? Before I took a drink, happened. I think I need to give that more time, I evaded.
Lainey, honey, I want to be sensitive, but don't you think that 7...
She stopped talking and turned her head just as my eyes shot to the sliding glass doors, because we both heard a Harley roar up to the back of my house. My entire body strung tight.
Tack knows I have my car, and he doesn't have to come and get me.
God, do you think something's up with the boys? She asked, setting her wine glass aside, quickly getting up from the couch and hustling to the door. She was out the door and in the courtyard when I heard the Harley roar away. I closed my eyes. It wasn't Hop.
How weird was that?
Tyra asked, back in the house, and I looked at her. Weird, sweetie, I agreed. She walked back to me and sat.
Could swear that bike came right up to your garage, but it was gone before I got to the back gate.
Maybe bad sat-nav directions, I murmured. She grabbed her wine. I followed suit. Again, she got her sip in before I did, and thus she could sock it to me. Mitch and Brock have a guy they want you to meet. Ty. She shook her head. I know Tack talked about him with you. He was going to call Mitch about it, but maybe things with Tabby got him off track. I'm going to call Mara, get things back on track. This really is too soon, I told her. You wait any longer, honey, it's going to be too late, she replied, her voice sweet but firm. I closed my mouth because she wasn't wrong, but she also was, and I couldn't explain how. Right. I want you to do 2 things for me, she started, and when I nodded, she continued. 1, think about going to counseling. Even if it's short-term counseling, get rid of those dreams. Talk to someone about Kansas City. Try to let that go. I could do that, and I should do that. It was time. Okay, I agreed, then took a sip of wine. 2nd, go on this date with Mitch's buddy, she stated, and I nearly choked on my wine. Ty, I cried when I recovered. Not tomorrow, not next week. Just let Mitch give him your number. Talk to him on the phone, get to know him a bit, then, she grinned. Maybe the week after that, just meet for coffee. No pressure, just coffee. I stared at her a moment before I suggested, how about this? You corral Elvira and maybe Gwen and go on a reconnaissance mission. Find this guy, follow him around, get pictures, go through his trash, stuff like that. And in a month or so, report back to me and I'll make my decision then. I'm not going through trash, she replied. Get Elvira to do it. Lainey, do you know Elvira? I've never seen that woman in jeans. She is not going to wear one of her fabulous dresses and heels and go through trash. Hell, she's just not going to go through some guy's trash. Maybe Gwen will, I kept trying. Her eyebrows shot up. Okay now, do you know Gwen? That was true. Gwen wouldn't do it either. Maybe we could get... Unfortunately, I battled the pain too long. It gave Hopper the time to jump to a conclusion. And Hop, being Hop, did just that. I did not fuck around on you. I did not use you to shield me from bullets. I did not lead you to heartbreak. I did none of that shit, Lainey. And you're making me pay for all your... He jabbed a finger at mistakes. You want to stand with an island between us? Not touch me in weeks? Not talk to me for days and be done, baby? You got it. We're done. My body listed to the side, preparing to go after him, my mouth opening to call his name. But he stopped in the opened sliding glass door, turned to me, and landed his last blow. You know, this reminds me of Mom and my old man. All this bullshit fighting about fucking nothing. 2 people just so shit scared of the love they feel for each other, they'd rather drive each other away than take a risk on feeling the fullness of that feeling. And if that wasn't enough, then came the coup de grace. So I guess that means I didn't fucking learn after Mitzi. Did Hop just kind of say he loved me? You love me? I breathed. You'll never know, he replied, turned, slid the door closed, and walked away. Chapter 16. The Best. 2 weeks and 3 days later. I was at the Chaos Hog Roast, freaking out. Hop had not yet showed. The longer I was there, the longer I courted running into him. I had not called, texted, or hung out at Chaos for a second chance at a second chance with Hop. Hop's finale was final. The pain was immense. I couldn't do it. Not again. I had to let it go, try to find a way to survive, not court more pain I wasn't strong enough to endure. I had to move on. I hated it. I missed him so badly it was an ache. I fell asleep with it. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling it. Pushed through the day suffering it. But I had to hope it would dull. Someday. That maybe it would, in about 50 years. I had not told Tyra about what happened between Hop and me. Not yet. I was not procrastinating. We were gearing up at work for a couple of campaigns going live, so work was insanely busy. And I had found a short-term counselor I liked, so I started seeing her. This was surprisingly working, and it had from the very first visit. That was to say, before talking to Tyra and going to the counselor, I didn't have that dream about Kansas City every night, but it came frequently. I hadn't had it now since talking to Tyra. So that was one bit of good. I still wasn't sleeping well, but the reason wasn't Elliot in Kansas City. The reason was that Hop wasn't lying beside me, and I ached for him to be close to me. But, as Hop said, we were done. Also taking my headspace, Tyra had told Mitch's wife, Mara, to get Mitch to give that guy my number, and he'd called 4 times. His name was Jed. He had an unbelievably attractive voice. Back in the day when I was the old lady, I would have jumped on meeting him for coffee, and if his face or personality equaled the beauty of his voice, I would have hoped he jumped on me, and not end up being. This lasted about 5 seconds before the taste of him, the feel of him, his scent penetrated, and it hit me I was getting my fix. It hit me I'd gone cold turkey, and that ache I carried with me was me jonesing for nearly a month. It hit me all I needed to reach that unbelievable high that beat out everything in sheer beauty was holding me in his arms. I slid my hands from his shoulders, wrapped my arms around him, and I kissed him back. When I did, Hop growled down my throat, the sounds shooting through me, bursting in pure goodness between my legs. He bent into me, twisting me, and deepened the kiss. Ecstasy. I was gone, coasting on bliss when he tore his mouth from mine, stepped back, let me go but curled his fingers in a tight grip around mine, and started walking, dragging me with him. In my high-heeled boots I hustled after him. He kept us to the shadows rimming the revelry. We hit the compound and he continued to waste no time pulling me through to the back hall and into his room. He closed and locked the door as I threw my purse on the floor and yanked off my pashmina. Then he turned to me, herding me backward to the bed as his hands went to my sweater. He pulled it up and it was gone. His lips hit mine, and a second later my back hit bed. We kissed deep and wet as I tugged at his cut to yank it down his arms. Hop broke the kiss to arch back, yank it off, then tug off his black thermal. Yes. My hands went to the skin of his chest, my fingers curling in, nails scraping down, one scoring through the denser hair along the line between his abs. He growled, took my mouth in another kiss as he jerked down the cup of my bra, and his thumb and forefinger homed in. I moaned into his mouth. Hop pressed his hard hips into my soft ones. I couldn't wait any longer. I tore my lips away. Now, Hop, honey, I need you now, I begged. You got it, lady, he replied, his voice thick, his hand moving from my breast to my belt buckle. I tugged and pulled at his. He did the same with mine. My hands were shaking with need, so he got his task completed faster, and I lost purchase on his jeans when he pulled mine down my legs.
Fuck, your boots, he grunted. How do I get these fuckers off?
Zip it aside, I wheezed, pulling down my panties. Off went my boots. Then Hop curled his fingers in my panties and they were gone.
Lay back, open,
he ordered. I did as asked. Hop covered me, then Hop entered me. Even as my back arched, I rounded him with all my limbs. Oh, yes, God, yes. This was what I needed. I couldn't live without this. I couldn't beat this habit. I didn't even want to.
Beauty, fuck, missed how beautiful you feel,
Hop murmured, pounding hard and deep. Yes, but the beauty is you, I gasped, lifting my head, shoving my face in his neck.
Head back, baby, you know I like having your eyes.
I did know that. I dropped my head back. Hop thrust.
Good,
he muttered, his words breaking because he was stifling laughter. We need to speed up the easing Cody and Molly into things gig because I don't want to sleep without you, even if it might be inappropriate Dad's girlfriend spends the night, I declared.
I'll work on that with them right away,
Hop replied, still sounding amused. If it takes time when they're asleep, I'll crawl through the window. Even more humor in his tone when he stated,
Babe, seeing as my room is on the top floor, I'd like to see how you pull that off. But I'll save you that hassle and let you in the front door.
I belatedly fell silent and stopped acting like an idiot, but kept crying. Hop asked,
Easing the Cody and Molly into things... gig?
I pulled my head back and looked at him. What?
You don't say words like gig, lady.
My man's a biker. Shit rubs off. The minute I finished speaking, Hop's arms spasmed around me as he burst out laughing. I watched and listened through the dark, loving every second. Still laughing, he bent his head and took my lips, laughing into my mouth as he kissed me. Amazing. Then he made love to me. A lot slower this time. Even better. And last, I fell asleep. Naked in his arms. No dreams. Just Hop. Chapter 17. Glad to have you back, darlin'. The pounding at the door woke us. Hop's arm convulsed around me and I lifted my head from where it lay on his chest to stare at the door.
Open this goddamn door, brother.
Oh God, that was Tack. And he sounded really, really angry.
Fuck,
Hop muttered.
Fucking now.
Tack shouted.
Fuck,
Hop repeated. Oh dear, I mumbled.
Not a good time,
Hop yelled.
Open it or I'll kick it in.
Tack shouted, and I felt my eyes get wide. I'd never heard Tack angry like that. Oh dear, I whispered.
Fuck.
Hop grumbled, rolled into me, kissed me quickly, then he rolled out of bed. Tack pounded at the door. Hop tossed his thermal to me and I tugged it on as he pulled up a pair of jeans and moved to the door.
Jesus, brother, cool it. Uck, I'm coming.
Hop yelled, made it to the door, unlocked it, and opened it. I had the thermal down to my waist, the covers up it, and I watched as Hop took a quick step back because Tack pushed in. Tack scowled at me in bed for a nanosecond before his head swung Hop's way.
Seriously?
He asked.
I just get done dealing with that shit with Tabby and you, another brother, are nailing my other girl in fucking secret?
How sweet. I loved it that I was his other girl.
Tack, breathe, brother, and give me a second to explain.
Hop stated calmly. Tack pointed my way.
Her head's messed up. You go in there when her head's messed up.
My head isn't messed up, I butted in, and Tack turned his scowl back to me.
Darling, you're in my heart. You know that, so no offense, but you're right. It isn't messed up. It's fucked up.
Oh, wow. I was in his heart.
Tack, listen to me.
Hop called Tack's attention to him, and Tack sliced his gaze to Hop.
There's a reason we kept it under wraps. A good one I'm not going to explain because it's Lainey's and she gets to explain it if she wants. What you gotta know right now is this is real,
he stated, just as my phone rang from inside my purse.
Better fucking be real, brother. I know you. I know you wouldn't pull shit on me, Red, Laney, but what I don't know is why it's a goddamn secret,
Tack returned. I'd scooted up to my knees to reach the side of the bed where my purse was, grabbed it, and pulled my phone out while Hop replied,
Laney had some things to work through, and I thought we should focus on that without outside distractions.
It was my request we keep it a secret, but Hop was setting it up so if there was a fall, he would be taking it from me. I was feeling all warm inside, thinking that was nice, still feeling the glow of Tack calling me his girl, regardless of this tense situation. However, I knew Hop would sort it out as I put my phone to my ear. I wouldn't have answered right then, but the display said it was Liz. She knew everything that was going on, including my breakup with Hop. She had been trying to understand why we broke up since she told me she liked him and thought he was good for me. She was also worried about me, so I didn't want to miss a phone call from her to make her more worried about me. I'd done enough of that to people who cared about me. Hey, sweetie, now's not a good time, I said in greeting. I'll call you back in an hour or so and we'll talk.
You think maybe her best fucking friend and your fucking friend, brother, might have been able to take your back on that?
Tack asked a very good question. I didn't hear Hop's answer because Liz spoke in my ear.
Lainey, honey, God! I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. The bubble burst last night at Mom and Dad's. Dad is in the hospital. Mom's in jail.
I blinked at the covers.
What? I whispered. Apparently this is a guess, she began. But I figured Dad stewed on what you said, then finally pulled his finger out and made his decision. From what I could get from Mom's hysterical phone call, Dad informed her he couldn't keep hurting her and his other chick. So he made a decision, and he picked the other chick. Mom finally grew a backbone, lost her nut, grabbed a bottle of wine, and conked him on the head with it. He started bleeding. She started yelling. They started scrapping. The neighbors freaked. The cops were called, then the ambulance. Now Dad is under observation for a concussion, and Mom needs a cosigner for a bond since Dad's seriously pissed and he's pressing charges.
Oh my God, I said.
Lady, what is it?
Hop asked.
I know, my sister agreed.
Oh my God, I repeated.
No shit, my sister replied. Lainey, baby, what is it?
Hop asked.
Oh my God, I cried. Jesus, Lainey,
Hop clipped, and I fared.
I'll make the calls,
Tack agreed.
Obliged, Hop replied.
Lainey,
Tack called.
What?
I snapped to the ceiling.
Look at me, babe.
I got up on my elbows and glared at Tack.
You're right. Your head isn't messed up,
Tack stated. Then his face got soft when he finished.
Glad to have you back, darling.
Damn, I was going to cry. Stop being nice when I'm ticked, I demanded. But my words were shaky. Tack just grinned. I deep breathed. Hop moved to him. They did a fingers wrapped around wrists biker badass handshake, and I heard Tack mutter,
She's good. You did good, brother.
To which Hop muttered back,
In more ways than one.
They smiled at each other while I fought off tears. Tack left. I decided to focus on being angry in order not to let loose the tears, so I glared at Hop as he moved to the end of the bed. I'm ticked at you, I declared. He hit the bed with his hands, then his knees, and crawled up it toward me, and he looked so hot doing that, suddenly I wasn't ticked anymore. He also ignored my declaration and asked,
You want to go to Connecticut?
Heck no, I answered as he made it up my body and lowered his weight on me.
Babe, your mom's in jail. Your dad's in the hospital.
Their tangled web, I replied. I have campaigns going live. I've got meetings with my counselor I'd rather not put off because they're working. I've got a cop I need to explain some things to, and I've got to have a key cut so my man can come to my place whenever he wants. I don't have time to fly to Connecticut to sort out the lives of two adults who should have sorted themselves out 3 decades ago.
Fair enough, but you missed something in listing all your obligations,
Hop said. And what's that? I asked.
Wrapping that mouth of yours around your man's cock.
I did a top-to-toe shiver. Hop felt it and grinned. Then he dropped his lips to mine and kissed me. It lasted a while, and I was holding on, fairly hot and very bothered, when he lifted his head.
You're seeing a counselor and it's working?
He asked quietly. Yeah, I answered.
Proud of you, lady.
I smiled. Hop's eyes dropped to my mouth, and he kissed me again. About 5 minutes later, I got down to seeing to one of my obligations. I worked hard at it, enjoying every second, and pleased to report my endeavors were a success.
You're such a pain!
This was shouted by Cutter, 1 second after Ryder shoved him in the shoulder. Half a second after he shouted, Cut took a step back, then lunged forward and tackled Ride, whereupon they both hit my rug and started wrestling. Tack, who was enjoying a beer in my living room with Hop, and Tyra, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner with me, totally ignored them. This was often their tactic.
As long as they aren't close to something that can hurt them or something breakable, we let them duke it out,
Tack had told me. I wasn't certain this was an optimal parental choice, but I'd never seen bikers raised from womb to badass. It was probably good they knew their way around a slugfest from a young age. Needless to say, Tack had told Tyra about Hop and me, and Tyra had wasted no time phoning me. We had a conversation that was uncomfortable for both of us, since she'd shared the BB information and I hadn't shared anything at all. I'd had to explain, without giving away too much of Hop's business he didn't want spread around, that she'd been mistaken. He didn't cheat. He'd been on a break. Then I'd used Hop's words to tell her what he and I had was real. Figuring she'd lived in the biker world longer than me, she would understand. She did, but she was my best friend. I knew she'd want physical evidence. So, of course, she told me she, Tack, and the boys were coming for dinner. So I could see for myself that this is all good. Considering the fact that they'd walked up to my back door while Hop was laying a hot and heavy one on me in the kitchen, so hot and heavy we hadn't heard their SUV parking in my back drive, Tyra got an eyeful of how good it was. So did Tack, Ride, and Cut, with Ryder not thinking much of what he'd seen, something that he shared upon entering by yelling at me, "That's gross! Mr. Hop had his tongue in your mouth!" After which he instantly turned to his father and kept yelling, "You do that to Mom too, and it's sick!" Hop chuckled. Tai gazed at her son with a smile twitching at her mouth. Tack didn't miss a beat and muttered, "I'll remind you of those words when we have our first pregnancy scare." To this Hop chuckled more. I joined in, but Tyra Cut narrowed eyes to her man while Ryder looked confused, and Cut shouted, "Lala, I want blue Powerade now!" I set the kids up with Powerade. The men got beers and firmly planted themselves in the living room. Not in the family room, which was too close to the kitchen and thus might mean they'd be called on to do something like open jars or chop onions. Tyra and I got down to cooking. "So, let me get this straight. The bondsman accepted an out-of-state co-signer, your mom was released, she went home and tossed all your dad's shit out on the lawn and called a locksmith. He got released from the hospital, came home and couldn't get into the house but found his crap in the yard and a note on the door telling him she was going to clean him out during the divorce proceedings. The police were called again when he kept pounding on the door and shouting. He was told to find elsewhere to stay, your mom asked your sister to find her an AA meeting, and you're in love with Hopper Kincaid." Tyra stated, and I smiled at her. "That about sums it up," I confirmed. "Holy crap," she replied. "I know," I agreed, then went on. "Wish I was there when she was tossing all Dad's stuff on the lawn." Liz was. My sister is all over this. She's liking a jailbird mom with a backbone, so she's decided she's talking to Mom again and dragging her husband Bart along with her. So they were there when Mom was doing an extreme clean of the house. Bart thought it was a scream, took all Dad's pictures of him with senators and congressmen off the wall of his study and flung them out the window. Liz said she wanted to throw stuff too, but she was laughing too hard. And by the time she got herself together, they'd already taken care of business. "That's crazy, Lainey," Tyra told me. "That's the Heron family, Tai. If there's a statement to be made, you might as well do it with flair." She's arm thrown wide, bottle of beer in his hand, Ryder on his knees beside his dad, leaning in, but his hands were wrapped around a video game that he was resting on his dad's chest. But Tack's eyes were aimed at his woman, and he had that look in them, the look of love. My gaze drifted to Hop. He was seated almost exactly like Tack, except his neck was twisted to look over the back of the couch, his eyes on me. He had the same look in his eyes as Tack, but it was all for me. I felt my face get soft, and I smiled. I watched his face get soft, and he smiled back. "Keep hold of happy. It's found you. Don't let go." Finally, I understood. I was wrong, and Hopper was right. You didn't avoid having something beautiful because you were terrified of losing it. You fought to keep it. And when you got it, you kept hold. I was going to keep hold. Always. Chapter 18. At My Mercy. 5 months later. I was done, coming down from my climax and grinding into Hop. He had his hands on my hips, fingers digging into my flesh, grinding me down harder when he groaned into my chest. I was astride him. He was sitting up. My fingers were in his hair, and as he came, I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. When he was done, he slid his hands up my back and glided his lips and mustache up my chest to my neck, where his mouth worked. I let the sweet feeling of Hop's mouth moving on my skin sink in and decided it was time. Friday night, the weekend. Hop was mellow. He'd just come. I'd just come. I'd known for a week. He had to know. I had to do it now. Honey? I called.
Right here, lady.
He murmured into my neck. How are you, feeling? I asked, seeking confirmation he was in a good place before I laid it out. His head tipped back and I saw his lips tipped up.
You seriously asking that shit?
It was, perhaps, a stupid question. Then again, my news was huge, and it could bring on a variety of responses, and I wanted a good one. Well, I started. He wrapped his arms around me as he answered,
My dick is buried in my woman's wet, tight cunt, and I just came. How you think I'm feeling?
Okay, it was a stupid question. I need to tell you something, I shared. He registered the look on my face and stopped smiling.
What?
Here we go. Well, remember when I started having those headaches and we thought it was about me going to counseling and dealing with all that stuff? But you made me go to the doctor and he did some tests and told me to try going off the pill for a while. And then after that, there were those 2 times things got, heated and we didn't exactly... I didn't finish because Hop pulled me off his cock, flung
Back seat, snacks, packed you a bag, got a full tank of gas, and you got a lot of time to come to terms you're taking my name. You don't, I'm hauling your ass out connected to me to pump gas, and you gotta use the men's restroom, 'cause I sure as fuck am not walking into the ladies.
My eyes got wide. You packed me a bag? He smiled.
Sure, I missed something, seeing as the bag I packed for you doesn't weigh as much as normal, but if I did, we can pick it up in Vegas.
I hated it when he was amusing when I was ticked off. I'm moving in and we're living happily ever after, Hop. I'm also keeping the ring because it's gorgeous, but we are not getting married.
Yeah, we are.
No, we aren't. He turned back to the wheel, put the truck in drive, and moved back onto the road, muttering,
We'll see.
We're not, I shouted, yanking on my wrist cuffed to his. He caught my hand and pressed it to his thigh.
Don't want my bride on her wedding day having bruises on her wrist.
Arg! I went silent. Hop drove. I stewed. We were heading into the mountains when I stated, This isn't going to work if both of us pull dramas, Hopper Kincaid. You're supposed to be the mellow one.
Rethinking that, 'cause this is fun,
He replied.
Now get me a donut, babe.
I growled and noticed Hopper grinned, but I was hungry, and if I had the donuts, I could throw one at him. With difficulty, since my wrist was cuffed to Hop's, I twisted to the back seat and got the donuts. I also didn't throw one at him because the minute I opened them, their sugary, doughy goodness wafted out, and it would be a crime to waste even one. I handed Hop his and started snarfing mine.
Babe,
Hop called.
as of now, I'm not talking to you.
I announced with a mouthful of donut.
Love you more than life.
God, he just kept killing me. I went back to silently stewing, but after what he said, my heart wasn't in it. That night, the Flamingo Hotel, Vegas. Oh my God, I breathed, digging my heels into Hop's back. My wrists cuffed to the bed jerked, and suddenly Hop's mouth wasn't between my legs. He'd shifted, and I felt him kiss the sensitive skin where my leg met my pelvis, and my head shot up to look down at him. He'd lifted up on his forearms, my legs still over his shoulders, and I got a good look at the new tattoo that was inked in his skin over his heart. something he came home with as a surprise a couple of months ago. It was a shield, its outline made of a kick-ass length of chain. Inside, in beautiful script, it said, "For my Lainey." I loved that tattoo almost as much as I loved my shield, but right then I couldn't think about how much I loved his tattoo. "Don't stop," I begged.
You gonna marry me?
He asked, totally killing me. "Yes," I stated instantly, and he smiled a sexy smile.
You saying that 'cause you wanna come, or are you gonna marry me 'cause you want my name?
"Both."
Promise that, Lainey.
I held his eyes even as I squirmed. "Promise, Hop."
You love me?
"Until I die." His face got soft, but his lips ordered,
Say it.
again, killing me. "Hop, please."
Say it, baby.
"Say what?"
You want my name.
"Uncuff me."
No, say it.
"I want to touch you," I told him quietly, and I did. I definitely wanted to touch him when I told him I wanted his name.
Burying my face back in that pussy, then fucking it, all with you at my mercy, babe. You can touch me later. Say what I want to hear now.
I dropped my head back to the bed and looked at the ceiling. As I let the heat his words caused flash through my body, at the same time I quickly sorted through my thoughts. He was mine, I was his. He wanted this, and I wanted him to have everything he wanted, so I could let go of this one last thing and give it to him, at the same time having it myself. When I had it together, I lifted up again and locked eyes with my man. "I want to be your wife. I want your name. I want the name our son is going to have. I want to get married." His face got dark, his eyes hot, but his lips curved before he corrected.
Daughter.
"Son." He shook his head, then I watched him dip his face between my legs. Yes. My heels dug into his back. Hop slid his hands under my behind, and he pulled me deeper into his mouth. Keep hold of happy. I was, every second, even if I had to do it with just my legs. The next night. "We need to have dinner as soon as possible," I told Tyra, my phone to my ear, my cheek to Hop's chest, my naked body entwined with his in our bed at the Flamingo in Vegas. We'd been married by a fake Liberace. We both wore jeans. We found Hop's wedding band in an outpost on the way, though we did the shopping while I was under fake duress. It was wide, silver, with a thick ebony band in the middle. It didn't look like a traditional wedding ring, but it did look like a biker one. Perfect for Hop. He bought me a bouquet of red roses at fake Liberace's wedding chapel, and when Liberace told Hop he could kiss the bride, Hop dipped me in an arched back makeout session to end all makeout sessions. When he was done, he pulled me straight, crouched in front of me, wrapped his arms around my thighs, lifted me up, and roared,
This is my woman.
I burst out laughing at the same time I burst into tears. It was the happiest moment of my life, bar none. I'd done the right thing, marrying Hop. And evidence was suggesting it was the same for my man. Liberace told us no one had ever shouted like that after a ceremony. He did this, making it clear he wished everyone did. Liberace with his purple pompadour was also in some of our wedding photos. He was grinning like a lunatic. It was hilarious. But there was no doubt he genuinely loved his job. Hop was right. The dress, ring, flowers, all of it terrified me because that was what had led me and Elliot to Kansas City. But jeans, roses, and Liberace were perfect. "Is everything okay?" Tyra asked. "Yes," I answered in a massive understatement. "Just, can you call Tabby and Shy and ask them to watch the boys so you and Tack can go out to dinner with us?"
Sure, honey.
"I gotta go," I told her. And I did. I had to call my assistant at home on a Sunday and tell her I wouldn't be back in the office until Tuesday. But first, I had to cuddle a little bit more with my husband. "Okay, see you soon." "Right, bye, sweetie."
Bye, Lainey.
I tossed my phone on the bed, then moved my fingers to Hop's forearm and traced the pattern of fire. After I did that a while, I moved my finger to trace my shield. "My name is Lainey Kincaid," I told his chest.
Sure the fuck is.
Hop replied on a growl, and I lifted my head to look at him. His handsome face was set hard, determined, much like he looked when he talked about what he did to get chaos out of the bad place they were in to a good place of family. Family. Are you genuinely happy, Hopper Kincaid? I asked softly.
Abso-fucking-lutely, Laney Kincaid,
He stated firmly. Wow, that sounded beautiful. I lifted a hand to his face and traced the side of his mustache with my thumb, watching it go before I lifted my eyes to him. For the first time since I was 11, and for the first time in my whole life, it being totally honest and completely real, I am too. He knifed up, his arms going around me, and he rolled us so he was on top, then he kissed me. I think I have a clue how much you love me now, Hop, I told him when he broke the kiss.
Good to know, baby,
He said through a grin. Thank you, I whispered.
So far from a hardship it isn't funny, lady, but you're welcome.
I lifted my head, sifting my fingers in his overlong hair, smelling his spicy scent, feeling his tash tickle my skin, and I kissed my husband. It was the best kiss of my life. Up until then. I would find that Hop, as ever, would keep making them better. Epilogue. Waffles. Hop. 1 week later. His phone rang, and Hop opened his eyes, feeling his wife's weight pressed to his side, their legs tangled, and her cheek on his peck. She shifted sleepily as he reached out a hand to the nightstand to grab his phone, seeing from the alarm clock it was early morning. As in way early morning. He looked at his display and saw it was Tack calling. They'd had dinner with him and Cherry the night before, where they shared their good news. All of it. Tack and Tyra had been happy for them. Tyra over the moon. So much so Hop didn't know if she was happier about the baby than the marriage. It didn't matter. His woman had beamed through dinner, showing off her ring, touching her hand to her stomach, and Hop again didn't know if Laney was happier about their baby or their marriage. That was what mattered. All was good in the family, but a middle-of-the-night phone call was never good news. Ever. He put the phone to his ear and muttered,
You got me.
Call out, brother, Tack replied. Benito.
Fuck,
He thought.
Be there in 15,
He said.
Later. Later.
He tossed his phone to the nightstand as he felt Laney's stretch, pressing into him. Is everything okay? She murmured, her voice drowsy and sweet.
Yeah.
He lied. His woman was good in all the ways she could be. The short-term therapy counselor had suggested long-term therapy, and Laney had found someone she liked working with. They were winding things up, seeing as his woman, no, his wife, had moved beyond the heavy shit, and had been given the tools to deal with how her thoughts and memories twisted themselves and tortured her. She still threw dramas, but they were not embedded in dysfunction. She came home from work and ranted about shit that was fixable, thus mostly unimportant, but was important to get off her chest. She hilariously lost it when she got caught up in something and burned her first attempt at making Cody's birthday cake. And she bitched while he bit back laughter at the antics of her mother and father. Strike that, her sober, seriously pissed off mother, and her asshole father. Laney and Liz were Team Joe Ellen all the way, as Joe Ellen made maneuvers to take her husband to the cleaners. Edward had backtracked, saying he wanted her back, and none of the Heron women could tell if he said that because he knew he'd lose a vast chunk of his fortune, or he was falling back in love with the woman he'd married now that she was sober. None of them cared either. It was an all-out female Heron offensive to make that dirtbag pay. Hop was loving it, and even if she bitched, he knew Laney was too. She had one parent back, and she'd learned the hard way how precious life was. She wasn't wasting any of it on an unnecessary grudge. But the business with Benito Valenzuela was something else. He wouldn't let her worry. He wouldn't let her think anything about Benito if he could control it. so he was going to control it, even if he had to lie. But he was worried about it. The one thing that could set her to sliding back was this, if she found out how bad it was, and how it kept getting worse.
Gotta go do something with Chaos,
he told her, rolling her to her back and leaning in to kiss her throat, but bracing for her reaction. Okay, honey. Okay. He lifted his head up and looked at her shadowed face. She turned to her side, curled her legs up, but stretched her neck to brush her lips against his collarbone. Then she settled back in. He stared at her. Fuck. She trusted him. Fuck. She was good with letting him go out in the middle of the night on unknown business for Chaos. Hop gave it a beat to let that settle, then bent and kissed her neck again, smoothing a hand over her hip, then in, up her nightie into her stomach. Take care of Ellie while I'm gone. Happy to take care of Butch while you're gone, she mumbled dozily, and he felt his lips tip up. He wanted a daughter who looked like his wife. His wife had informed men jumped the gun. Literally. Tack! Benito started. Your man fucking fired, Hop clipped. Warning shot, he was closing in, Benito returned, jerking his head Shy's way. It was a ricochet, he meant no harm. I don't give a fuck, my brother is bleeding and your man fired, Tack snarled. And for once in your life, seeing as we got this many armed men in a face-off, pay attention. He was approaching me. I will remind you, you were not invited to this party, Benito bit back. And I'll repeat what I've said 5 fucking times. Chaos will cover her debt. She's family. We agreed a long fucking time ago, man. Family is off limits. Tack returned. Not when they owe me a great deal of money, Benito shot back. Jesus, are you listening? Chaos is covering her debt, Tack replied. I prefer my method of payment, Benito retorted. That is not gonna happen. Con one of your other junkies into eating pussy for payback. This girl belongs to Chaos, Tack bit out. Benito leaned toward Tack, his face twisting in anger. She is not family, she is not blood or old lady. You lay claim to pussy on a whim, you can claim any fucking body. You do that, no rules and anything goes. The entire room, already tense, went electric. They all knew what that meant. If it came to war, Benito would play dirty, and it would not just be the brothers in the trenches. Hop came out of his crouch, strode directly to Benito. Benito was concentrating on Tack, so he reacted to the advancing threat too late. Hop had disarmed him and had his hand curled around Benito's throat, shoving him back with speed and force, so when he hit the hospital bed, he went down on it on his back. Hop kept squeezing as he put his gun to Benito's temple and listened vaguely to the scuffling maneuvers of the men around him, who became antsy after a direct attack on Benito. Those rules never change, Hop declared. Your beef is with Chaos, motherfucker. Any member of our family even fucking shivers because they feel you close, you're eating my bullet. Benito held his eyes but called at, Tack! Call off your dog! Say you get me, Hop growled. You're making a mistake, Benito hissed. Say you get me, Hop ground out. He felt a presence and knew it was Tack before Tack spoke. I suggest you say you get him, man, 'cause you pull family into this shit you're stirring, swear to fucking God. You won't eat Hop's bullet 'cause that would be too quick. I'll skin you alive, Benito. Do not mistake me. You harm any member of my family, and by that I mean all of Chaos, inch by inch. You'll bleed and scream. Benito's eyes were aimed over Hop's shoulder at Tack. He made a noise low in his throat before he looked at Hop and snapped, I get you! Hop instantly let him go and took 2 steps away. Benito scrambled off the bed and faced Hop. You'd the time. Shy gave Hop a handshake, then headed to his bike. Hop waylaid Tack. He touches family, brother, you won't get your chance to skin him. Hop warned. Laney never again feels fear, not like that. I think he got that message, Tack replied.
Hope he did, Tack. Swear to Christ he didn't.
Tack lifted a hand and curled his fingers around Hop's shoulder.
Calm, patience. Adelie wasn't chaos until we claimed her, so he isn't wrong to be pissed. We'll pay the money, which is all he cares about. He'll fall back, and when he strikes, it won't be courting Armageddon. He's greedy, but he's not stupid.
Hop stared into his brother's eyes. Then he did what he always did, and he had never been wrong. He trusted his friend, nodded, and moved to his bike. He had a text with the details on the meet by the time he pulled into his drive. When he slid back into bed with his wife, she was still out. He curled into her, pulling her close, splaying his hand on her still flat stomach, and he pulled in a deep breath. Smelling Laney's perfume, he relaxed when he let it out. 3 hours later, he woke up, rolled carefully away from a still sleeping woman, got dressed, and headed back out.
Laney,
Hop muttered, using her name to tell his brothers it was time to get back to their women. Tack turned and nodded to Hop.
Right,
He said.
Later, brothers. Have a mind, it's early. He won't move this quick, but watch your backs.
Hop nodded. Shy did too. They swung on their bikes and roared off. They'd just had a meet with the boys. Tack and his 2 lieutenants, Hop and Shy, as well as Hawk Delgado, Mitch Lawson, and Brock Lucas. War was declared. Reinforcements had been called. They were all in. The meeting was tense, as it would be. Now they waited. As they rode away, Hop shouted,
Yo!
And Shy turned his head to look at his brother. Hop jerked his head to the side. They both rode to the shoulder, stopped, put their feet down, and Hop looked back through the buildings from where they'd come. Tack was standing there, motionless. He was worried. Hop closed his eyes. When he opened them, Hop looked to Shy to see Shy looking back at Tack. Then Shy's gaze came to him.
I guess 4 hours ago on a scale of 1 to 10 of how bad this shit is, I would have said 11. Now I'm guessing 23. We may be at 25.
Hop corrected. Shy's lips twitched. This was his brother, Shy Cage. He'd never been to war, but he still showed no fear. Hop looked back to Tack to see he was moving to his bike.
Brace, brother,
Hop advised,
then said, let's ride.
Shy jerked up his chin. They put on the gas, and they rode.
Jesus, what is this?
Hop asked as he walked into the kitchen to see his woman in an unfucking believably amazing pair of knit yoga pants that were loose in the right places but clung to better places, and a casual wraparound top that just clung to the right places. In other words, every inch of her torso. Her hair was in a messy knot on top her head. Her face had no makeup, and honest to Christ, she never looked so beautiful. His kids were in the kitchen with her, and it looked like a pancake batter bomb had exploded. Needless to say, his kids had taken the news that their father had a new wife, and they had a new sister on the way without even blinking. Hop wasn't surprised. It was good, and kids sucked up good just as much as bad, so they had no problem settling into it. Molly especially. Cody, thank Christ, had come into this world shielded by invisible steel. Not much affected him, but Molly had a mind to her dad since she could form coherent thought. Not close with her mother, Molly was Daddy's little girl from the beginning. She wasn't old enough to process it, but that didn't mean she wanted her old man alone and coasting on the scraps of goodness life could give him. She seemed to relax when she got the news that Lainey was legally bound to her father, and they were cinching that with a kid. Then again, his girl been relaxing since Lainey came into the picture. Yeah, kids totally sucked up the good.
We're teaching Cody to make waffles, Dad!
Molly shouted with excitement.
Don't know why,
Cody stated, but did this from his station manning the waffle iron.
I get a woman, she's doing all the cooking.
Hop stared at his son, then cut his eyes to his wife to see her body shaking with silent laughter. He had to stop himself from staring as his whole fucked up night melted away at seeing his woman laughing. She trusted him. Totally trusted him. He'd left their bed in the middle of the night to do chaos business. She'd gone back to sleep and stayed asleep, waking up alone, and there she was, making waffles with his kids and laughing. Not anxious, not freaked, not wound up, laughing. He'd done it, pulled her out of the shadows and brought her into the light of family, and she was basking in it. He let that feeling smooth through him and turned back to his son.
"You planning on shacking up soon, boy?"
Hop asked.
Soon as I graduate high school so I don't ever have to do laundry, clean, or cook,
Cody answered. Hop bit back laughter. Lainey didn't bother. She giggled out loud, so Hop turned his head to watch her beautiful face beaming bright with happiness. And he did it until he was sure he'd go blind.
"You're stupid,"
Molly declared, and Hop tore his gaze from Lainey to look at his daughter.
"Everyone knows women don't do all the cooking and cleaning anymore. Lainey does it for Dad,"
Cody shot back.
"and she works. And she has an ace ride."
Cody looked to his father.
"I'm gonna get a Lainey. Except,"
he screwed up his mouth as he narrowed his eyes on Lainey, then looked back at his old man.
"blonde,"
he finished. Then he thought better of his conclusion and said to Lainey,
"Not being mean, you got pretty hair too."
Lainey opened her mouth to say something, but she was laughing too hard to get it out.
"Someone kill me. My son is already ordering up as a woman,"
Hop muttered, and Cody looked at him.
"When did you have your first girlfriend?"
he asked. Hop wasn't going to answer that. Instead, he homed in on the point his son was not making.
"Do you have a girlfriend?"
"Oh, dear," Lainey mumbled.
"Totally, Dad."
Molly gave it away.
"He has 3.
"Oh, dear," Lainey repeated, but this time those 2 words shook with amusement.
3?
Hop asked, his eyebrows shooting up. Cody lifted up the lid on the waffle maker to check progress, all the while talking.
"Seeing as I already decided to hook up early, I figure I gotta get my experience in now."
This time, Hop bit back a curse. Molly cried,
"Gross!"
Lainey kept laughing.
"Son, look at me,"
Hop called, and Cody decided the waffle wasn't done yet, so he dropped the top back on and looked at his dad.
"You are way too young for me to be sharing this, but seeing as you're jumping the gun, I gotta lay it out. You want a Lainey? One at a time. You never, and hear me, boy, never jack a girl around. You jack her around, you live with doing that to a girl who doesn't deserve it, but you also answer to me. Are you hearing me?"
Cody nodded solemnly.
"I hear you, Dad."
Hop felt something in the room. He looked to his wife, and he saw she wasn't laughing anymore. Her face was soft, her eyes were warm, and he felt that warmth deep down, straight into his bones. He returned the look, then aimed his gaze back at his son.
"More advice,"
he started.
"You can get your experience in about 7 years. Now, concentrate on kickball or something."
"I already kill a kickball,"
Cody bragged.
"Don't need no practice at that."
"Right, whatever,"
Hop replied.
"I think you get me."
Cody studied him before giving in by mumbling, "I get you."
"Good," Hop stated. "Now feed me, I'm starved."
Cody grinned. Lainey got him a cup of coffee and gave it to him with a kiss on his jaw before she turned her attention back to supervising waffles. Then they all sat at the kitchen table, Hopper Kincaid at the head with his family around, talking, laughing, giggling, shooting the shit over waffles. It wasn't a birthday. It wasn't a holiday. It still felt like a celebration. And even though it started shit, it was the best day of his life. Just like every day after he won the love of Elaine Heron Kincaid. But especially the day 7 months later when his wife gave him his second son, Nash Kane Kincaid. Get lost in the chaos. Please continue listening for an excerpt from Own the Wind.
Chapter 1. I Dreamed a Dream. 3.5 months later. His cell rang, and Parker Shy Cage opened his eyes. He was on his back, in his bed, in his room at the Chaos Motorcycle Club's compound. The lights were still on, and he was buried under a small pile of women. One was tucked up against his side, her leg thrown over his thighs, her arm over as he turned to his bed. One of the women was up on an elbow and blinking at him. The other was still out. As he found his knife in the nightstand and shoved the sheath into his belt, he ordered, "Get her ass up. Both of you need to get dressed and get gone." He reached into the nightstand and grabbed his gun, shoving it into the back waistband of his jeans and pulling his tee over it. "You got 15 minutes to get out. You're not gone by the time I get back. I will not be happy."
Sure thing, babe,
the awake one muttered. She lifted a hand to shove at the hip of her friend. Jesus. Slicing a glance through them, he knew he was done. Some of the brothers, a lot older than him, enjoyed as much as they could get, however that came, and they didn't limit it to 2 pieces of ass. He'd had that ride, and often. It hit him right then, it went nowhere. He'd never, not once, walked up to a woman who looked lost without him and became found the second she saw him, who leaned into him the minute he touched her, who made him laugh so hard his head jerked back with it, whose mouth he could take and the world melted away for him just as he made that same shit happen for her. And he would not get that if he kept this shit up. He jogged through the compound to his bike and rode with his cell in his hand. She texted, "I'm okay," and Shy took in a calming breath and turned his eyes back to the road. She texted again, this time, "I'm still okay," and, getting closer to her, Shy felt his jaw begin to relax. A few minutes later, she texted again. This time it was, "I'm still okay, but this bathroom is seriously gross." When Shy got that, after his eyes went back to the road, he was flat out smiling. She kept texting her ongoing condition of okay, with a running commentary of how much she disliked her current location, until he was outside the house. He turned off his bike and scanned. Lights on in a front room, another one beaming from a small window at the opposite side at the back. The bathroom. He bent his head to the phone and texted, "Outside, baby." Seconds later, he saw a bare foot coming out the small window and another one, then legs. He kicked down the stand, swung off his bike, and jogged through the dark up the side of the house. He caught her legs and tugged her out the rest of the way, putting her on her feet. She tipped her head back to him, her face pale in the dark. "Thanks," she said softly. He, unfortunately, did not have all night to look in her shadowed but beautiful face. He had no idea what he was dealing with. He had to get them out of there. He took her hand and muttered, "Let's go." She nodded and jogged beside him, her hand in his, her shoes dangling from her other hand. He swung on his bike. She swung on behind him. A child born to the life, she wrapped her arms around him without hesitation. He felt her tits pressed to his back and closed his eyes. Then he opened them and asked, "Where you want to go?" "I need a drink," she replied. "Bar or compound?" he offered, knowing what she'd pick. She never came to the compound anymore. "Compound," she surprised him by answering. Thank Christ he kicked those bitches out. He just hoped they followed orders. He rode to the compound, parked outside, and felt the loss when she pulled away and swung off. He lifted a hand to hold her steady as she bent to slide on her heels, then he took her hand and walked her into the compound. Luckily, it was deserted. Hopefully his room was too. He didn't need one of those bitches wandering out and fucking Tab's night even worse. "Grab a stool, babe. I'll get you a drink," he muttered, shifting her hand and arm out to lead her to the outside of the bar while he moved inside. Tabby, he noted, took direction. She rounded the curve of the bar and took a stool. Shy moved around the back of it and asked, "What are you drinking?" "What gets you drunk the fastest?" she asked back, and he stopped, turned, put his hands on the bar and locked eyes on her, What kind of trouble did I pull you out of? He asked quietly. None, now that I'm out that window, she answered quietly. You know those people? He asked. She shrugged and looked down at her hands on the bar. An old friend. High school. Just her. The others. She trailed off on another shrug. Shy looked at her hands. They were visibly shaking. Tequila, he stated, and her eyes came to his. What? Gets you drunk fast. She pressed her lips together and nodded. He grabbed the bottle and put it in front of her. She looked down at it, then up at him, and her head tipped to the side when he didn't move. Glasses? She prompted. He tagged the bottle, unscrewed the top, lifted it to his lips and took a pull. When he was done, he dropped his arm and extended it to her. You can't get drunk fast, you're fucking with glasses, he informed her. The tip of her tongue came out to wet her upper lip, and Jesus, he forgot how cute that was. Luckily, she took his mind off her tongue when she took the bottle, stared at it a beat, then put it to her lips and threw back a slug. The bottle came down with Tabby spluttering, and Shy reached for it. Through a grin, he advised, You may be drinking direct, sugar, but you still gotta drink smart. Right, she breathed out like her throat was on fire. He put the bottle to his lips and took another drag before he put it to the bar. Tabby wrapped her hand around it, lifted it, and sucked some back. But this time, she did it smart, and her hand with the bottle came down slowly, although she was still breathing kind of heavy. When she recovered, he leaned into his forearms on the bar and asked softly, You want to talk? No, she answered sharply, her eyes narrowing, the sorrow shifting through them, slicing through his gut. She lifted the bottle, took another drink before locking her gaze with his. She was doing it to avoid him. Still. Serious as shit, this had to stop. So he was going to stop it. We play pool, and we get drunk, and we enjoy it. That's our plan. So let's get this shit out of the way, he stated. Her eyes slid back to him, and he said flat out, I fucked up. It was huge. It was a long time ago, but it marked you. You were right. I was a dick. I made assumptions. They were wrong, and I acted on them. And I shouldn't have. And that was more wrong. I wish you would have found the time to get in my face about it years ago so we could have had it out. But that's done. When you did get in my face about it, I should have sorted my shit, found you, and apologized. I didn't do that either. I'd like to know why you dialed my number tonight. But if you don't want to share that shit, that's cool too. I'll just say, babe, I'm glad you did. You need a safe place to forget shit and escape. I'll give it to you. Tonight, tomorrow, next week, next month. That safe place is me, Tabby. But I don't want that old shit haunting this. Ghosts haunt until you get rid of them. Let's get rid of that fucking ghost and move on so I can beat your ass at pool. As he spoke, he saw the tears pool in her eyes, but he kept going, and when he stopped, he didn't move even though it nearly killed him. Not to touch her, even her hand. Not to give her something. It killed. Before he lost the fight to hold back, she whispered, You are never going to beat my ass at pool. That was when he grinned, leaned forward, and wrapped his hand around hers sitting on the bar. Get ready to have your ass kicked, he said softly. Oil changes for a year, she returned softly. You got it, but cookies for a year, he shot back. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you, she replied. He'd eat her cookies. They were brilliant or they sucked. If Tabitha Allen made it, he'd eat anything. Shy didn't share that. He gave her hand a squeeze, nabbed the bottle, and took off down the bar toward the cues on the wall. Tabby followed. They were in the dark, in his bed, in his room in the compound. Shy was on his back, eyes to the ceiling. Tabby was 3 feet away, on her side. Her chin was tipped down. She was obliterated. Shy wasn't even slightly drunk. She'd won 4 games. He'd won 5. Cookies for a year. Now he was winning something else, because tequila didn't make Tabitha Allen a happy drunk. It made her a talkative one. It also made her get past ugly history and trust him with absolutely everything that mattered right now in her world. DOA, she whispered to the bed. I know, sugar, he whispered to the ceiling. Where did you hear? She asked. Walking into the compound. Boys just heard and they were taking off. You didn't come to the hospital. He was surprised she'd noticed. No, I wasn't your favorite person. Didn't think I could help. Went up to Tack and Cherries, helped Sheila with the boys, he told her. I know. Tai told me. She surprised him again by saying, That was cool of you to do. They're a handful. Sheila tries, but the only ones who can really handle them are Dad, Tyra, Rush, Big Petey, and me. Shy didn't respond. So, thanks, she finished. No problem, honey. She fell silent, and Shy gave her that. She broke it. Tyra had to cancel all the wedding plans. Yeah? He asked quietly. Yeah, she answered. Second time she had to do that. That Elliot guy wasn't dead when she had to do it for Lainey, but still. 2 times, 2 weddings. It isn't worth it. All that planning, all that money. She pulled in a shaky breath. Not worth it. I'm not doing it again. I'm never getting married. At that, Shy rolled to his side, reached out, and found her hand lying on the bed. He curled his hand around hers, held tight, and advised, Don't say that, baby. You're 22 years old. You got your whole life ahead of you. So did he. Fuck. He couldn't argue that. He pulled their hands up the bed and shifted slightly closer before he said gently, If he was in this room right now, sugar, right now, he wouldn't want this. He wouldn't want to hear you say that shit. Dig deep, Tabby. What would he want to hear you say? She was silent. Then he heard her breath hitch before she whispered, I'd give anything. She trailed off and went quiet. Baby, he whispered back. Her hand jerked, and her body slid across the bed to slam into his, her face in his throat, her arm winding around him tight, her voice so raw it hurt to hear. His own throat was ragged just listening. I'd give anything for him to be in this room. Anything. I'd give my hair, and I like my hair. I'd give my car, and Dad fixed that car up for me. I love that car. I'd swim in ocean. I'd walk through arrows. I'd bleed for him to be here. She burrowed deeper into him, and Shy took a deep breath, pressing closer, giving her his warmth. He wrapped an arm around her and pulled her tighter as she cried quietly, one hand holding his tight. He said nothing, but listened, eyes closed, heart burning, to the sounds of her grief. Time slid by, and her tears slowly stopped flowing. Finally, she said softly, I dreamed a dream. What, sugar? I dreamed a dream, she repeated. He tipped his head and put his lips to the top of her hair, but he had no reply. He knew it sucked when dreams died. He'd been there. There were no words to say. Nothing made it better except time. Then she shocked the shit out of him and started singing, her clear, alto voice wrapping around a song he'd never heard before, but its words were gutting, perfect for her, what she had to be feeling, sending that fire in his heart to his throat so high he would swear he could taste it. Les Mis, she whispered when she was done. What? The musical, Les Miserables. Jason took me to go see it. It's very sad. If that was a song from the show, it fucking had to be. She pressed closer. I dreamed a dream, Shy. You'll dream more dreams, baby. I'll never dream, she whispered, her voice lost, tragic. We'll get you to a dream, honey, he promised, pulling her closer. She pressed in, and he listened as her breath evened out, felt as her body slid into sleep, all the while thinking her hair smelled phenomenal. Shy turned into her, trapping her little body under his and muttering, "We'll get you to a dream." Tabby
places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
of a love that's never meant to be found. In the quiet, in the dark, I'll remain. Echoes of unspoken love, forever in vain. With our souls intertwined, together we'll climb. Bound by heartstrings, we'll never let go. In the tapestry of life, our love will still grow. Through the highs and the lows, we'll always be near. In the dance of forever, our love will endear. So let's soar through the heavens with wings made of dreams, with the stars as our witnesses, and the moonlight that gleams. In the echoes of laughter, our spirits will fly. With love as our anchor, we'll reach for the sky. Bound by heartstrings, we'll never let go. In the tapestry of life, our love will still grow. Through the highs and the lows, we'll always be near. In the dance of forever, our love will endear. In the chapters we write, our love story's clear. With each passing moment, I'll hold you more dear. Together we'll wander in the light that we find, bound by heartstrings forever entwined. In the chapters we write, our love story's clear. With each passing moment, I'll hold you more dear. Together we'll wander in the light that we find, bound by